Okay, ready? Ready to go? Okay, mic check, podium, mic check. Mic check, Commissioner Howell. Mic check, Commissioner Howell. Mic check, Commissioner Lopez. Mic check, Commissioner Lopez. Mic check, Commissioner Beatty. Mic check, Commissioner Beatty. Mic check, Commissioner Dennis. Mic check. Mic check, Commissioner Meitzner. Mic check. Mic check, Justin Wagner. Mic check, Justin Wagner. Mic check, County Clerk. Mic check, County Clerk. Mic check, Tom Stoles. Mic check, Tom Stoles. One minute. Thirty seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Well, good morning. Welcome today. Those that are joining us on our television partner KPTS, those joining us on social media, Facebook and YouTube, and all of you that are here in person. We got a busy day today. I want to just run through, if you don't mind, the order of business. But we're glad that you're here this morning for what will be at some point in our agenda, the second public hearing on our budget. So we're excited to hear from you. We're excited that you have interest in what's happening here, and a lot of good discussion going to happen today. So I'm just walking through. I just want to make you aware of just a few things. It is Budget Adoption Day. But there's going to be some business that we need to see to first. If you look at when you walked in this morning, you could have picked up a meeting agenda packet. If you look at item A and B, those are some business items that we need to see to before we get to the budget adoption. One of those being elevator and escalator adoption of safety code, and the other being a zoning discussion. So we need to get to those things before we get to the budgets. And then some of you may know that the Board of County Commission is also the fire board for Fire District Number 1. After item C, we are going to pause the County Commission meeting and enter our fire agenda for the governing body of Fire District Number 1. The reason we're doing that is because we will do the budget conversation there, and we do anticipate that the Fire District conversation will be significantly quicker than the County Commission Sedgwick County budget. So we're going to pause and let our fire folks have that moment after item C, and then we'll move into item D. I'm going to make this note a couple of times just so that you are perfectly clear that we will have an open public hearing for the budget and the R&R rate. That is item D on the schedule for the County Commissioner meeting. So if you may have signed up for public comment and you want to talk about the budget, we're going to direct you towards item D and encourage you to speak during item D. I'll remind you a couple more times because we do have a public comment section in public agenda, but if it's on budget, we want to encourage you to talk during item D for the county commission budget, the county government budget. So with that being said, we got a busy day ahead. I'll officially call the meeting to order for August 21st, 2024. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Invocation to be led by Pastor John Durso and Lee Whitworth from Calvary Baptist Church. Please remain standing for the flag salute.
Let's pray. Dear God in heaven, we're so thankful that we can look to you as our creator God, and we're so thankful as we are members of this community, members of this country that was founded on biblical principles. Lord, I pray that you would help us to continue to look to you, to trust in you. We're so thankful that you are there as our God to guide us, to protect us, and even to save us from the sins that we find ourselves in. So, Lord, I pray that you'd help us to look to you for those things. And, Lord, I thank you for this meeting. I do thank you for each of these commissioners. I pray that you would just shine your blessing on them. I pray that you would just direct them, give them great wisdom in the decisions that they make. And I pray that you would just bless this meeting. And I pray these things in Jesus' name.
Our Father, you are God alone in all of space. There is none like you. You are the first and the last. All wisdom comes from you. All power comes from you. All rightness comes from you. Father, please have mercy on us and our country and give us wisdom today. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to these two godly men for coming today. These are my pastors from Derby at Calvary Baptist Church, and I just love them dearly. And they're a very huge fan. I can say John has been a tremendous example for foster care and adoption in this community. And Brother Lee is from Utah, actually been here all summer long preaching in Derby. I just want to say thank you to both of you guys. I really appreciate you coming today.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, pastors. Appreciate you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item, please.
County announcements.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Stephanie Birmingham, Strategic Communications. Sedgwick County has partnered with Wichita Public Schools for a decade now to provide internships to students in Project Search, a workforce development program for people with intellectual or developmental disabilities. This year, the Sedgwick County Project Search team received special recognition at a national conference with more than 800 participants who came from all over the U.S. and several countries. They were given an award for reaching 100% job placement for Project Search graduates last year. That means every student who did an internship with Sedgwick County learned the skills needed to find a paid job of at least 16 hours a week after they graduated. It's an incredible accomplishment when you consider the rate of unemployment for people with developmental disabilities is more than double that of people without disabilities. We have a short video now that explains more about Project Search and the people involved.
My name is Montez Miles. My coworkers is the best part. I really enjoy working with them. They're really good people.
We've enjoyed his growth since he's been here. Professionally, socially, it's been good all the way around.
The students go to work from 9 until 2 o'clock. And then in the afternoon, we do journaling and we do a math class. So basically, it's 4 hours of work and 2 45 segments of classwork or academic work.
Individuals with developmental disabilities certainly can work. They're just like everyone else. They have a variety of skills and abilities. That doesn't necessarily mean they can't do the job. And sometimes giving them the opportunity to prove themselves is all you need to find that employee that will stick with you and be a great employee.
All the kids from Project Search, every time they come in here, they've always brought something special. They don't hesitate when you throw work at them. They don't go, oh no, not this again. They just jump right on and do it.
The more types of people we see in the community, the better people accept and understand that even people with disabilities can be productive and a great member of society.
All right. And with that, I'd like to ask Jeanette Livingston and the Project Search team to please come forward to tell us more about their award.
Yeah, please, Jeanette, welcome. Welcome, team.
Thank you. You know, I'd love any opportunity to celebrate our Project Search program here at Sedgwick County, and this really is a remarkable accomplishment. This was for the 22-23 graduating class. They've got 100% employment. Project Search is a very outcomes-based program, and so to achieve 100% is really quite remarkable, and that's all due to the wonderful staff that I'd like to introduce to you now. We have Chris Nichols, who's our Project Search teacher, and Haley Anderson, who's with Vocational Rehabilitation. She's the employment specialist. The third member of the 23 team is no longer with Project Search, but I did want to do a shout out to Natalie Bush. Thank her as well for her work on this. Would either of you like to say anything?
I'll say a few words.
Please do.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here today. Achieving 100% employment that quickly after graduation, within 1 year after graduation, is a huge accomplishment. I had 6 interns that year, 3 at Sedgwick County government and 3 from the hospital via Christie St. Francis, our other Project Search site. Haley Anderson is our counselor that we work with through vocational rehabilitation, and without her support and her constant monthly guidance to the interns and their families, they were able to connect to individuals in the community to help them interview. Haley is instrumental in providing those connections and a resource to help them go through the job search and job placement process. So that's why I wanted to recognize Haley, is because she's a part of our team as well. She's just not seen as much as the rest of us are. So thank you again for having us. We appreciate being here today.
And I'll present to you the award from the conference. Chris was not able to attend, so I wanted to make sure the people that actually did the hard work were the ones that got appreciated. And I think particularly vocational rehabilitation and our teachers probably don't get as much recognition as they really deserve. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah, agreed. Jenna, thank you. You're exactly right. I think this is something that we should celebrate and make the community more aware, particularly of what's happening with Project Search. It's phenomenal work, and it's so enjoyable to see. And we have the celebration and the graduation and some of the things that we do, and it's just fun to see individuals that are really understanding that they have a role in society, and they're valued in society. So this program and these internships, I think, helps to cement that and to tell that story on a broader level. So we are eternally grateful for the work that you do. We celebrate you today, and we're glad you're here to give us an update on all these things. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And that's all for county announcements.
Okay.
Kept it short.
Yeah, it is short. Yeah. I'd like to get a picture. I know we have some guests here. Would you guys be okay with sticking around and we get a quick picture? We can do that. Well, if it's okay with you, Tom, we'll do that right now, if that's okay. I just think it's important to be able to get a picture and celebrate you guys and to be able to tell on our social media platforms all the things that you're doing. So that being said, that's it. Any questions on any county announcements for Stephanie? That was it. Okay, why don't you give us about a 5-minute break? We want to go get a picture and celebrate these guys. Thanks. Opportunity to celebrate our project search team and those interns. That was important. So thank you for that. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Public agenda.
Okay, we had several people sign up for public agenda. It looks as if they've signed up for a couple different topics. One of them is a zoning case. And the zoning case, if you wish, on the zoning case, you can comment on the zoning case on item C. That is the zoning case, and if you're willing to wait till item C, that might be the best bet so we can hear it all together. There'll be an opening. Okay, sounds good. And the rest are for the budget, and we are asking you for the budget. There'll be a public open hearing where we'll entertain all comments on item D. So we'll push all of that. Outside of that, it looks like everybody signed up for either the zoning case or for the budget, so we'll hear those items as they come due. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
New business, item A, public hearing for the proposed adoption of the safety code for elevators and escalators, 2022 edition.
Mr. Chris Labor.
Hey, good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Labor, MABCD. Thank you for taking the time to hear this today with everything else going on. As stated, we're requesting adoption of the 2022 safety code for elevators and escalators in our jurisdiction. This falls into Article 4 of our Unified Building and Trade Code. This adoption would adopt the code as well as local amendments that you will see. This is an American Society of Mechanical Engineers Code, A17.1, and then again the code for elevators and escalators. It is designed to match with our existing International Code Council family of codes, as well as the one uniform code that we do have. And as a reminder for you all and the public, the national codes are updated on a 3-year cycle. And so we review those each time and adopt and make amendments as required to stay current. This just reminds everyone that the new adoption is coordinated across our existing codes. As part of this, too, we do have several codes in review that will be updated in the coming months. So that is also, of course, accounted for when we look at these. The latest adoption of this code version was in December of 2020. That was the 2019 version, which is the code we are currently enforcing, with 16 amendments. This will move us to the 2022 version with 8 amendments, which we're happy to report. We'll have a little bit on that more at the end. This also, and one of the most significant portions of this adoption, is that it meets the revised KSA 44915, which incorporates the Kansas Elevator Safety Act and those standards, which creates a baseline code and a baseline program statewide. So that leaves us with the options to either fold our program in with the state or to at least to meet or exceed their standards in order to maintain our program, which we've elected to and have notified them previously of that being the case. So this does meet the Office of the State Fire Marshal implementation of their program, which took place July 1st. They did go ahead and adopt the 2022 version. We had initially thought they would adopt the 19, so we had held a little bit on our review. Once they went forward with the 22, then we did the same. So this is a public hearing and also seeking approval of the BOCC for the proposed adoption. This is a reminder of the usage of our code and that it does have quite an impact throughout the area, the entire county, as well as a few of our neighboring counties. But we do again see with this code, we are happy that we have no major issues or management issues to report with this in the last few cycles of this code, and that the changes, I stated amendments there, we actually didn't amend anything new to the baseline code, so the changes to the baseline code are relatively minor. This is a breakdown of the review process that we followed. Main task was undertaken by our Board of Electrical Appeals, as well as our Chief of Electrical and Elevator Section, Chris Nordick. A lot of work on that, which we greatly appreciate, especially the program in general that he has maintained through all of this. It includes our industry associates, manufacturers, and the industry engineers. So one interesting piece of this code, as you saw, it's an engineering code. So a lot of involvement there, and especially as new designs are being put forth by engineers, then they're requesting that that pieces of those be included in the code. So there's some unique aspects to this one that we don't see as much in our other codes. Also, of course, coordinated this with the Elevator Constructors Union, which is a statewide union in this case, and then elevator suppliers with their input. Also, as a lot of the code-related items include safety and fire safety, especially in the elevator shaft or in the case of an entrapment, then obviously the county and the Wichita Fire Department were a big part of the review as well. The items that we will highlight, 4 changes, again, want to emphasize that we did not create any of these. We did not amend any of these. These are actually changes to the national code that we have elected to not amend. So first is simply the addition of a the addition of extra lighting in the hoistway is first. So we do believe that most of our elevators already meet this. This would only apply to new elevators. It just sets a standard for the amount of light that is required in the hoistway, again, in case there was a rescue or an emergency situation there. Then the other piece this does add is currently code only requires an on-off switch for that lighting at the bottom of the elevator. This also requires it at the top, since fire department normally accesses that through the top. of the hoistway. Our second is involves pit access, so this would only impact the elevator mechanics. And they are working in the pit, not a lot of room there, not a lot of places to get out of the way if the elevator was to malfunction and come to the bottom. They are not able most of the time to lock the elevator out when they're doing this because they have to move it in order to do their work. There's multiple types of ladders and access areas in there with their safety devices. This is simply a new ad that says if there's a fixed ladder installed in the elevator, it does have to have a safety switch involved so that if there's weight on that ladder, it locks the elevator out, does not allow it to move. Flood protection, a flood protection means was added, and this again, we do not have any elevators right now that are designed and built in a flood area. It could happen. So this would only apply to an elevator that is specifically being put in an area where they know the pit, the area is likely to flood, and it's being built to those flood standards. And this just adds that there has to actually be a sensor and a detection that would sound an alarm if it's in flooding conditions. Lastly, too, so emergency responder radio coverage and then emergency response equipment in general. Up until now, all of that has been required to remain out of the elevator hoistway. New developments, new technology is to the point that equipment can meet clearances and now can be installed, obviously provided it meets specifications, can be installed in the hoistway. So this is an allowance for that. And then lastly, this applies again only to elevators using this, and this is a level of internet control. So like so many other things we see now, there are elevators being designed where the mechanics and those who oversee the elevator have the app on their phone, the app on their tablet that allows them to monitor the elevator, do some routine maintenance remotely in that regard, as well as control the elevator when they are doing work on that. So if the elevator is designed to that and thus has internet connectivity, this enacts some specific requirements for that connectivity to include the way it's used and that it must have cybersecurity. And then lastly, as stated, so we had 8 amendments that we were able to remove this time. We consider those now obsolete. They all, again, involve the hoistway and they involve non-personnel elevators. And we had amendments that referred back to the hoistway requirements for personnel elevators just to ensure that everything was covered there. We see now that the code, the baseline code, covers that, and the only potential that our amendments at that point would have was possibly being redundant or adding requirements that we do not see as necessary at this point. So Chris has removed those, and again, happy to report that now we have a code with only 8 amendments to the national code, and those amendments have been in place for a long time now, which is this is why I didn't brief them today, but Mr. Nordick is here, so he could certainly go over those or answer any questions if we had those. So my recommendation to the commission at this point is that we field any questions, then accept public comment, after which we will recommend that the BOCC adopt the 2022 A17.1 safety code and local amendments as proposed.
Okay, very good, Chris. We appreciate your work on this. Also, specifically want to thank Chris Nordick, who does all of this work for MABCD and is exceptional in the work. So we appreciate does all the inspections, and you have a great team. So sometimes you're a one-man team, but we appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you so much. Okay, before we open up the public hearing, we want to make sure we have room for some questions and comments for Chris. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate the briefing. I just have a couple questions. So these, all of these amendments are part of this updating the code to national standard. On 4 of these were more restrictive, and on 3 of these were less restrictive than that code. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
So that those are code changes, and we're defining in those whether they are more restrictive than the previous code or less restrictive than the previous code.
Okay, so I guess reason I'm confused. For example, let me read this one here. It says, for the remote interaction operation, it says this new requirement allows for remote interaction. So Was the remote interaction required before? Is this a new requirement?
So there's actually, and that's a good question, Commissioner, there's not a requirement for the elevator to have a remote interaction. If that remote interaction is there were previous requirements on that, but they did not include cybersecurity. They were not as extensive as they are now. So those requirements are more robust than they were previously. We did not seek to amend that locally or to lessen that locally. So the code is more restrictive in that area than it previously was.
Okay, so it is more restrictive because going to this updated national code, it is more restrictive, but we have, so compared to where we were, it's more restrictive than where we were, but we have an allowance that allows this, that particular one, allows for the, well, whatever you said here, it allows for remote interaction operation for automatic elevators when connected to the internet. I mean, we have a what you could deem to be something a little bit less than what the code requires, less restrictive or more flexible or something.
I would say we're just following baseline code in that area, but the new code is slightly more restrictive than last cycle of the code.
Okay. Well, anyway, on the cybersecurity one, we're not going to be inspecting for this. We're simply going to be asking them to affirm, if you will, that they have that in place.
And that is correct. So we would verify that in the design, that it's designed with that capability. We would, and we do this in several areas, we would accept a certification that says that they have incorporated that in the design. We would obviously not be able to specifically go back unless we tried to, we don't have the capability to test the level of that security. We would just be accepting their certification that they meet code. That would be from the engineers, and the engineers designing the elevator and the constructors installing the elevator.
On these 7 things, I'm not actually reading the old, if the old code spoke to these in any way, I'm not reading, I don't have that in front of me to see what we had before. But arguably, these 7 things are different than the national code is what we're trying to say here. That's the way I'd probably.
No, sir. So this version of the code has changed in those areas from the last version. We did not amend any of these. We just accepted them in our adoption. To include that, and one reason we want to highlight these, again, they're the changes that we see in the code that will have any level of impact. They're ones that we would consider for amendment. We did not do that, which also includes that the state did not amend these. So that's one reason that we were, an additional reason that we left them as they are.
And we had an advisory board take a look at this, and they approved these recommendations.
Yes, sir.
Which board was that again?
So that's the Board of Electrical Appeals, which includes elevator members.
Do you have anybody from the public or building industry that are on that board? They're not providers, if you will, but they are.
Yes, sir.
Essentially, the people being regulated, were there people on that board that represented, if you will, the public side of this regulation?
We do have a public at large member, and then actually the bulk of that board is electricians, electrical suppliers, master electrical, journeyman electrical.
I will. I'll see if there's anybody who wants to speak on the hearing, but I might have one more comment before we vote. Thank you for your answers to the questions.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments for Chris? We had a briefing. Appreciate the briefing, the detailed briefing. Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Howell, would you?
Well, okay, so I'll probably go ahead and vote for this today, but I am. This elevator code has changed a couple times recently. The last time we updated this, it required new elevators to have video interface, and that was very. It's a big change, if you will, very kind of an expensive change. And what I see right now is the regulations continuing to get more and more, if you will, more control on what happens in this industry. And I'm not sure this is driven because there's an incident somewhere in the country that happened is driving this regulation. I'm not aware of anything here locally or even the state of Kansas that any incident that's happened that's causing these regulations to be increased. But when you increase regulations, you're increasing the cost of doing business. And I don't know, I don't want anybody to get hurt, obviously. But I also don't want to have regulations that increases the cost of doing business that don't have a purpose for existing. One of the things that Republican values is less regulation, more freedom. And this is kind of going the other way. And I feel like we continue to add more and more regulation, even though it says it's less restrictive than something, it's still more regulation than maybe what we used to have. So I just don't know if I like the evolution, if you will, of where these codes are going. They're getting, every time we make these changes, we're getting things to be more expensive for businesses. And again, I can't understand, I can't see this stuff. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I don't know that these are necessary. Some of these things should be probably a choice of the business owner. They could do these things if they wanted to have options. You know, if I buy something, sometimes it comes with options. I choose to get the better options because I see that it's available and I desire that. Sometimes I don't want to have to do that because I have other values. Maybe I say the elevator's only going to get used, you know, in this case, very rarely. And maybe something that's not going to get used very much. I don't want to invest in that because there's not a lot of people who ride that. If it's a tall building and it has very, very busy elevators, I think these options ought be more, more important in that situation. But we should give the business owner some discretion. And right now, we're just simply regulating. Everything has to be done at this higher level. And I don't know that I like where this is going. I'll support it today, but I feel like we need to get the builders essentially to speak up more and say these regulations are costing businesses more money. We need to not simply just adopt these codes because someone out in the far, on the edges of the country thinks it's a good idea.
Okay.
Understand, Commissioner. Some of those options are provided by the type of elevator they choose to have installed. So some of these do only apply if you have that type of elevator installed. To the point of review, obviously incidents are reviewed. I am not aware of any specific incidences that drove these changes. Part of our coordination, which included the mechanics and the manufacturers, or the manufacturers rather, is that their engineering standards and requests from those designing the elevators is what drove most of these changes in this case, which is another reason we were willing to follow with those.
Okay, very good. Chris, these are retroactive? What's being adopted here are they're not retroactive?
Not retroactive,
They're not
correct.
Only for new development, new elevators, new permits.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate you bringing that up. Also on that, I omitted the fact that since the state has already adopted, normally we would wait and implement this 1 January. We are requesting as part of this adoption that we implement it upon publication just to ensure that we were up to state standards. Obviously, any elevators that have already been submitted, already in design, any of that would not be impacted. And as always, that will still give us the option to work with contractors throughout the period of transition there and through the rest of the year. But we do want to go ahead and have this as our published code as soon as possible just to ensure that we meet state standards.
Okay, very good. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, I want to, thank you, Chris. I want to officially open the public hearing and receive any public comment on this specific item. If you come up, you just name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Andrew Crane, Guiding Paws ICT. One of the things on elevators that needs to be also addressed is having the braille for the buttons and making it more accessible. And I know a lot of elevators have the voice, and that needs to be addressed also. Under the ADA Act, guys, there is a standard for elevators. And that. So that needs to be addressed big time. And any elevators that are going in need to be up to standard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you. Anybody else under public comment on this item? Yeah, yeah, please come. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Just state your name and address for the record. Clerk will give you 5 minutes.
Tony Utter, 4237 North Eagle Lake Drive, Bel Air, Kansas. I've been engaged in commercial real estate, brokerage work, and property management for 46 years. Manage a lot of office buildings. Some of them have 2 floors. Some of them, like this building, have 9 floors above ground, plus this one. Just a clarification before I ask any questions. Will this new code apply to existing buildings too, or only new buildings going forward?
Yeah, what we can do, if you want to, Chris, if you want to go ahead, and I think this is probably an opportune time.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So this would be applicable to new elevator installations, new elevators going forward. Now, do note that if there's an elevator renovation, portions of this code would apply, but we have an existing elevator code similar to the way we have the building code that matches those up and ensures that the requirements that the elevator was built under are accounted for when applying the new code.
Very good. Thank you.
Then I don't have a question, just a comment that it appears to me that these measures are not necessarily restrictive, but really expansive and intended to ensure the safety of those who service the elevators and also everyone who uses the elevators. And I think it probably includes everyone in this room. Anyway, thank you for your work. I think it's excellent.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Etter. Okay. Anyone else under public comment for this item? Okay, seeing none, I will officially close the public hearing and move to approve the proposed adoption of the safety code for elevators and escalators.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Thank you again, Chris and Chris, for all the work you did on this. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item B, a resolution authorizing the offering for sale of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds, Series B 2024 of Sedgwick County, Kansas.
Okay. Making her way over is our CFO, Ms. Lindsay Poe-Rousseau.
Sorry, I expected that to be a longer intro like they normally are. Commissioners, Lindsay Poe-Rousseau, your CFO. So before you this morning is a step that's just yet another step in moving forward with an admin building. With me is Garth Herman, our bond counsel from Gilmore & Bell. He is going to explain the resolution to you, but just at a high level, what we're asking you to approve today is a resolution that would authorize the county to move forward with a bond sale for about half of the anticipated cost of an administration building. It would define the parameters for which we would hold a bond sale in early October to be brought to you October 2nd for ratification. One thing I would like to note, and I think Garth will note it too, but it's very important to note that in the backup documentation, we indicate that sale will be October 1st at noon. We're actually going to do it October 1st at 10 a.m. because we think that will give us better access to capital that day. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions I can, but I think it might be best to have Garth Herman speak first and walk you through that resolution. And then if you don't have questions at that time, I would recommend you authorize the resolution for us to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Garth, welcome.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good morning, Commissioners. Garth Herman with Gilmore & Bell, County's Bond Counsel. As Lindsay mentioned, the resolution before you authorizes the sale of your general obligation improvement and refunding bonds, Series B 2024. The main bulk of those bonds are going to be used to finance a portion of the cost of the administrative facility, as Lindsay mentioned. They will also refund a portion of your Series A 2013 bonds that are currently outstanding. That refunding would be done in order for interest cost savings to the county. As she mentioned, adoption of this resolution would authorize the county to hold the bond sale on October the 1st at 10 o'clock in the morning. It also authorizes that sale to be awarded fairly soon after that sale occurs at 10 a.m., so long as the bids meet certain parameters that are set forth in Section 1 of that resolution, specifically that the principal amount of the bonds does not exceed $16,700,000, and the true interest cost on the bonds does not exceed 4.75%. So long as the best bid is within those parameters, and that would authorize either the county manager or the county CFO to award the sale of the bonds on October the 1st. We would then bring the updated bond resolution and bond financing documents to you for your meeting on October the 2nd for consideration and approval. The bond issue is scheduled to close on October the 23rd. So as always, a commission meeting is not required for the closing date, but we would work closely with county staff in order to make sure that the purchase price for the bonds has been received by the county. And at that point, then we will release possession of the bonds over to the actual best bidder and winner of that public sale. And all of that will occur on October the 23rd. So with that being said, I'll pause for any questions that you may have about the resolution of the bond sale process in general, and I'll stop at this point.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Garth. Any questions from commission? Okay, seeing none, we have been briefed on this a few times. We've talked about this and the need for an admin building and the direction that we're heading. Although we don't have decisions on an admin building, we do need to lock away, and this is a designated piece to move us on that journey. Okay. Okay, no other questions? Then I will move to adopt the resolution authorizing the offering for sale of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds, Series B, 2024 of Sedgwick County, Kansas.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner, Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Chairman Lopez. Excuse me. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Thank you. Garth, Lindsay, thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Item C, ZON 2024-00027, zone change request in the county from RR Rural Residential to LC Limited Commercial, located on the east side of North Greenwich Road and 1/4 mile north of East 53rd Street North, Bel Air area of influence.
Okay, good morning. Scott Wadle, welcome.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. So in this case, as you heard, the applicant is requesting to change the zoning of the subject site, which is outlined in the black outline there. They're requesting to change it from rural residential to LC limited commercial. The applicant, this item is being heard today because protests have been received against the application. I'll show you that map in just a moment. In terms of the request, the applicant has indicated that they are requesting the zone change so that they can use the property both for their landscaping business and also as a residence. And that information came up during the MAPC meeting, so you'll see that in one of the MAPC meeting minutes. In terms of the property, the site is located at the northeast corner of Central Street and Greenwich Road in the unincorporated county, and that is in the community of Greenwich. So it's not to be confused with Central and Greenwich and Wichita, which is what I thought of when I first heard of that intersection. So just want to make sure everyone's on the same page here. In terms of the subject site, it consists of one parcel. It is just over 5 acres in size. It's zoned rural residential, currently developed with a single-family house and a large shed or garage structure. And I'll show you that in the aerials here. So here, you can see them there. In terms of the context, properties to the east are zoned rural residential. One of the properties is developed with a single-family house. The other is in agricultural use. Property to the north is zoned rural residential and in agricultural use. Property to the south is zoned rural residential, and it is developed with a church. So you can see the outline there. And then property to the west is zoned M1 Industrial District, and if that sounds unique, that's because it's not one that we typically deal with. That is in the city of Bel Air, Kansas. So you can see the city limits. Yes, the city limits is the pink line right there. And that's currently an agricultural land, as you can see. In terms of the staff report provides information about the property development standards, compatibility setbacks, and the requirement for screening. In terms of review, this one had a little bit of an interesting process. On June 13th, the Bel Air Planning Commission considered the application, and that is because the property is located within the urban area of influence for the city of Bel Air, and I'll show you a map that shows that. So the Bel Air Planning Commission considered it. They recommended approval of the request with a 5-0 vote. One recommendation, with a recommendation that the screening be accomplished with berms and landscaping. No members of the public spoke at that public hearing. On June 17th, the CAB board considered this application. The CAB did not have a quorum at that meeting, so it was unable to make a formal recommendation 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the requested zoning change with concerns about drainage, possible negative impacts of commercial uses, near residential ones, and possible increase of traffic on the gravel roads. On June 27th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for this item. After staff presented the report, the applicant or agent was called upon to speak. Mr. Matt King came to the podium. He appeared to speak on behalf of the applicant, stated his intended uses for the property. Following Mr. King, 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the request with concerns about drainage, impacts of commercial and residential mix, and possible increase in traffic on gravel roads. At this time, concerns regarding Mr. King's authority to speak on the applicant's behalf were raised. Staff reviewed the materials and determined that Mr. King was not listed on the application and did not have the authority to speak for the applicant. Staff recommended that the MAPC defer the item. So at that time, the MAPC did move to defer the item in order to verify Mr. King's status as an applicant's agent, and they did not accept additional public comment. So the item was deferred. On July 11th. The Planning Commission continued the public hearing on this item, and they were able to do that because they had received confirmation that from the applicant that Mr. King was in fact the agent for the applicant and able to speak on their behalf. And we received that in the form of an email, it was in writing. So at that time, they did not restart with Mr. King getting another 10 minutes to present. He had already done that at the prior meeting, so instead they started out with public comment. Individuals from the public who had spoken also at the previous MAPC meeting were not allowed to speak either. So there was 1 additional member of the public who spoke in opposition to the request at that meeting with concerns about possible negative impacts of the commercial uses in residential and increases in traffic. Mr. King, as the applicant's agent, was provided an opportunity to provide a 2-minute rebuttal, which is standard procedure for those public hearings. Following that, the MAPC deliberated and ultimately recommended to approve the request by a 12-0 vote. So after the conclusion of the MAPC review, there's a protest period. 12 protests were received for this case. They added up to just under 18% of the protest area. And again, I'll show you a map of that. So it does not exceed the 20% threshold established by the state. So therefore, the zone change can be approved by a simple majority of 3 out of 5 votes. Now, just a note about the shape of the protest area. I'll make that when we get to the map, but you'll notice because the city limits, it's shorter on one side, longer on another. In terms of the recommendation coming to you from the MAPC is to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission, approve the zone change request, and authorize a resolution to be published. Again, requires just 3 out of 5 votes. Alternatives include the following. You can override the Planning Commission, make alternative findings, and deny the application. That would require 4 out of 5 votes. Or as always, you can return the case to the Planning Commission for further consideration with a statement specifying the basis for the failure to approve or deny the application. That simply requires just a simple majority. So with that, I'll take you through the images and graphics. So here's the zoning map. You can see rural residential. The area in white across from the blue outline here, that is in the city of Bel Air, so we just don't show their zoning, so it's all showing up as white. But again, the property to the west is industrial zoned. So here's the aerial graphic showing the site, church to the south, field to the north, house to the right, to the east. This is a map from the comprehensive plan, and it does not, we got an updated one, unfortunately it didn't get included in here, but this area is in the urban growth area. This just shows the city limits for Bel Air, but it is within the urban area of influence and urban growth area for Bel Air. This is the map from the Bel Air comprehensive plan, showing their proposed uses of recommended of industrial to the west, and then production transport generally to the south, a little bit from this area. This is the protest map. Again, We've kind of got that D shape because the city of Bel Air is located to the west and to the south. So you can kind of see where that truncates it to the west. Oh, and the percentage again, just under 18%. Here are photos from the site. So this is looking towards the site from the west. So this is the large shed/garage structure that's out there. This is the house that's on the property. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east, to the south, and back to the aerial. I do want to note that just prior to the meeting, there was a question that I received about whether there had been any changes to the application. I called to confirm with staff. I thought it was a good question, so I called and I confirmed with staff that we have not received any changes to the application, but what we did receive was an email confirming that Mr. King could speak on behalf of the applicant. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Scott. Before we get into questions, I want to give commissioners an opportunity to disclose any ex parte communication. Commissioner Meister?
Yes, I have had some ex parte communication, I believe, just emails. I don't think I've talked to anybody directly, but there's been a flurry of stuff recently, so I may have, but I've had some. Thank you.
I have had no ex parte contact.
Okay. I have had ex parte communication with individuals in the protest area. I remain open-minded and can make a decision based on the facts of the case.
I've had no ex parte contact.
I do not think I've had any ex parte communication, but I have a lot of email I have not gotten to, so we'll see.
Very good. Okay, Commission, any questions for Scott?
Scott, can I do, in one of the documents that was done on the case back, we received July 5th. Anyway, in that document on like page 3, I know that the planning staff recommended approval, and you've said that Bel Air approved it 5-0, and that MAPC approved 12-0. But my statement, it was interesting that the application for the LC says in their LC district is less intense than what would be permitted in Bel Air's industrial zoning, which is across the street, and can be a buffer between those higher intensity uses to the west and the low density residential to the east. Do you want to comment on that? Is that?
Yeah, so I believe that comes from our staff report, and that part of it is probably the staff report that was sent to the MAPC. So part of what we see in zoning is if there's an industrial district, we often see a buffer district in between the industrial and the residential, because those are generally not compatible uses just in terms of the noise and what's generated there. So we often see either commercial or an office zoning of some type buffering the residential from that industrial.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question before we move to the next step, they indicated, you mentioned right at the beginning, you indicated a landscaping business is what they're going to put in there?
Yes, that's what Mr. King indicated at the MAPC meeting. So he, on the application, I don't believe that information was included in terms of what the specific use would be, but that he elaborated on that at the MAPC meeting, indicating that he owns a landscaping business and he's been looking for a site where he can have a combination of a residence and the business located there. And he's here today, so I'll leave it to him to elaborate more.
Okay, well, that's my only questions to you. I don't know if one of them is the next step, invite the applicant.
Yeah, if there's any other questions for Scott, then we'll open a public hearing and have the applicant. Any other questions for Scott at this point in time? Okay, I'd like to invite the applicant or applicant's agent to come. Just give us your name and your address.
Hello, I'm Matt King, 14415 East Cambria Street. I guess where some of the confusion was is this is currently owned by Sharp Holdings. And back in December, we kind of reached an agreement that I would buy this property from him and kind of start turning it into a business. Well, as I started talking to the county and things like that, I think there's I think you can still use the rural residential threshold if you have under 6 employees. Obviously, we have more than that, not a ton more, but so we started going through the zoning process, and just from the logistics, you have to be the owner of the property to go through the zoning process. So he's the one that did that, and that's where the confusion was, is I thought I was allowed to speak on it. He's kind of letting me handle it, but at the same time, he owns the property. So obviously, this has been a lengthy process, but at the end of the day, my company is Johnson's Legacy Landscapes. We've been in Wichita for 25 years. We're a part of the Johnson's family, the garden centers and things like that. So I purchased the company about 3 years ago. Currently, we have a 4-acre plot at 61st and Ridge Road. We have 0 issues with the city of Mays. We do a lot of things with the city of Mays. Do a lot of things with the high school at the city of Mays. It's obviously I live close to Andover, so I live on the Sedgwick County line in Sedgwick County, but it's a 40-minute drive for me to work every day. So over the past couple of years, I've been looking at properties on the east side, and obviously this came available, and so I thought I'd take advantage of it. So, the reason for the property isn't, it does have a house on it. There's also the possibility that, that we could build out there or, something one day. But really, I have to run a business out of there. And so a lot of the complaints or feedback that I received was drainage. I guess what would be better to fix drainage than a landscape company, So, I don't see that being an issue. I spent a lot of time out there and already have some plans and some stuff drawn up and things ready to go to at least fix that on our portion of the property, which would help obviously alleviate some of the other drainage issues. And then also the added traffic. Obviously, we have to go through this step first, but I've also looked at what it would do to actually have an entrance off of Greenwich, right into the facility on the west side of the property. But obviously, we can't do that until this is taken care of. And secondly, we run 3 landscaping crews and 2 maintenance crews. We have a fleet of about 7 trucks. We're out of our facility by 7 o'clock in the morning. We come back and unload around 4 o'clock, and we don't work weekends. So you would see no additional traffic just between 7 and 8 o'clock and probably 4 and 5 o'clock. And it's right there on the corner, so I don't see what the damage to the roads, things like that would be, because obviously you turn in and you turn right into the property. And then not only that, obviously we have equipment. If we were to rut up the road or whatever, we would fix it. So I will tell you that our property out at 61st and Ridge Road is in pristine shape. It's landscaped well. It's all enclosed in trees. We have, waterfalls and pondless waterfalls and different things. I mean, it's a beautiful property, so it's not like we're going to come in and just make it a construction area or anything like that. So open it up to questions.
Okay. Mr. King, thank you for that feedback. A few questions. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here today. And I understand that you're strictly going to use this as a landscaping business. No other business there, just landscaping?
Absolutely not, yeah.
Okay. My only concern that I have is that this request is to go to a limited commercial for the entire property. Mm-hmm. And limited commercial has a wide variety of different uses that could be put to. And as a result, that the designation of LC runs with the property. It doesn't run with the owner. Mm-hmm. So if you decide to sell it, we don't know what could be in there because it could be anything under LC. So my question for you is, would you object to us limiting it to a landscaping business? Rezone it to LC and limit it to a landscaping business so that all these other multitude of things that could happen in an LC area could never happen, and that would affect.
Absolutely not. Like I said, this is my future home. It's where I want to be for the next 25 years, so I have no problem with that.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
Commissioner Meitzer?
Yeah, Matt, thank you for being here. I don't think we've ever met or talked before.
Yeah.
And, but I appreciate hearing I am familiar with obviously, I think all of us are familiar with the Johnson's Garden and the impact you have in our community. And so congratulations to the family. And I did hear reference of your 61st and Ridge operation. I went out and looked at, you're right, it's quite a operation. And the fact that you mentioned that that's your intent is to duplicate that in the landscaping world is very, it's comforting for for my zoning decision, but it's also complimentary to you and appreciative.
It will take, it's not going to happen overnight, but it'll get there, I promise.
Okay, well, and Commissioner Dennis had pointed that out to me. I think that's, if you're okay with us doing a protective overlay to add that it's for landscaping, and you said you're okay with that?
Yes. Or even if, there's the house that's on there, if you can see from the
Sure.
picture, I've even thought about, obviously down the road, taking that, acre and a half or whatever that's on and separating it into two different parcels, if that would help. Or, like I said, I'm willing to work with
Okay.
Yeah,
Scott, you address that if he wants to.
I'm just saying it's another option if
Sure.
that's something that you.
Well, I'm not sure that we need to do that now, but
So it is a viable option, either of those. So you've got a couple of options that would help allow for him to do what he's expressed his intentions are. You could zone the property LC with no restrictions. That's always an option, and that's the recommendation coming to you. You could place a protective overlay on it, and the protective overlay, if it was, what it would do is it would allow all the uses that are allowed today, plus it would say it would allow for construction, sales, and services as permitted in the LC Limited Commercial District, but not any of the other uses, such as retail, a convenience store, medical offices, those kind of things that are allowed in LC. Or the third option would be to rezone just a portion of the property to LC. Now, if you wanted to do that today, what I would recommend actually sending that back to MAPC or deferring it just so that we can get a better definition of what area he would want to do that with. But that is also another viable option, would allow him to operate the business on one area of the property. So,
But I would, can I talk? Yeah. Sorry. But I'd say that would be maybe a conditional with at least the whatever, just because obviously I've been renting this property for 6 months and haven't been able to do anything to it. So I'd like to start what I need to get done. So that would just be further down the road if that was what you guys asked for. So.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you for letting me come back. Scott, to follow up with what you just said, if you put a protective overlay in, you can keep all the existing requirements that are in there, and that is all the requirements under a residential. So he could build a house without us doing anything, just add the protective overlay, and it limits it to a landscaping business, but he could still build a house. We don't have to have your third option.
yeah, that's correct. No, you don't need to have the third option because it would still have all the rights of rural residential. All of that would still be authorized. So having a house on it is definitely an allowed use.
Okay, so that third option really that would be very cumbersome.
It's an option. I don't know that it's the best fit.
Okay,
but it's an
thank
option.
you.
Very good. Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I am looking at all the material here, and I apologize. I can't see that the Central and Greenwich, are either one of those roads paved right now?
Greenwich is paved. Central is not.
Okay, I'm looking at Lynn Packer. Is that a county road? It is a county road. And do we know what the traffic count is on that road currently? It's not hugely important, but I just want to make it's designed for a certain amount of traffic. And someone mentioned traffic earlier. I just want to make sure that there's, what is the traffic design today, or what is the traffic count today? If we know what those numbers are.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Lynn Packer, your County Engineer and Director of Public Works. That part of Central that's in front of the property in discussion is maintained by Sedgwick County. I do not have a current count on that right now, but it is extremely low. We maintain part of that Main Street and then as well as Central there. 53rd is Bel Air.
The Greenwich is paved, and it's designed to handle what traffic count is it designed to handle on Greenwich, being a paved road?
That can handle up to 10,000 cars a day, not a problem.
Do we have any idea what the traffic count is there today?
No, that is actually within the city of Bel Air.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. King, I don't think there's any other questions at this point in time. Let's just kind of hang close. And what I'll do now is open up the public hearing on this item for those that have signed up. We'll give you 5 minutes. Just state your name and address. Joelle Dreiling. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Joelle Dreiling, 140 North Young Street, Greenwich, Kansas. I am the second property to the right with the pond. You can see the agricultural area behind it where our pond kind of drains into their pond. That's our property right there. I just have a question. If Mr. King is going to move his landscaping business to the east side, is he going to sell the west side business? And if so, that's our main concern with converting this to limited commercial is because limited commercial can be 2.5 acre sites. This is one full 5 acre site. So what happens if he decides he wants to sell? Then we have 2 limited commercial sites butting up to a rural residential area. In addition, the M1 industrial to the west, if you leave that property, rural residential, it provides more of a buffer for the residents of Greenwich because they have more restrictions on what they can and cannot do relative to what they butt up against. So if they butt up against rural residential, they have more restrictions. They can't have driveways going towards the east. They have to have higher fences. Their buildings have to be smaller, shorter, whatever you want to call it. So leaving it rural residential is more of a buffer than not. In addition, you mentioned now a different change mindset where you would like put an overlay on it to where if it's a landscaping business, and I know he says that his landscaping business will help the drainage. I see it as maybe more of a deterrent, but that would cause more. It'll cause more of a strain on the rural residential water because he'll be watering his landscaping equipment. The extra water will be runoff, so on and so forth. So I don't see that necessarily as a benefit. It is the main road in. He talked about if you convert it to limited commercial, that he was going to do a driveway off of Greenwich, which means all headlights will be going into the residential area. So I'll be seeing a lot of headlights early in the morning. He mentioned that his crew shows up early in the morning and leaves late at night. So early in the morning, we'll have a lot of headlights. Those are kind of my main concerns. We already talked about the traffic. There hasn't been a traffic study. We talked about the roads. Sedgwick County maintains the roads. I just don't like the fact that there's tons of commercial opportunity in this area. I don't think we need to convert a rural residential area into a limited commercial entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dreiling. Appreciate your comment. Next up, Mr. Rob Dreiling. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rob Dreiling, 140 North Young. My wife kind of explained the area where we are at. We've been out there at least a year, and we've done a lot of work to that property. And I have been in contact with Sedgwick County. How many people know where Greenwich is at today? Raise a hand. There's not a lot of people that know where it's at. So it is a slice of heaven out there. I mean, it's real close to Top Golf. It's awesome. It's fun. But we want to keep it that way. When does it stop? All that commercial, Bel Air has interest, but they don't want us. Sedgwick County wants to maintain part of us, but not all of us. So help me understand. The drainage is, I have 60 acres coming through my property that is draining into my property. The culvert is not big enough. The study's been done. The road can't handle the weight of the commercial properties that are coming through. That's already out there. There's a grandfathered commercial property. You can't see it on the map. It already has a lot of traffic, so it's not minimal traffic. It's a lot. They tear up the road. You can ask Sedgwick County how many rubble strips we go through, all that stuff. and my wife kind of spoke to the M1, that's kind of concerning. That how much more are you going to keep changing Greenwich along the way, let alone the process of this we went through. I mean, the signs were up 2 days. And how long did they need to be up? We got a letter stating it had to be up for a while. They weren't. We went on vacation. Our neighbors told us about it. We got back, and they were gone. So I was like, didn't know anything about it. Got the letter. Followed up. You're right, Bel Air approved. Well, we didn't go to that one. We went to the cab, not a quorum. The citizens spoke on our behalf and did not agree. Because at that time, there was no intentional use. Okay, but during the process, as he said, the second MAC, or MAP, whatever meeting, they approved a new person to speak. Well, that was nowhere in the process until then. Well, that time I had a business trip. Well, you change the documents again. Well, how often can you keep changing documents without us knowing and the citizens that what is happening behind our backs? So I just want to know, how is this process supposed to help us if we're supposed to come learn your process and understand all the links of the COVID process, of all your websites, all your links, all your documents, and keep up with it. So thank you.
Very good, Mr. Dreiling. Thank you for comment. A question, Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. and Mrs. Dreiling, I was going to mention kind of, Mr. Dreiling, what you just brought up. I've been around zoning cases for 11-ish years, and so is Commissioner Dennis. And I apologize for we didn't have a quorum at the cab, and I was out of town on a business meeting as well. And I apologize for the confusion at the MAPC and the process you went through. It was not typical of what happens. And I want to apologize for all of us on that process of confusion. And I understand your anxiety about that. And so my apologies. But now that we've gone through this part, you have had your chance to speak, at least to us who are the final decision makers. And I think that the process that we're under now kind of catches up, or is the due process in the planning and zoning process. So not to over apologize, but I recognize it and apologize for it. So that's all.
Okay.
But you want to give him just one more minute?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
happy to.
I'll call him back, Mr. Dreiling.
Yeah, since you directed a question, a comment to him, I'm happy to.
Okay.
Mr. Dreiling.
Thank you.
So help me understand, the average person is not going to go through the detail we went through to go find all this stuff or keep up with this. So how is it the process of us to keep us educated on that information as it's supposed to flow? How is a document supposed to be started and the process says it's supposed to be complete when entered?
Yeah.
And it's not. It's modified after the fact.
Sure.
So it's not that I'm allowing, great, you got my voice today, because I couldn't meet a couple of them because of business trips. But I just want to make sure that that next person, it's not about us. It's about, you guys don't live there. It's about what you decide today is the future.
Well, sir, and changes in a planning, just like what we've talked about, what Commissioner Dennis said, to even condense it further into in this case, a landscaping business, changing a zoning and planning at the final decision deal is not uncommon. That can happen.
I understand that, but
so,
where do the citizens get to know that?
Scott, you want to address that?
Sure. Yeah, and I think it's a good question. So first off, I think there's two parts. Number one, what about notification? And number two is about the process in terms of the application and changes. The first one in terms of notification is that there's a notice letter that is sent out in the county 1,000 feet for county cases. Right. In addition, there's a public notification that's provided in the official newspaper. We also publish the agendas online, so we've got information that way. And we have some information on our website where you can search for it. In terms of the sign is actually not required for county cases. It's a courtesy that the applicant can do. There's some conversation about making it a requirement, but as of yet, it is a courtesy. The other thing, too, is that it's a policy of the MAPC that has that sign requirement even where it applies in the city. And at that point, it's up to the MAPC to determine whether or not they're going to defer the case is really I think the largest penalty that they can impose to someone on that.
Okay.
The other thing then is in terms of the changes to the application, he's correct in that you're not allowed to make a change to an application, but the caveat is that the change to the application is that you can't come in and request a multifamily zoning and then halfway through the process change it to be industrial. But what you can do is you can change who is going to represent you or speak on your behalf. And in this case, what happened is that the applicant, the property owner, indicated that now Matt King can speak for him. And so that was what happened on this one.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
That happened 3/4 of the way through the process. Yep. That change happened after the July 11th meeting, and where it got deferred, that's when the change happened. So now he can speak and then get approved. So I'm a little concerned that we're able to add that far into the process. It did not happen at Bel Air, did not know what was going on, did not happen at the cab, did not know what was going on, happened at the first one he spoke. I'm not against him. I'm against how the process went to help us.
Okay.
So that's what I'm up against.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else would like to speak on this public hearing for this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing portion of this item. Give the applicant an opportunity to answer any more questions. If the applicant doesn't need any more questions, we'll bring it back to the bench.
Just to kind of clarify, just because I'm trying to be upfront about this whole thing, I didn't speak at the first two hearings either, so they didn't get to hear my side of the story either. So not saying that that's right, wrong, or indifferent, but I didn't even know about the first two meetings. But other than that, I just want everybody here, and obviously I've had a few conversations with them, before or after, a meeting or whatever. That, like I said, my plans aren't to go in and do anything, unbelievable, and the best interests of the area are in because I want to keep it looking nice as well.
So good. Thank you, Mr. King. Okay, bring discussion back to the bench. Any questions or comments from commission? Or a motion? Okay, Commissioner Meister.
Okay, thank you again, everybody. And I know we have a zoning case today that's on budget day, which was a little bit added, but we did need to do that. Thank you. Yes. I'd like to make I want to make a request. It's option number 2, I think, right? To approve the zone change with a protective overlay limiting to landscaping on this zoning case. Is that worded correctly?
Commissioner Meister, Justin Wagner, County Council. I would defer Scott Wadel's comments on that.
I was hoping he was going to take it, but
I can restate it. I've got. Let me restate in maybe a clearer. So I retract that first motion. My motion is I move the board approves the zone change request, but with a protective overlay containing the following conditions, being landscape business. And that would be my motion.
And sir, if I could, just a staff clarification that in order to limit it to landscape business and then the residential, what I would advise is that the protective overlay would state the following: that uses on the site would be limited to those permitted by right in the rural residential district, so therefore they can do all of those uses. In addition to construction, sales, and services, as permitted in the LC district. And the reason why we add construction, sales, and services is because that's probably the defined use in the zoning code that best matches with landscape business. And then also that signs would adhere to the Sedgwick County sign code per the rural residential district, so therefore they can't do commercial signs.
Madam Clerk, did you get that language? Well, what Scott just described is my motion.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Howell?
Before you go, Scott, so I'll support the motion, and I want to make a comment, I guess, before I vote, and that is, I do see the point of the signs in the community that notifies people who may not get a letter. There may be people who are interested but aren't going to get a letter. I think that's appropriate for us to put those signs up. So I know this isn't part of this case necessarily, but just a side comment here. I think we need to take that up as an issue, and I would like to see in the county a requirement for signs to be part of the process to notify the public who may not receive a letter. Second, by the way, I'll just use the word inclusive. That's more inclusive, right? I think it's also more transparent. And I think those are very good words. And in this particular case, the folks involved in this on both sides, the proponents and the opponents, had 5 opportunities or 5 really expectations to appear before different bodies at different times. And that's a huge interruption in your life. You have to take off work and get all your ducks in order and know what to say and keep track of all that. I feel sorry for the opponents in this case, because that is a lot of navigation, and I think we're asking a lot. At least 2 of these stops I think were unnecessary. They had to go 5 different places in this case to get before us today. I think that's too much. I think we should simplify the process, and I think we should be more inclusive in letting people speak. It doesn't bother me that someone, whether he was the owner or wasn't the owner, doesn't really matter to me. I think if he had an opinion to speak, whether it spoke in the first meeting or the last meeting, I don't care. His opinion, his voice is important, any meeting that he wants to attend. So in terms of being inclusive and transparent and try to simplify things, I would rather see us discuss, I'm not sure the appropriate time, maybe a staff meeting, about advocating for sign requirements for our county cases, encouraging more people to be able to speak at these meetings, and then simplifying how many stops they have to make before they get a conclusion on their case. And by the way, it could have been worse. If this motion doesn't pass, we could send this back to MAPC and you'd have 2 more meetings, there again and back here again. So again, that potentially could be 7 stops. And I just think from the perspective of any applicant or any opponent to a situation, to have to go to 7 different meetings and make your case is just asking too much. With that, I'll be supporting the motion this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Scott and team, and those that spoke today. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we are going to pause, as aforementioned, we're going to pause the Sedgwick County Board of County Commission meeting, and we're going to enter the fire governing body of Fire District Number 1. So I officially call the meeting to order for governing body of Fire District Number 1, August 21st, 2024. Madam Clerk, first item, please.
Roll call. Commissioner Meitzner.
Present.
Commissioner Dennis.
Present.
Commissioner Howell.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Chairman Beatty.
Present. Next item.
Public agenda.
Okay, for those that want to sign up and speak for public agenda on the budget for the governing body of Fire District Number 1, I want to encourage you to speak in item B so we can keep all the comments together for the budget. So if we'll wait till item B for public comment, okay, good. So next item then.
Appointments. Item A, accepting the resignation of Jim BENAGE from the Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 Steering Committee as recommended by the City of Bel Air.
Okay, Mayor BENAGE has served on the steering committee, has done great work, great service. He's very active, and obviously the City of Bel Air is a wonderful partner in our fire district. But he is asked to resign, so we'll have an appointment available. Mr. Wagner, can you give us the details?
Sure, Chairman. Very briefly, the recommended action is just to accept the resignation on this.
Okay, very good. And can you tell us, Justin, was this an at-large? What was this pick for Mr. Mayor BENAGE?
It's my understanding that this is one that was specifically for the city of Bel Air. We had certain cities in Fire District Number 1, and he was their appointment, so they would need to come forward.
So we
with a
have an opening
replacement.
for the city of Bel Air.
That's
okay,
correct.
that we'll work to fill. Okay. Well, I will move to accept the resignation of Jim BENAGE from the Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 Steering Committee.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. And again, thank you, Mayor BENAGE, for your work on the steering committee. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
New business, item B, public hearing regarding the 2025 Fire District Number 1 budget and proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of revenue neutral rate resolution.
Okay. I am officially opening the public hearing regarding the 2025 Fire District Number 1 budget and the proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of a revenue neutral rate resolution. Please note, as I mentioned, that if you wish to provide oral testimony in the Fire District 1 budget and the proposal for the Fire District to levy a tax in excess of the revenue neutral rate, this will be your opportunity to provide that public comment. So the first speaker in the public hearing will be Sedgwick County Manager Tom Stoltz.
Good morning, Chairman and Commission. Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office. The statement I am going to go over here pertains to item B and C on fire agenda today. This morning is the second public hearing on the 2025 recommended budget for Sedgwick County Fire District Number 1 and the first and only required hearing on the recommended budget's proposed tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Fire District Number 1's recommended operating budget totals $30,140,800. This budget will be supported with a property tax levy of $22,171,711, which is approximately equivalent to 17.000 mills based on the estimated assessed valuation and subject to technical adjustments. This would exceed the revenue neutral rate for the fire district, which is at 16.338 mills. As part of your ongoing public hearing, I recommend you allow interested taxpayers an opportunity to present oral testimony, receive public comment, approve the resolution to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, close the public hearing once it is over, and receive and file for public.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Stoltz. Public hearing is now officially open. So we would receive public comment on the fire district. This is for the fire district. Again, we'll come back to the Board of County Commission meeting for Sedgwick County Government. This is for our Fire District Number 1. So for those that would choose to speak in public comment or in the open hearing, you have 5 minutes. Just state your name and address, and our friendly county clerk will let you know when the 5 minutes is up. So, yep, first up, Mr. Kyle McHugh.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Kyle McHugh. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of Sedgwick County Firefighters Local 2612. I'm just kind of here today on behalf of our membership of Local 2612 to express the appreciation of the progress that's been made over the last couple of years regarding certain things. Just to name a few. A seat at the table to listen to the rank and file on key issues. Our pay, very tumultuous over the last few years with the market kind of blowing up, and a lot of good conversation and back and forth to address us. And of course, you guys deal with the other 40 plus departments over the last few years as well. We're no different. Continuing to improve apparatus for our fleet over the last couple of years. It's a lot of money and just the dedication to the infrastructure we appreciate. Adding a third mechanic position this year has been huge for our staff downtown in the garage to keep our trucks going. A training captain position that was long overdue. I personally believe that that's paying off in spades, just with the uniformed, the training that is going on, and just the different aspects that the person in that position brings to the table. It's unmeasured and amazing. The FTEs that have been added to more adequately staff our stations. the decision package items that we expect that we'll go through in a little bit will be huge for our staff. Basically, to kind of wrap some of this up, all of what was just mentioned directly benefits the employees in about every aspect, whether it's home life and just the operational day-to-day stuff, but ultimately affects the taxpayers too. That's our number one of why we signed up to do what we do. In my opinion, we're in a great spot. Possibly the best spot in the history of the fire district with different things, so much so that there's a proposed mill levy a decrease with the volume of revenue, which is a great thing. As kind of touching again, the entry-level firefighter salary market has vastly increased in the region over the last few years, and a few years ago we were in a very bad spot, and albeit crunched for time during that summer. And appropriate actions were taken by the governing body, and those they're much appreciated to truly stabilize the roster for the fire district. Local 2612s appreciate the acknowledgement of the steering council's recommendation for our scale adjustment last week and beyond. The scale adjustment would keep SCFD number one employees competitive as local and other regional fire departments continue to stay competitive, and I think it's a step in the right direction to maintain that. The fire district is growing more than ever, and there's still work to be done. Kind of lastly, our union's mission, as we've kind of established some relationships or reestablished relationships, is to continue and build those relationships with the governing body, with administrations, the county fire department chiefs, and just build those relationships to collaborate on achieving those common goals just for the future, and just continue to work forward or work together to move forward. So thank you for your time.
Yes, very good. Lieutenant, thank you, and please thank all those folks that you work alongside, your peers in Sedgwick County Fire Department, for all the work they do. We're incredibly proud of the work that you guys do, and we're grateful for your service. So thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate you. Okay. Is there any additional individuals that would like to provide testimony during this public hearing for the fire district? Hello, good morning. If you just give us your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Mary Fulcaro. I live at 555 North Bear, Wichita, Kansas, 67212. This here says that for the fire district number 1, Sedgwick County, there is a 1.13 MB increase. What is MB?
Not sure where.
Over and above, last year. Is that millions or?
Well, I'm looking to the smartest people in the room to give me.
It says 1.13 MB.
13 MB. Give us 1 second, and then we'll find some of that information for you,
Oh,
certainly.
okay.
If you have any while we're looking that up, if you have any additional comments, we'd love to.
I'm gung-ho for anything to help the fire department and help our city. I would like that there be definitely included in it that there's raises, for all of the employees. Because I think to keep a staff, you've got to pay correctly and be competitive.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, you're welcome to stay here. I'm just going to try and answer your questions. So I'm Lindsay Peruso. I'm the CFO for the county.
Yes.
So we think what you are looking at is the levy increase. And so, that's the size of the file.
Oh.
But so if you look at that, what it's just trying to, the levy itself, the dollar value of the levy went up about $1 million. So that's what we think that figure is, if that helps.
Okay.
That makes a lot more sense. I was stumped too.
Idea. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for naivety here. So do you incorporate then that they would definitely get raises?
Yeah.
That it wouldn't just all go for administrative?
So once you're done with public comment, I'm happy to, once you're done with your, there you go. Part of the decision packages we're entertaining today do include compensation adjustments with our fire department. It's also important to be really clear that the fire district number 1 is separate than the Wichita Fire Department. The Sedgwick County Fire Department serves 13 cities in the fire district, and it's all outside of Wichita and the unincorporated area. But part of the motions and part of the conversation we're having in the recommended budget does, in fact, include some compensation adjustments. Very, very important. So thank you for your comments. Okay, is anyone else would like to speak on the fire district number 1? Okay, I will close the public hearing for the fire district and ask for any comments from the bench.
Chairman, if you would, I would suggest leaving the public hearing open for the time being and closing it after you've taken a roll on the vote at that point in the process. I know that's a little atypical for our hearings, but in these matters, I think that's most appropriate.
Okay. So the public hearing is still open then. Any comments from the bench? Okay, I will move to adopt the resolution to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2025 Fire District 1 budget.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item C, adoption of the 2025 Sedgwick County Fire District 1 budget.
Okay. As previously mentioned, the public hearing regarding the 2025 Fire District number 1 budget is still open. And it's on the proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and the adoption of a revenue neutral rate resolution, which just took place. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony on the budget, that is still open and available to you during this line item. Manager Tom Stoltz.
Chairman, I think you're ready now to hear public comment. We went over the numbers on the last item, so we're ready to hear from the people.
Okay. All right. Bring discussion to the bench for motions or on this budget. Okay, Commissioners, we've kind of talked through the budget process of some of the thoughts on Sedgwick County Fire and the Fire District number 1. We heard some testimony from Lieutenant McHugh about the progress that's been made in the fire district with our firefighters the last few years. Steps plans, compensation adjustments. Now we've added FTEs. We've reclassified captains. We're entertaining an option for advanced provider pay. And due to the growth of the fire district, we're also going to be able to lower the mill levy, which is a significant thing for those constituents and those taxpayers in the fire district. As mentioned, and I'm in agreement, the state of the fire district and Sedgwick County Fire Department is healthy. There's been a lot of work to do that from staff, chief, your staff, firefighters, and this fire board. My goal is to keep the momentum and maintain the competitiveness for our fire department. So after seeing what Wichita Fire Department is proposing, what Derby Fire Department with other fire departments in the area are proposing, I see it as a necessity to make an adjustment here in 2025. We had talked about doing a plus 2% sliding scale in 2026. What I'm asking, and we'll shortly make a motion for, is to make that, instead of 2026, to push that into 2025 and do that in 2025. This will help us stay competitive in the fire district on compensation and keep the momentum going. So I move that the fire step plan receive a 2.0% scale adjustment and the necessary budget authority be transferred from the fire district contingency to the operating budget to accommodate the increase.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Aye. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, motions before, and I'll be happy to make a final budget adoption motion. Okay, before I do that, Lindsay, would you just clarify on my motion language that these numbers are going to be correct after that motion?
Say that again, sir. I apologize.
I'm looking at making a motion to adopt the fire budget that will include the operating budget of $30,140,800 with the property tax levy of $22,171,711. Anything we do with that previous motion change those numbers?
No. What you're going to do is authorize budget authority to be transferred from a contingency, which is budgeted at $5 million, and that's a part of that $30 million figure. We will transfer a portion of that to fire personnel so that it can be used for their operating budget.
Okay.
So it does not change the overall
Very
total.
good. Okay. All right, Commissioners, before I make a motion on budget adoption, any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. I move we adopt the resolution for the 2025 Fire District 1 budget that includes an operating budget of $30,140,800. The total operating budget is partially funded with a property tax levy of $22,171,711, which is approximately equivalent to 17.000 mils based on the estimated assessed valuation, subject to review and technical adjustments.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. We have a budget for the fire district. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Other.
Commissioner Howell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just wanted to make a comment. I think that was a great budget for the fire district, and I appreciate being able to advance that change from 26 to 25. I think that was the right thing to do, and I'm glad to support that. I don't think it was stated strongly enough that this is a reduction of the mill levy. That last year, it was 17.883 mils, and this year, what we just passed a moment ago was 17.000. That's a reduction of 0.883 mils. And so again, on the data I've got in front of me, going back to at least about 15 years, this is the lowest mill levy. I'm not sure how far back this goes before this might say this is the lowest mill levy we've had in Sedgwick County Fire District number 1. But I know on the county side, we're talking about a 27-year low record, if you will. I don't know what it is for the fire district, but this is a significant reduction in the mill levy. And I think we need to continue this because I think eventually we get this low enough, we can encourage some of those communities that have other options, bring them back into the fire district. And that would solidify and stabilize the fire district organization long term. So again, I think it's a great goal to continue to lower the mill levy. And today, what we did today was a significant change in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Anything else under other for the fire district?
Chairman, if I may make a comment. I don't believe you ever technically closed the hearing on the R&R and budget hearing. And clearly you afforded the public an opportunity under the statute, right. So no concerns there. It might just be best on the record to close that hearing.
I'll make sure we do that, yeah. Well, why don't I finish other? That way we can get some comments in and then we'll do it. Do we have anybody else under other? I would just simply say that I mentioned it after Lieutenant McHugh had spoke, but this is a big step for the fire district as a constituent in the fire district. And talking to fire district cities and those in unincorporated Sedgwick County, this is a big deal that we have a healthy fire department. There's something that we passed in this budget that I want people to be aware of. It's actually an advanced provider pay plan, a stipend, to where we will actually reward our firefighters to actually have advanced provider credentials, paramedics. As someone who lives in the fire district in unincorporated Sedgwick County, just to be frank, I don't care if there's an emergency at my house. I don't care if they show up in a white ambulance or a red fire truck. I want the first people on scene to have the most training, the most capacity to do the job. Knowing that we have great EMS that will be coming as soon as they can as well, this is a big deal for people that live in the fire district to know that we are equipping our firefighters to do their job as well as they can and to make sure that our community is safe. So again, we have taken significant steps in the fire district to make sure that they are competitive. And again, I believe that we have the best fire department in the entire state. I've said it publicly and I'll continue to say it. I think they're wonderful at what they do. So anything else under other? Then I will officially take action to close the public hearing and ask our county clerk to call the next item.
Executive session.
No executive session. So I will officially adjourn the Fire District number 1 and bring us back to Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioner meetings and ask our county clerk to call the next item.
Item D, public hearing regarding the 2025 Sedgwick County budget and proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of revenue neutral rate resolution.
Okay, as previously done before, I'm going to open the public hearing regarding the 2025 Sedgwick County budget and the proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate and adoption of a revenue neutral rate resolution. Please note that if you wish to provide oral testimony on the Sedgwick County budget and the proposal for Sedgwick County to levy a tax in excess of the revenue neutral rate, this is your opportunity to provide public comments. The first speaker in the public hearing will be Sedgwick County Manager Tom Stoltz.
Thanks, Chairman. Similar to the county fire budget, this statement pertains to item D and E on the general agenda. This morning is the second public hearing for the 2025 recommended budget and the first and only required hearing on the recommended budget's proposed property tax levy in excess of the revenue neutral rate. Sedgwick County's recommended operating budget is $563,444,425. This budget will be supported with a property tax levy of $199,561,417, which is approximately equivalent to 28.659 mills based on the estimated assessed valuation and subject to technical adjustments. This would exceed the revenue neutral rate for Sedgwick County, which is 26.784 mills. As part of your ongoing public hearing, I recommend you allow interested taxpayers an opportunity to present oral testimony, receive public comment, approve the resolution to levy a property tax exceeding the revenue neutral rate, close the public hearing once it is over, and receive and file public comments.
Okay, thank you, Tom. As mentioned, we're in the beginning of the portion of the public hearing that provides interested taxpayers the opportunity to present oral testimony. Each speaker shall be afforded 5 minutes to provide those comments, and we just ask that you give your name and your address when you come to the podium. First up, Mr. Victor Hogstrom. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. Victor Hogstrom, PBS, Kansas. I hope your favorite public television station that serves over 400,000 homes statewide and with a huge audience for this meeting. Sedgwick County's meeting broadcast is very important to the viewership. I understand, and trust me, we understand the importance of budget management because we are a nonprofit public television station and we have to raise 74% of our budget locally. That's a tall order. And with that in mind, I'd like for you to seriously reconsider your proposal to eliminate the broadcast, and with several other reasons, of course. The broadcasts on PBS Kansas serve as a critical platform for county residents to stay informed and engaged with local governance, impacting close to 9,000 homes when you broadcast this program. And let me add that the 9,000 homes are only the Nielsen results through the broadcast. It does not take into consideration the other platforms such as YouTube, AT&T, live streaming, and all of these other platforms. So if you were to make an estimation, the numbers would be much, much higher. We've been broadcasting this county commission meeting for 40 years. 40 years. Why? Because it is so important, and you know that it is important to the constituencies that you serve. That's why it's been on for 40 years, and people depend upon it. So you have so many viewers that will be deprived of the opportunity of watching these broadcasts as you present them. When you broadcast this meeting, there's transparency, there's accountability, and an opportunity for community members to participate in the decision-making process that directly affect their lives. By tuning in, residents can observe firsthand the discussions and decisions made by you, our elected officials, fostering a deeper understanding and involvement in local issues. Now, transparency, accountability, and civic engagement is another consideration. The broadcast of Sedgwick County weekly meetings or bi-weekly meetings are a cornerstone of transparent governance, as you know. They allow citizens to witness the deliberations and actions, ensuring that public officials remain accountable to the people they serve. Informed residents are better equipped to participate in community discussions and advocate for their needs. The meetings cover a wide range of topics, as you all know, from education through infrastructure and economics. And by broadcasting these meetings, PBS Kansas empowers residents to become more active and engaged citizens, in encouraging them to voice their opinions, attend public hearings, and contact their representatives with concerns and suggestions. The potential loss of these broadcasts would be a significant blow to the community because it would be denying inclusiveness and transparency, and you don't want to do that. I know you think that putting these meetings on some social media platform may be the answer. That's not the answer. The viewership you receive from PBS Kansas is much, much higher when you include all of the platforms. Yes, social media may help for a few young people, but think about it. The people who watch this meeting are the influencers, the decision makers, and the people who you probably want to really listen and pay attention to these meetings. So the absence of televised meetings would reduce transparency, it would hinder accountability, and diminish civic engagement. It would also disproportionately affect those who rely on these broadcasts to stay informed. There will also be a financial impact on PBS Kansas. We have to raise 74% of our budget. And ladies and gentlemen, PBS Kansas, the $80,000 we receive from the broadcast of this meeting, I want you to know that we also make an in-kind contribution. This is about half the cost. The rest of it we contribute because we believe in the importance of this broadcast for the community. I mean, several of you have been on PBS Kansas and you've gotten the feedback as to viewership. How much feedback have you gotten? Tremendous feedback, some of you. And that's a measure, a small measure of what you get when you put this meeting on television. And so, again, I'll ask you to please reconsider your public television station, which is a tremendous resource to our community, and eliminating this meeting, I would say, will be setting us back financially also.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Hoekstrom, thank you, sir. A couple comments. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Victor, thank you for testifying this morning. When you said 9,000 homes, is that over the air? How do they get that number?
It's cable and over the air. And that's only Nielsen. There are so many measuring sticks used these days. That does not include the YouTube viewership because and other platforms that there are about 10 or 12 platforms that carry PBS Kansas.
And to be clear, we're talking about YouTube TV, where you guys have a channel on the YouTube TV application, not necessarily the county YouTube channel. You're talking about YouTube TV that is
no. YouTube now has a special subscription service.
Right.
That
actually, I have subscribed to it.
Yeah, that a lot of people watch.
I guess what I'm saying is, when you say YouTube, we understand you're talking about the KPTS YouTube channel, or
no, it's the national YouTube service.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, it's not Sedgwick County's page. It is someone else. You're not adding, because our page would be in competition with what you're talking about today.
Right. No.
Just a point of reference here, there's 9 people watching on YouTube, on Facebook right now, and 46 on YouTube. So 55 people are watching at the moment. And I just want to make a point, 9,000 is a pretty good number. And again, that 9,000, what I'm actually wondering is, I know that you guys broadcast statewide. There's repeats of that broadcast that happened during the week. There are some shows like Kansas Week and other shows that inform people about Kansas politics and things like that. I am a pretty big fan. Also, the veterans work that you do. There's a lot of focus on helping veterans get recognition and to help veterans the way that the station has done that. So I'm actually been a pretty big fan. I am very concerned about our budget. This is hard for me. I don't know what other commissioners have opinions here, but I am kind of on the fence here, and I would love to see if there's others that support this. I might be willing to be persuaded to move the other direction. So I'll just take that with my colleagues to consider. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Victor. Appreciate you. Okay. Next up, Ms. Celeste Reset. And then after Ms. Reset will be Barb McGuire.
Good morning, Celeste Reset. I'm a Wichita native, 2239 North Tea Time Court. I want to begin by thanking staff. I'm an accountant, so I appreciate getting my own copy of the budget and answering numerous questions. I still have a few more, but thank you. Appreciate it. So my concern is, of course, that we're increasing property taxes. Today, we're voting to exceed revenue neutral, which means I don't care what you call it, I'm going to pay more in taxes because the assessed values on Sedgwick County homes went up 7% in 2023 and went up 9% in 2024. So the amount I'm paying on my home is going up, which is a burden on those on fixed incomes and also those in a lower income tax bracket. And that's the area that we need to boost the most because we have low home ownership and it's actually declining in Sedgwick County. I've been reading the budget. So we're going in the wrong direction for home ownership, which is the first piece of equity a family has to pass on to their family and to maintain economic stability. So I'm alarmed at the directions we're taking in Sedgwick County. The first thing I'm going to talk about, and this has been politicized, is I look at the biggest expense we pay right now, which could be used to help with KPTS funding, with the cultural arts cut we take of $2 million on the zoo and exploration place. I'm looking at page 344, and I see where our inmate expense, it's called inmate medical services, is costing us $7 million a year. And the Department of Corrections also had another number of $4 million we're paying out as we take care of inmates that come under our care that have no insurance. So I'm going to start right here and say we need to hammer on the state to get Medicaid expansion. And I don't understand why we don't talk about that, because if we had Medicaid expansion, we could use federal tax dollars that are out there right now to be used to help with this cost. So number one, I see a problem right there in that our state legislators don't support Medicaid expansion because we wouldn't have to take cultural arts cuts if we had some coverage here. The other thing I want to talk about that I see, because again, you're dealing with an accountant, is I see that trial expenses are going up 25%, almost $1 million increase. And so one of my questions is, I'm wondering if this is due to increased crimes that are specialized in the areas of sex trafficking and domestic violence, because that was a huge jump in the budget. It's under trial expenses, but I can ask these questions later while I'm here. Another thing I saw is that we have a premier regional forensic science center, and I support public safety. I took the Citizens Police Academy, so I actually toured, and I know how awesome that regional forensic science center is. But I don't understand why we're having a revenue decrease. And I saw that we're not meeting the limits that are required for forensic autopsies and for drug tests. And I'm like, what happened to all these grants and opioid lawsuits? And I saw that it's actually that revenue is going through the county counselor's office. Aren't we passing that on to cover our expenses in the Regional Forensic Science Center? And why aren't we getting more revenue through grants or whatever, or service fees for that area? So one thing I'm going to hit you with is we're leaving dollars on the table while we're cutting cultural arts. And I can tell you, as much as I volunteer to beautify downtown flower beds that, at my expense and others that help me, if you don't have a beautiful county and a beautiful city with Exploration Place and the regional zoo to attract visitors, you are not going to see that city or county grow. So I'm very disturbed that we haven't looked a little bit harder to find other sources of revenue to offset these cuts to cultural arts. So I'll end with that. I think there needs to be a little bit more fiscal responsibility. I don't care what media platform you use. I hate to see these cuts to KPTS, and I'm going to admonish you to do a little bit fine-tooth combing through the budget to see why we're not taking advantage of some of these, like I said, opioid lawsuits, Medicaid expansion that could help with the budget crisis we're facing. Because ultimately, taxes are going up, and we are exceeding the revenue neutral state. Thank you.
Very good. Questions or comments? Commissioner Howe. You might hold on 1 second, Celeste.
I don't want to get too involved in a Medicaid expansion debate here, but the state of Kansas has not taken that up for a couple of reasons. It is, the proponents will say it puts 150,000 people who don't have medical care, puts them on, gives them a medical plan, and this would help our jail inmates. There actually is another way to solve that problem. We have legislative efforts trying to get the state to address the issues of inmates specifically, not with Medicaid expansion, but there is a way that the state could address their medical so they don't actually lose, if you will, what they have on the outside and start over getting it from property tax funds. And so there is an effort on the part of the county to get that addressed by the legislature, but Medicaid expansion I don't think is the answer. On top of that, there's a number of offices that the state mandates that we fund through property tax dollars that they should be taking ownership of. And we have some ongoing discussions about that. In fact, I have a couple of motions later today that is going to address at least part of that today. I was asked, Tom, if you can just remind me, or whoever can remind me, the revenue from the fentanyl lawsuit, where is that going currently?
It's going to the law department. We have a consultant that is reviewing city and county revenue from opioid settlement, and then that will be, we will have a plan coming before the commission on how to spend that money.
And again, so again, go ahead.
And Commissioner Howell, I may supplement what Tom indicated there a little bit. Our office has represented the county in those matters. We have outside counsel who's assisted. The money is not coming into our office. There's a special fund that the Board of County Commissioners got legislation approved that specifically that money is deposited into. And I don't have anything else on that unless you have other questions, Commissioner.
I guess I'm just making a point that this is not money that can be spent in other ways. It is restricted to certain types of use. And again, it is intended to combat the issues of fentanyl in our community and all the sources, the sources of those issues, the source of those issues, and the consequences of those issues is what that money is dedicated towards. We can't use that money for other things. And so, Regional Forensic Science Center again is a very important part of our public safety budget. And we do have to take very considerable. We consider every year their needs, and I want to make sure that they understand that we are aware of their needs and we want to fund those needs as much as we possibly can and as much as the public can afford. And it's this balancing act, trying to give them what they need but not raise taxes too much. And I want to make sure that Celeste, you're very smart, but for us not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, we haven't even voted on that yet, but that would require about a $16 million cut to our budget. And I don't know, I know you're very smart with numbers, you're conservative fiscally, obviously. I don't know that you think we can find $16 million worth of cuts, even with these ideas. You're talking about $8.2 million for medical for inmates. That's actually a state issue, and that's something we have control over in this budget process. To find $16 million worth of, if you will, efficiencies or reductions to not exceed the revenue neutral rate, I'm not going to use the word impossible, but it's going to be extremely painful to the point that as a representative of my district, a representative of Sedgwick County, I don't think the people would support this. I have to understand exceeding the revenue neutral rate means if you exceed it by 1 penny over last year's collection in an economy where we have growing problems and we have inflation where everybody knows that everything's costing more, the idea that we're going to live under some arbitrary number from a previous year and not raise the revenue to address those issues at the same level, despite those inflationary pressures and those growing problems, it doesn't seem very reasonable to me. And I would like to work with the legislature to come up with something different than our philosophy, because I don't think that actually makes sense. If you're already efficient, and I can argue on paper, I have all kinds of proof here that Sedgwick County is very, very efficient and very, very conservative, especially if you compare us with communities like Johnson County, how much money they spend. We are extremely conservative and very efficient. To find $16 million without cutting significantly the things that people demand that we support, actually, and by the way, we would get sued because we'd have to cut the sheriff, we'd have to cut the DA, we'd have to cut the courts, we'd have to cut forensic science, we'd have to cut infrastructure. It would be extreme to the point people would say, let's fire these guys, let's get someone else who understands how to govern, because that doesn't make sense. And so I agree with you on being conservative, but to think we're not going to exceed the revenue neutral rate, it's a philosophy that for us to go that direction and that extreme number when we're already very efficient as a county. And you're running for office, I know. There's been people who have been asked, what are you going to do are you going to raise taxes 1 penny forever? You're going to be here for 4 years. Are you ever going to raise taxes even a penny? And they commit to this. I'm never going to raise taxes, not even a penny. I don't think they understand our budget. I don't think they know how stuff works. And so I appreciate the conservative effort, but I just wanted to respond back. I don't know that everything you said actually has merit in terms of passing a budget today. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, Commissioner Lopez.
I would also add, if you look at our budget from 2018, we were about 51% reliant on property taxes. Just with state changes alone, we're now up to 56, 57% reliant on property taxes. So we're really taking that seriously. And when we are coming up with our legislative platform for the next session, we're addressing some of those things, because you're right, we need to do better about making sure the state is taking care of what they should be taking care of.
Agree.
And then I would also just suggest, as you're having some of these conversations, the way government has always worked isn't necessarily going to be the way it can continue to work. Just cost for families are going up. The cost for my family of 7 just going to the grocery store is significantly increasing. That's the same for government as well. So we have to look at how can we be more efficient with the dollars that we get. And the only way that I can really see that happening is if we do some kind of functional consolidation with the cities. So I believe that if you want to really push for fiscal conservatism, which I think is great, it needs to be more in the reform category and not the revenue neutral, because I think it would be irresponsible to cut public safety or to cut public works.
Agreed with you as well.
So, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate the comments. I'll just add a couple pieces of color to this. Is what's happening in the jail is something that I've been talking about publicly. I think it's important to know in 2024, with a 28.9 mil property tax levy, 11 of the 28.9 mils just goes to one department, the sheriff's office. Mm-hmm. And a lot of what's growing over there is the medical budget. When a person is charged with a crime and enters our jail, they lose their Medicaid coverage. Not convicted of a crime, just charged with a crime. They lose their Medicaid coverage. If they're there for a period of time, they'll actually have to refile to do it. So Medicaid expansion, I'm not sure would even help that conversation in the jail, because they don't even have Medicaid coverage in the jail. It's dependent on the property tax dollars of Sedgwick County citizens. I think it's wholly inappropriate. It's something that we've talked about here frequently, that it will take some state help to get that accomplished. But local property tax dollars are being stretched for things that we feel should be corrected at the state level. The other thing, too, on the opioid settlement fund, we sent out an RFP and entered into a relationship with the city of Wichita so that we can take their opioid settlement funds and Sedgwick County's opioid settlement funds and work them together for bigger impact for the entire community. It's something I'm very much in approval of. And as we work through that process and continue the meetings with the group that's doing that, I think there'll be some good deployment of those funds. So we appreciate the comments.
Thanks for your comments.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Next up, Ms. Barb McGuire.
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara McGuire, 4401 West, 111th Street South. Yes, that's still Sedgwick County, just barely. Peck, Kansas. So property taxes is a great concern, and both my heart and my wallet are speaking today. I am the owner of a fourth-generation family parcel, okay? I actually read the early deed that my great-great-grandfather Christoph wrote. And it's very clear he wanted this to remain a family property forever. They fled World War I Germany to come do this. The pioneer spirit is phenomenal. Okay, I'll try to recover. The way we figure property taxes is absurd in America. I have many friends in the Commonwealth, and I like their system. I was so glad to hear y'all are open to international standards earlier. They get taxed once at the point of sale, and then they don't have an ongoing and variable tax bill, okay? I think that's a very reasonable approach because it's manageable for the individual to budget for their lifetime at their house. I recently took care of my parents their last 6 years in their own home, and I know at the life stage I'm coming to, you don't want to move. That is so disorienting and so stressful. But we are in a culture that forces elderly to move. And I think we need to take a good solid look at what we're doing to our people. There's just got to be a better way. I have the one suggestion of one-time property tax and stop that it's variable and forever. I think that we need to reapproach that. Very few people come to meetings like this, but I can tell you all my peers are in the same bucket. I'm just one of the few that takes the time to come. So that's my main thing. Thank you. Any questions?
Very good. Commissioner Howe.
Barb, I have not seen you in a long time. Thank
How are
you.
you? Yeah,
I was wondering how you're doing.
I moved. I'm not in your district anymore. Sarah's
That's why you got
me.
quiet.
Sarah's
Okay.
got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I went quiet. I left. Yeah.
Well, she's a great constituent, and she's very smart, and I appreciate you coming today.
Yeah.
You talked about a point of sale. Are you suggesting that a sales tax is a better way to tax the revenue that government needs versus a property tax? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
One time, I don't care what you call it. Sorry, that has significance to you. I don't understand.
But you said point of sale, so I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
It's just a one-time property tax. I've got some info I can forward you.
A point of sale for the home. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the residential. It can be on land too, obviously. But and I think I forgot to say earlier that the other piece that we're seeing is that the skyrocketing value of farmland is forcing family farms to close. We're getting a lot of corporate entities now into farming. That changes your constituency greatly. A lot of them are multinationals.
So we have a very broad set of tools to get revenue to government. Again, from the state level, they use income tax and sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
Local government has some sales tax and property tax. And by the way, state also has some property tax. I know there's been some discussion federally for federal sales tax. I will fight that till I'm dead. There's no way that's going to be a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
But the state, I'm sure the federal government uses primarily income tax. And so we know that there's all these different forms of taxation, as well as there's fees and there's all kinds of other monies that are flowing to the governments. We have legislators that create, if you will, the policies we have to live within.
Mm-hmm.
And theoretically, at least, there are some carve-outs, there are some exemptions, and there are some errors that happen in the fairness of those tax policies. But they've given us the options of they provide some revenues from the state and federal government for grants. We can charge some fees. A lot of those are limited and dedicated, earmarked for specific types of government spending. We also have limits on sales tax. It has to be voter approved and it has to be has to be for a purpose. And then we have property tax, and that's the go-to, which is I think what Commissioner Lopez was talking about, how our dependency on property tax continues to go up because other sources of revenue have been curtailed or limited, and so we don't have much choice. Government does cost a certain amount to provide services, and the question is, what is fair? We can all sit there and debate forever, literally, what is the fairest form of taxation. We have to live within the law, and as much as I don't like property taxes, at least the theory is you can choose to live at different levels, and based on where you choose to live, how you choose to live, there's an assessment for the government cost to everybody based on how they choose to live. So the theory makes sense.
I somewhat disagree, may I? Because the choices are getting, you're getting caught in crosshairs. We're more and more becoming a rental economy because, I understand young kids want mobility for jobs. I was like that. I didn't own land until I was 35 because I had to move. But the older folk want to stay put. And I've met people who are if it wasn't for Mennonite housing, we'd have a lot more homeless in Wichita. We have that unique, wonderful stopgap, but there are just too many elders being forced to move. And so you are partially right, but not fully right on that. We choose to live somewhere. And it's a broader picture, like for me, I can only speak for me, but I earned this property by taking care of my elderly parents for free for 6 years. So it's not like it was a free gift. But now my earnings is being challenged by the taxation. And a sidebar for me, I know this is not popular, but I'm going to put it out there anyway. I'm single, I've never had kids, and I've educated a lot of kids I've never met who would never come over and mow the lawn or help me sweep or help me, you know what I mean? They help their parents, and I'm paying dearly for their education. I have some concern there, but that's a whole nother
Well, let me just be clear. I hate property tax, and I want to do everything I can to get that as low as possible. It is the law that we have, and the idea
State
of property
law,
tax.
is that correct?
The idea of property tax was created before I was born. Okay, it's been around a long time, and I think it violates the Constitution. Actually, if I get right down to it. Having said all that, there has to be some way to get government revenue, and if not that, then we have to come up with something else. And different states do different things. And at the end of the day, the tax burden is a burden. However we try to get money out of the people we serve, it is always going to be a burden. And some people think the property tax is the worst. I tend to see that side of it. I also think that taxes just are bad all over the place. And I see that side of it. At the end of the day, the government does spend a lot of money, and the government sometimes is not very efficient, and sometimes we do things people don't support. So we have a challenge to understand your perspective and then fight for your values and do this in hopefully the fairest way possible, and do it in a way that is the law allows us to do those things. I don't want to. I am very sorry that you came up kind of a little bit emotionally upset, and I understand that. It is very hard, and there's a lot of people like you. You represent a lot of people. When you share your emotion that way, you represent a lot of people, and that's why this job is so hard. We've got to understand that there's people out there being taxed out of their homes, and that's why this is so important. And I think
An action plan?
I have about a dozen things I'm working on right now.
Great.
That are working towards that. But I appreciate your time today. Thank you, Barb.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Very good. Thank you so much for sharing. Next up, I just have written Heaven C. Good morning. Just state your name and address for the record.
Good morning, County Commissioners and the Chairman. I am here on behalf of the Oaklawn Senior Center and all senior centers in our county. I am the office manager for the Oaklawn Improvement District. I make sure the bills are all paid for the senior center. I make sure that we are following the guidelines that the county has given us, requiring us to have a newsletter, requiring us to meet certain needs in our area. In 2024, we requested $41,790. We were only given $35,000. Inflation has skyrocketed utilities 8% in 2023 alone. We are struggling to keep the programs in place with the funding that we have been given. This year we requested $45,330. We're not asking for $57,000. We're asking for enough to efficiently run a senior center. The funding need is not based on the equality or the districts. It is based on the need of those it impacts today and tomorrow. Commissioner Howell has offered to cut our transportation in Oaklawn. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in previous meetings, none of the other county commissioners have offered to cut a program to fund their senior center. Senior centers will not survive at the rate of funding that Sedgwick County has allotted for us. So I ask that you please keep not only Oaklawn, but all senior centers in mind when you make your budget today. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I see Elvma C.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Alverna Crow, and I live at 4831 Cedardale Avenue. I am a senior with a senior speaking out for senior centers. Many of our seniors are on fixed incomes, meaning that they only bring in one income. I am one of the lucky ones that I have two incomes. I see things being stripped away from our seniors. Instead, we need to be giving them things to survive. One way many of the seniors survive is by getting out of their homes and congregating at senior centers, doing a variety of different activities, as well as hanging out with people and become their friends. I am an active member of the Oaklawn Sunview Senior Center, and I fear that if money is not given to the center, they will not be able to continue to run the way they do. As I stand here today, I am asking you to rethink giving more money to the senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, we're continuing in the public hearing. Are there any additional individuals that would like to provide testimony during public hearing? Yeah, please.
Faith Martin, 608 South Drury, District 5. Just two things. Ideologically and philosophically, I am against raising taxes, but I agree with the comments yesterday in City Council, and I will echo them today in County Commission. We have to fund, and sometimes if that means exceeding revenue neutral, that may need to happen. You're correct. We just can't find $16 million somewhere, and we don't want to see core services. The neighborhood that I represent is in Southeast Wichita, and it is can tend to be lower income, is an older population. Some of these cuts, if we don't exceed revenue neutral, some of these cuts may directly impact the neighborhood that I represent in City of Wichita, but I also represent them to County Commission. One of the comments I got last night was about PBS Kansas. And because they watch it on PBS Kansas, they couldn't be here today and asked if I would speak on their behalf. And this is East Ridge Neighborhood Association, one of the oldest ones in Wichita. We've been around since the 90s. And some of them have already emailed Jim, which they appreciate having access to their county commissioner, but they were concerned and wanted to make sure that you knew that we support the continuation of the partnership with Channel 8. As a big fan of civic engagement, this is one of the ways the community can engage and understand what's going on at County Commission. As the comments were made earlier around how zoning works, sometimes this is the only time people can hear about zoning cases in District 5. They're not always tuned into planning. They're not always tuned into what's going on, so they can understand and hear what that process looks like. I believe that the continuation of the partnership with Channel 8 must continue because it gives all citizens, especially ones that may be homebound or don't have access to or do not utilize social media. I appreciate the comments that 50 some odd people are looking right now, but I know the people in my association watch it on PBS. And so please vote in favor of continuing the needed public service by Channel 8. And also to some of the comments made by Ms. Reset earlier, I mentioned there's a county housing budget for the Sedgwick County Jail in previous comments, budgeted for $2.2 million. In 2023, $673,000 was used. And Sheriff Easter has mentioned that because of some great decisions, less people are in the jail now than ever. So that may be a place. We budgeted $2 million. Maybe we don't need that whole budget and we can put that towards some other things. And again, I would just vote that you go ahead and increase the revenue neutral rate to cover what's needed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Faith. Appreciate your comments. Any other individuals that would like to provide testimony during the public hearing? Yeah, you're welcome to, yeah. To clarify, she spoke during the fire district earlier, so she's perfectly capable of providing testimony here.
Okay, I'm Mary, and I live at 555 North Bear Street in Wichita. And my understanding is on this revenue neutral rate, this has nothing to do with the taxes that we're paying currently. This is in excess of what the requirement is, so that the concept is that you get the same amount of money to provide for services as you were last year, not in excess of that amount of money. So whether that's due to inflation or not, I don't know. Okay, because that's what this thing says, concept. But I have 3 generations underneath me, and only one of them so far is able to purchase housing and property. And I come from a long line that we believe that you give to your country, you give to your state, you give to your city. And I want to have a strong foothold for future generations. I don't want them to be like my sister. Like 5 of her children are in different states owning housing because they found it more workable for them. I want my family to stay here. I want my family that are farmers to stay here and not be, the budget increases on them is a lot. My little house, the budget increase on it was like $200 or $300. For me, since I'm on a fixed income, I have to figure out how to deal with that. It would be very beneficial if the people that want to stay here and want to keep the next generations here with a foothold, with their children, going to their schools, that because they're public services, they don't have to be taxed. The fire department, the hospitals, the buildings, business, state buildings and stuff don't have to have the taxes. We carry it. The residential carry it. The commercial carry these taxes. Help us. Help us to pay a tax that we can afford. And that's what I'm asking for. Maybe this revenue neutral, maybe it could be decreased a little bit, because the budget, there's a flexibility, even though we might need more than what we're currently getting. That's why you're asking for this. Maybe that budget could be brought down a little bit so that maybe we feel everybody's working together. Okay, that's about it.
Great comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or feedback from the bench? Commissioner Howe.
I just wanted to explain a little bit better. You did get a statement from the I guess it was from the clerk or the treasurer. I'm not sure which one sends that out. The clerk? That calculates all the mill levies for the different jurisdictions. I pay to 9 different taxing jurisdictions. And we received a very long form called the revenue neutral rate statement, if you will. That's a consequence of the legislature trying to inform the taxpayers about what's to happen on your property taxes based on your jurisdictions where you live. So for me, 2 of those 9 have exemptions from having to do a public hearing. The other 7, since they indicated they plan to exceed the revenue neutral rate under Senate Bill 13, which I think was passed in 2019, if I remember right, it requires us to actually notify the public a number of different ways, send that statement to people so they can see about what's about to happen, and then you have the chance to address us at the public hearing, which you are today. Thank you for being here. And then if we plan on continuing that process, we actually have to vote to intentionally exceed that. And by the legislature, they defined that as a tax increase. So again, if we increase it by a penny over a previous year's budget, we actually have to vote to exceed the revenue neutral rate. What that means is we're going to collect more dollars, more revenue than we did in a previous year. Well, I use the word, my personal opinion is this Biden economy is creating excessive inflation. That's why groceries cost more, energy costs more, vehicles cost more, labor costs more. Everything you buy costs more. That impacts the county too. Our inmates, Celeste talked a minute ago about our inmates. Medical costs more. The meals we serve the inmates cost more. The EMS has to buy Band-Aids and things that they put on, to deal with providing public safety services to people that are trying to help on the streets and things like that. Everything they buy costs more. And Alan goes, we're not exempt from that. So for us to provide the same services that you're used to, we are going to spend more money to provide the same services. Now, the theory is we have a lot of waste in government. We're wasting money here and there, and we are not very efficient. So the government wants us to go find those efficiencies and stop wasting money. And we can continue providing those services because we're more efficient and less wasteful, and we're focused on core functions. That's the theory. The problem is Sedgwick County is already very efficient. We're already very conservative. And so there's not a lot of places to go to find efficiencies. We have some places. I'm not going to say there's not any. I think there are some places, but not $16 million worth. So what that means is if you received your statement in the mail, I'm sure you did if you own property, you received your statement in the mail. I'm just going to go by what's in the book here. I don't have my statement in front of me. But to be under the revenue neutral rate, we'd have to lower the mill levy to 26.784 mils. That's the number that would generate the same dollars we had last year. But because of assessed value increases on people's properties, if we continue to use last year's mill levy, that was 28.988 mils. That's capturing the full increase of people's assessed value. We're not going to do that today. The proposal today is to lower the mill levy by 0.329 mils, 0.329. And by lowering the mill levy by 0.329, we're giving up some of that assessed value growth. And when we do that, we're simply splitting that with the taxpayers. We're increasing our revenues a little bit to make sure we can provide the same services that people demand and expect. Meanwhile, we're not capturing the full increase because we know we don't need all that money to provide the same level of services. So I think the proposal today, if we pass this budget as presented today, we will probably end up around this 28.659 mils. And that says we're going to increase our dollars enough to cover the inflation. And that way we can provide the same services you're used to. That is a bigger tax burden for the people. I agree with that. And again, if we could find a way to cut wasteful spending and not do that, we would not have to raise the mill levy beyond that. But the question comes, if you're already efficient in your government, in your governance, where do you find that type of savings to provide the same level of service? If we wanted to cut that $16 million, we could do that. But then we would be cutting things undoubtedly would get us into lawsuits. Because if you don't fund the election officer, don't fund the sheriff, don't fund the courts, and don't fund other things that people expect and demand, we have expectations from the state legislature to fund those things adequately. And at the end of the day, I would love to say, let's cut $16 million out of this budget. Let's go find the savings in wasteful spending. It just isn't an opportunity, I don't think, in this budget to do that. So again, this proposal today says we're going to raise revenues a little bit to cover the extra cost due to inflation. But it's not going to capture the full increase. So that's the reason. But by increasing it even 1 penny, though, we have to go through this process of voting to exceed the revenue neutral rate, if that makes any sense. That was a long explanation, but it is very confusing. I have that form from the clerk. I've shown that to so many people. I say, do you understand this form? And not one person yet has told me, yes, it makes total sense. We have some work to do. It is very confusing. The theory behind revenue neutral rate is based on the fact that we have inefficient and ineffective and wasteful government. And if that's not true, then we have a problem. We used to have what's called a tax lid. They calculated things like consumer price index or inflation was a factor to consider what's reasonable growth in that revenue. They got rid of that when they passed into Bill 13 in 2019. So what's considered reasonable growth is no longer a discussion. Now it's just the question is whether you want to exceed last year's revenue, but even by a penny. Then we just go through this entire process. And there is no actual calculated reasonable cap in place any longer. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any other or additional individuals that would like to provide testimony during the public hearing? Okay. Last call. Want to make sure the public can be heard? Okay, seeing none, the board has now heard from interested constituents and taxpayers on the revenue neutral rate and the proposed budget. Are there any comments from the board regarding this matter? We're on item D. Staying focused on item D, are there any additional comments from the board regarding this matter? I would just say, to extend some of the comments on the revenue neutral rate, the challenge is the cost of government is going up for every local taxing jurisdiction. There's over 120 taxing jurisdictions in Sedgwick County. For Sedgwick County alone, the reason why R&R really isn't a practical option for us to not collect any more revenue than we did last year is because we have a workforce of roughly 2,800 people. And one of the big focuses from this organization is staffing stability. They get cost of living increases. They're having scale adjustments. They have steps plans. It is not practical to give them less money or the same amount of money they had last year because the inflationary pressures are impacting their families too. Inflation is not just on private goods and services. Our ambulances cost more, our fire trucks cost more, our sheriff deputy vehicles cost more, the medicine on our ambulance costs more, everything costs more. So trying to find $16 million of cuts while we're still maintaining good, efficient, quality service simply is not an option. But I think that you'll hear in this budget today that we don't intend on capturing all of it, the assessed value growth, which makes us kind of unique compared to other taxing jurisdictions, is we understand those pressures. But that would be my comment on the R&R piece. Anybody else? Okay. I move we adopt the resolution to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the 2025 Sedgwick County budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. The resolution's been approved by a vote of 5-0. So with that action being taken, I'll now close the public hearing. Also make a motion to receive and file public comments that were made during public hearing.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. So item D is now complete. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item E, adoption of the 2025 Sedgwick County budget and the capital improvement program.
Okay, Manager Stoltz.
Again, Chairman, we are now ready to hear from the public on the budget of County Commission, or of Sedgwick County.
I see at the podium Lindsay Poe-Rizzo and Lauren Showalter, our budget director.
So Commissioners, Lindsay Purso, your CFO, what we have prepared for you again this year is what we call Levy Live. And so while you have motions at your seats that recommend budget adoption of a total figure, we also understand that there's likely to be some changes made to this recommended budget. So what we would recommend that you do is, as you discuss and make motions, what we will do is capture the language of that motion here. We will show what it would do either to the budget or the forecast as we go through that. Bear in mind that capital improvement changes may or may not carry forward to this spreadsheet, so we'll try and capture that as we go. If you vote to approve it, this will be the formal document that we keep track of, so that when you are adopting a budget and you are saying what motions you have made to tweak that, this will be the reference that we go back to and use as our reference for what goes in the adopted budget. So you all have motions that have been prepared for you at your seats, and some templates, and we are happy to talk through any of that with you. Otherwise, at the end of this, we recommend that you approve a resolution authorizing a budget.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Meitzner.
Just a quick question. You're saying we had motions at our seats. I know we've had a lot of discussions, and I think we all are familiar with most all the motions, but I'm not sure we have. No, I'm talking about the many motions that might come up. Will we be getting those or we'll just move on? All right, we'll truck along.
Each commissioner has their own, if they have asked for motions, that commissioner alone has those motions.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
I will interject. As we go through this process, if a commissioner needs to leave and run to the restroom real quick, it's no offense to the motion that's being presented, but instead of taking a break, we're just, if you have to go, go, and take a break if you have to, but I'll be the first one that goes, so I just wanted to get that out. Make sure that everybody knows I'm very interested in your motion, but I'm going to run to the restroom as soon as we get this party started, so. Okay. So commissioners, it's back at the bench to make motions and have discussion about the budget adoption. Fire away. We're looking at you, Mr. Howe. Commissioner Howe, go ahead.
I just assumed that somebody else had a motion. I don't know.
I could make a motion to approve.
No.
Oh, yeah, let's.
You know, that's how they do that in the legislature in some committees. It's just kind of crazy, but they start with a motion to approve, then they make all kinds of amendments. I don't like that process. I like it to do it this way. Let's talk about some amendments first, and let's hopefully get to a motion to approve at some point. So I may, again, some of these things I feel passionately about, some of these things I don't. I think there's opportunities for us to save some money here and there. And I just wanted to raise some ideas and some opportunities. We may not agree, and that's okay. But This one actually doesn't have a dollar figure tied to it. It's simply a direction to staff. So this one, let me go ahead and read it first. Let me explain why this is important to me. This one's regarding the enormous number of advisory boards that we have. I want to hear, this is your number 14, by the way. I do want to hear from people. I think having citizen input and having board input to focus on a particular topic or particular skill set is very, very good. But we have a lot of boards. I think there's some things that belong with the BOCC. We should not have boards necessarily. It takes all of our discussion and all of our decision authority to that level necessarily. I think these boards do provide a lot of great, if you will, assistance to help us make the best decisions. Some of these boards don't seem to have any way to get their ideas back to the BOCC, and this has gone on for a long time. I don't know that every board necessarily has the same level of ability to impact the budget process or whatever it is. We have, and I'll just name a couple here. The Animal Care Board is a good example. They've had a couple of decisions they made years ago that we still have not considered. I don't know why that is, but that's disturbing to me that this board went through the work and their decisions or the ideas have never come back to the board for our consideration. The Aging Advisory Board is another good example, or the Aging Advisory Board. If you ask those folks, some of them actually say they think we should shut that down because they don't believe that they're relevant, that they're not driving any process. They're simply being informed after the fact of decisions that have been made by staff or by the BOCC. And so that process, it seems backwards to me. And they've been frustrated for a long time. There may be other boards like this. We have not had citizens advisory boards for a very long time. They don't spend very much money. And again, it sounds really great to say, I want to hear from citizens. We had a property rights case just a little bit ago where only 4 members of that advisory board showed up. And that was an evening meeting. I'm looking at Faith right now. That was an evening meeting, okay? Only 4 members of that board show up. I think that those other boards typically have 12 members. That means there was 8 members of that board that were not there, and there was 5 members of the public that did show up to that meeting because they had an issue of property rights case that actually made a 5th stop for that particular case. Meanwhile, we have staff that have to attend these meetings. They have to give staff briefings on that property rights case. We have our CFO, we have our manager, and other staff that attend these meetings. We have a majority of these meetings when they have people present issues or ideas to these meetings, almost always it's Sedgwick County staff that provides those briefings. I'm worried about, and a lot of these folks are in fact exempt employees, but are getting into their evening time. They're working more than 40 hours, and I'm very sensitive to abusing our staff by making them do above and beyond what is useful or reasonable. Having said that, there actually is a cost. You're talking about legal's time of creating appointments, we had one today that came off of one of the boards, a resignation. We have minutes, we have agendas, we have people put stuff on the internet, we have filing those documents, making sure they go to the right place, make sure they're available, interfacing with members of the board. They have a ton of questions in some cases. There's a lot of staff time. The cost of that's not really captured, but it is a cost. And so to that extent, I'm not saying that CAB boards aren't good. I'm simply saying there's a cost. We don't know what the cost is. We've never actually asked the question. So what this motion says, let me just read it out loud. It says, I would move that we direct staff to assess the costs associated with commission-established advisory boards, including citizen advisory boards, and provide a report to the commissioners by the end of 2024 with potential cost savings from standardization or elimination of such boards in 2025. Again, this is not saying we should eliminate anything. I'm simply saying let's find out what it costs and what value do they have, and if they have value and they're low cost and it's worth the money, we'll keep it going. But maybe there are some boards out there that cost more money and don't provide much input to any process. And I think we need to take some time to go ahead and take a look at this. And so staff, I would ask staff to evaluate all the boards and find out what the total cost is and kind of judge these one by one and find out what value do they have in terms of providing important information back to the Board of County Commissioners as an organization. So I read the motion. I can repeat it again if anybody needs to hear that. I'll sit back and stand for questions or.
Okay. I'll second that motion because I do think that we need to have we need to value.
By the way,
these
I
things.
should say, here's copies of that motion.
Okay. I'll second that motion. I just have a question, Lindsay or Lorian. Does this have any budget impact on this budget here that we need to be aware of for this motion?
Not for today, but the action that is driven from this for a report back could potentially have action or could have an impact in the budget later this year when the report is delivered to you.
Okay. So the heart of this is just simply to quantify the cost of the boards, correct, Mr. Howell, Commissioner Howell?
Yes.
Okay. I second that motion. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Meister?
This falls into staff discussion and recommendation. I'd make a substitute motion that we put this as a future staff discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay, substitute motion, a motion and a second. Commissioner Howell?
I guess I'd ask the maker of the substitute motion as to why would we do this? It's very simple. I don't know what other more discussion the staff meeting is going to provide to create, if you will, a directive to get some information about our costs on these boards. Why push this off? It's very simple. It's a very small motion. Why push this off?
My thought is all the things you said before, Commissioner Howell, senior leadership, staff, everybody, I don't know that I don't even think that, I don't know what kind of effort and costs are associated with whatever audit department is going to go in and look at all these boards. I think that's, I understand what you're saying. I'm in generally favor of it, but I'd rather staff it and hear what we think is going to take to analyze each and every board and all that. So I'm not prepared to support that at this time.
Chairman, I make a final comment. So again, this is one of those things I've talked about, not just this one time. I've talked about this before. We tend to kick the can down the road. There's going to be a motion about Oaklawn here in a minute. We've kicked the can down the road for 8 years on Oaklawn. I'm going to bring it up again. That is a monetary change to the budget. Some of these ideas, we talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. We don't seem to ever move the needle. So again, I appreciate the secondary motion. And if it does get to a staff committee or staff meeting, that's great. I don't know why we need to push it off. I'll probably vote no on the substitute. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis?
I just wanted to explain my second to that motion, to the alternate motion. I think Commissioner House has a point, and I think we need to study it. There's some advisory boards out there that I don't think we need to keep, honestly. But is that something we ought to be discussing today in a budget hearing, or is it something we ought to be discussing in a staff meeting? I believe that Commissioner Meissner is right. It's something that we need to discuss in staff meeting. That's why I support the alternate motion. Thank you.
Okay. Two additional thoughts. One, the staff meeting would be public, so I think we're accomplishing the same goal. We're trying to quantify what the advisory boards would do. And Manager Stoltz and I have been talking about how do we engage advisory boards, all the 30-plus advisory boards we have here. How do we get into more systematic routines to where they're coming to present to the commission, we're getting their feedback. So this is a part of a broader conversation on these boards and panels that needs to happen. So, okay, we have a substitute motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
No.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Commissioner Beatty.
Aye. Okay, next motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is a motion regarding epidemiologist position. I don't have my budget book open right now, but we have greatly established a very steep climb in the number of epidemiologists in the health department. And I don't know that we can justify the level that we're at today. So I would make a motion, we would eliminate 1.0 FTE grade 61 epidemiologist from the health department staffing table, including the 0.65 FTE portion of the position in the general fund, and return the funding of $55,844 to the general fund. I also move that we would direct staff to prepare a report on work performed in the epidemiology program by the end of 2024 for potential further reductions.
Okay. Any questions or feedback? Tim Kaufman is here. Tim, I would have some questions if you don't mind. There's been very brief discussion on this topic. Can you give us just a high level on these epidemiologists? And
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Tim Kaufman, Deputy County Manager. The budget book reflection of epidemiology also includes 8 positions that are tied to the Overdose to Action grant that the Sedgwick County Health Department successfully secured through a community partnership. Represents about $5 million over the next 5 years, but 8 of the 12 positions in the budget book are related to that grant. And so there are 3 epidemiologist positions. One is the program manager, and then there's 1 disease investigator that are doing the epidemiology work for the entire county. So the budget book is accurate, but I'm not sure that it fully portrays what's going on in that budget.
okay. So reducing 1 FTE takes the department, that specific area, down to how many epidemiologists for the county?
There'd be 3 epidemiologists and 1 disease investigator responsible for disease investigation and epidemiology work for the county.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to remove 1 FTE, grade 61. Okay, there's a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
All right. May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Please do, yes, sir.
I move that we direct staff to work with the county treasurer's office to reduce costs and eliminate any forecasted subsidy from the county general fund to the auto license fund for the calendar year 2025 and beyond. This is motion number 12 for you ladies. Just in reference, this is in the current year, we're expecting, our estimate is we're expecting to subsidize this fund, this state office to the tune of $617,000 this year. Next year, climbing to just under $1 million at $959,000 next year. And I think there's a number of solutions, but they're all legislative. So I think that I would like to make it really clear. I intend to not provide funding, this $959,000 from the general fund. We have contingencies we can deal with if we absolutely have to, but I don't want the general fund to have an appropriation to take care of this $1 million. I think it's inappropriate, and I'd like to eliminate that option from the table. So that's my motion.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I completely agree with Commissioner Howell that we should not be funding the excess cost of the tag office in the future. However, I believe that is an issue that needs to be on a legislative agenda, that we need to work with the legislature to be able to change how that the fees are collected so that it is funded by the state where it rightly belongs. It doesn't belong at the county. This year it's $600,000 or so. Next year it's $900,000. Following years it's going to go up to $2 million. That's coming out of our taxpayers' money. That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. Now, the question is whether we should put this in the budget right now. My worry, and I've talked to our treasurer about it, trying to figure out some way that we could work this out. Originally, I asked her, I said, can we fund it for the first 6 months so we can find out if the legislature will pass that? And then the second half, because of the fact that if they pass it, then the funding comes before us. And her original thought was, yeah, that's a good idea. However, on reflection, it kills the morale in her organization because it's about 15 FTEs that are going to be cut. And they don't know if they're going to have a job after the 1st of July if we fund half of it. If we pass this now, it kills her morale immediately. And what's going to happen is that she's going to start losing people right away because they don't know if they're going to have a job come 1 January because it's not in our budget. So I'm kind of torn in this because I truly believe that it is wrong for our taxpayers to have to pay to operate the tag office. But by the same token, we have to operate it because we're directed to by the state. They're just not funding us in order to be able to accomplish our mission. So I would rather start out working this through our legislative agenda starting in January when the legislature goes back into session. And if they do not do anything, we're going to have to do something in the future because this is untenable if it gets up 900,000 next year, up to a couple million years after. So, Commissioner Howell, I fully support your thoughts. I just worried about the impact it's going to have on our treasurer's office, and so therefore I can't second your motion, even though I really would love to find a solution, but I don't think this is it. Thank you.
Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Chairman. Has our lobbyist been briefed on this, and is there any sense of direction that he goes to the legislative agenda next year?
Commissioner Meitzner, he's been briefed. I'm not sure if he's giving us direction or not, to the point where Commissioner Dennis just described, but I'll defer to Tanya if she knows more than that.
Tanya's saying Tom's hit the high points.
Okay. Well, I kind of follow what Commissioner Dennis has been saying. I think it's a legislative agenda, and I do trust our lobbyist for how he thinks best to navigate through that turmoil.
Yeah, I would also add to that. Commissioner Howell and Commissioner Dennis, you were 100% correct. I do think it's wholly inappropriate for local property tax dollars to meet this gap. The challenge is with our elected treasurer is what it does to her capacity to perform the service that she was elected to do by the entire county. I also had a chance to visit with her, and she is also frustrated that local property tax dollars have to meet this gap on a state function. So I think we're going to join with the Treasurers Association, their lobby, our lobby, a legislative platform to try to deal with this. But I asked her a simple question. If we do this, what does that do to the services that your office is able to provide the constituents of Sedgwick County? And she says it will be significantly impacted. And with that being, and I think we all know that internally, so we've got to ramp up the capacity to lobby to get this fixed from the state. But the heart of your motion is serious and absolutely correct that this is not appropriate for property tax dollars. But in order, the balance is with the service provided, and the elected treasurer is asking us to hold off and work on this through statute. So. Commissioner Lopez.
I would just add, anytime that we're having these conversations, it's just another example of the state making us have to spend more on property taxes and becoming more reliant. So as we're having conversations about our legislative platform, this is just the next thing that we're going to be adding on to that to try to help reduce the property tax. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Commissioner Howell.
So I'll let the record show that we're going to raise property taxes to fund the state office. I think at the end of the day, I understand the consequences are dire, but this is a state problem. And if the lines get long and people get upset about the longer lines and longer waits, the state legislature will hear about that, and they will make, by the way, if I understand correctly, we're the last county to do this, the last county to deal with this issue. Is that correct?
That's what Brandy has shared with us, yes.
And so we're, out of 105 counties, we're the last one that has decided to, now we have to use property taxes to back fund a state office that should be fee funded or funded by the state of Kansas. And I find that very troubling. Again, this is just this year alone. Are we going to have a decision? Are we going to have a resolution later this year to fund this office, whatever the number is going to be? But the estimate is 617. Are we going to have a resolution to do that?
So that will come, and Lauren can correct me if I speak incorrectly, but we do a litany of year-end transfers. This would be one that would appear on that list as a year-end transfer when we know what the actual necessary balance is.
How much discussion did we have last year when we apparently transferred about $362,000? Did we discuss that at length and have a robust discussion about whether we should or should not fund that? I guess I'd like to know, what was the level of discussion about that $362,000 last year?
There was not much discussion at that time, but we also at that point in time didn't have a choice.
Right. If we did not plan to hand over nearly $1 million next year, and she continued to provide the same level of service as she does today, there's some point where the budget runs out, you stop paying people? What happens if there's not money to, she shuts down the office for 1 month of the year? How does she deal with a non-budgeted shortfall? If we don't provide the $959,000, what happens at the end of the year if she doesn't reduce their staff early in the year? What happens at the end of the year?
So if there was no intervention, if, for example, the commission did not tell us, come to us when it appears that the fund is going to run out at that point in the year, what would happen is the fund would go into essentially insolvency. It would spend more than it has in it. We would have to come to you for a year-end transfer. If we did not, this is on the county's books, so we would be in violation of the state's cash basis law. And that would be significant because we would not have cash in the fund to cover it. That would be an audit finding and other
This would be towards
bad
the
things.
end of 2025.
If we did not take any action ahead of time, if we just allowed it to happen, that is what would happen.
So if we didn't budget for this today, do we have any way to solve that problem towards the end of 2025? Do we have a contingency fund or any money they could transfer at that before the end of 2025, before it becomes insolvent? Can we not make that decision at the end of 2025 if the state does not act?
If the state does not act by July 1st, we would come to you either through the quarterly report or through some kind of budget discussion and alert you to the fact that here's what we see the deficit to be. And at that point, you would have options to either work with Brandy to reduce that or she could take those actions on her own.
I would like to encourage the treasurer not to reduce her staff, not to reduce her services, and tell the state, this is going to be $1 million insolvent by the end of this year if you don't act. And by the way, we're raising property taxes to cover the shortfall of your office. Okay? It's your office. And you don't want us to raise property taxes. There's a much stronger statement if we don't fund it through the budget. If you fund it today, guess what? There may not be much of a discussion at the end of 2025. There must be a huge, robust, big discussion if that's what we end up doing. And the point of doing this today is to force that conversation to get that higher level. I don't want to sit there and say, we're going to simply do what every other county in the state of Kansas has done and coddle this with a bunch of property tax money and let the state continue doing nothing. This action today ends that. It makes a much more passionate discussion in the legislature. It says, guess what? We have not funded this budget. You're going to be $1 million short by the end of the year in your office. Solve that problem. If you don't do that, we have to make a transfer that wasn't budgeted. We'll solve the problem after the end of after the legislature adjourns. We'll have to go do some kind of correction to the budget. But it's not like we're going to go insolvent. We're not going to lose our credit rating over something. We will manage the problem when it comes. I don't want to fund it now because it makes a much better statement going to the legislative session saying, there's $1 million problem right now. Guess what? Solve the problem right now this year. If you don't do it, on the backside of that, we'll fix it. But I don't want them to think we're going to fix it. I want them to know we have a problem. It's a big problem. It's their problem.
Lindsay, you made a comment that if for some reason we don't fund it, did you infer that there's a liability on the county if we don't fund it? I want to make sure I heard you.
Absolutely, there is.
So if we don't fund the $600,000 shortfall here, there's a liability to Sedgwick County taxpayers?
Yes. It's cash basis law. It's on our books. We are responsible for it.
That's frustrating, yeah.
And you mentioned 650. That's the current year.
That's current year.
Okay.
Yeah, 900,000.
We're talking about 2025 right now. We're not going to let that go to zero. We're not going to become default on that fund. It's not going to look, we will transfer money. We'll have to. And then when we have money we can transfer to solve that problem. After the session's over, after the state fails to solve the problem. We don't fund it today in the budget, we'll still solve the problem in 25. Just don't fund it through an appropriation in the budget right now.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Commissioner Meister?
Yeah, Commissioner Howe, your passion is really good on this, and it really is. And we funded it last year at what, $360,000, and that was like the first shortfall because it looks like previous was it was zero the year before.
So technically in 2022, the fund was overspent, but we thought and hoped it was a one-time thing because we had heard that there was good traction at the state to get something resolved. So actually what we did is we just returned health and life insurance premiums that were paid by the fund back to the health and life fund. Those will need to be repaid at some point. So that was about a $200,000 deficit in that year, but for that action.
So for us and for the public, so historically, we hadn't really had this crisis hit us, and it looks like it's such a sharp curve. And this reality that our treasurer will be under incredible stress, meaning her services to the public. There's no question we can't sustain it. So I truly appreciate maybe a line in the sand right now, but I think that's just aggressive without I'm glad to take that message to say to my constituents at Topeka, say, this is paired up. It's unsustainable. So we're covering it this year, but we will not next year. And then our treasurer and the public will know that that's where we're at.
Yeah.
So, but I totally agree with the passion this is just wrong, but it's really brought to our attention just recently. So I apologize to the public. We did not have this discussion last year, and I'm thankful that we're having it hugely this year. So
yeah, there's a motion. I'll second the motion. Commissioner Dennis.
Oh, thank you. Actually, the treasurer came around about a year ago and told us that this was going to be a problem. And my concern is that the treasurer is a separately elected office here in Sedgwick County. She's charged with running all of the treasurer functions, including the tag office. And we really need to make sure, just like the sheriff and all of the other elected offices that we support, we need to be aware of the impact of any decision that we have on their organization. And this would have a tremendous impact on the organization of the treasurer. So I truly appreciate your passion. If we did this, it's going to be just like the appraiser. The appraiser goes out and does things and we get blamed. Okay, we're guaranteed that if we did this, they're not going to blame the treasurer. The five of us are going to be the ones that they blame, and we're going to be the ones that have 100 emails in our in basket the first day that somebody tries to go up to the tag office and they find out that the line is out the door, and their chance of getting in would be Tuesday of next week. We're the ones that are responsible for making sure that office operates, has the funding to operate it. Let me clarify that. She has to operate it. And if I hadn't talked to her and found out the implications, I'd have a different opinion today. But I had the opportunity to speak with her. We've emailed after that, and truly, I think we're in a no-win situation. I appreciate the passion that Commissioner Howell has on this. I completely agree that we shouldn't be funding it. I just don't know that we have a choice right now, and we need to work it through the legislature. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lopez.
I agree with just about everything that's been stated here. I would just add that in my time that I've been here, our top priority has really been stabilizing our workforce. And my concern is if we pass this today, that goes against everything we've been working for the last 4 years. So I agree that this is not something that our taxpayers should be paying for. This is not something that should be coming out of our property taxes. But I just think there's a way to go about it where we actually have a better impact and we don't destabilize that office. Thank you.
Commissioner Howell.
Appreciate the discussion. We haven't had a second yet.
Yeah, I seconded
I guess I'm sure you did second that. I'm not so sure this is actually worded exactly like I'm thinking in my mind at the moment. Thank you for helping me. It was what I thought until the discussion just now happened. I don't know that I really want her to reduce staff or costs. I want her to provide that service. She's going to rack up, if you will, a giant deficit if we don't deal with it in sometime in 2025. What I'm interested in is the discussion about that money in 2025 needs to be something we isolate and make a big deal out of that. It says, I want the state to know that that is a consequence of their inaction to solve this problem. And I'll just tell you, maybe the motion should be focused on 2026 because this problem continues to get worse. In 2029, the problem is almost $2 million. So at some point, we have to decide that the public's going to be inconvenienced and the staff's going to be much smaller staff to provide the services that people expect and demand because we don't have the money to fund the office of $2 million if the state's not providing that solution. So again, I can see us not dealing with the issue of reducing cost to the office in 2025. I don't want to see any way that we would approve in the budget an expectation to hand over $1 million, $959,000 without making that its own resolution, a very large discussion to simply say the state has failed once again and that we have to do this now to bail out this office because the state has failed to act and solve this problem. I'm not sure what the motion needs to be at that point.
So this is only the 2025 budget.
Yes.
So if you just wanted to direct a discussion, we can certainly do that. But whatever motions we take today can't affect the 2026 budget because we don't have one to affect. So if you wanted to change your motion to direct staff to ensure to put that on the legislative platform, I'm still not sure it's 2025 budget, but at least it puts it in that context.
Commissioner, we might have a
informally.
suggestion.
Oh.
Commissioner, we might have a
Commissioner
suggestion
Howell,
on that.
yeah.
Commissioner
Howell,
Meissner.
maybe reading your motion, instead of eliminate it, instead of saying 25 and beyond, why don't we just say 26 and beyond? So that way we cover 25, but it's in writing that we're done in, it's 26 and beyond.
Okay.
Would that handle it?
I would agree to that. So I'd like to amend my motion if that's acceptable to the second.
Acceptable.
I'm in my motion. I'll read it again if you like. I move that we direct staff to work with county treasurer to reduce costs, eliminate any forecasted subsidy from the county general fund to the auto license fund for the calendar year 2026 and beyond. And again, the reason I'm making this motion is because I want the legislature to know we are putting, if you will, or raising the flag. If they don't solve this problem, we will not have staff to provide these services in 2026 and beyond.
And I maintain my second. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye.
This is motion number 11. I would, just be for purposes of explanation, this is an unfilled position. And it is a position that we thought we needed. It has not been filled for a while. The county has done a lot of things for DEI. We have training programs in place by HR. We have a strategic plan that references DEI. We have done a deep audit of all county policies and procedures. We've amended most of those to make sure they're sensitive to DEI. And we have, if you will, I think we've moved mountains in this regard. This is an unfilled but funded position. And I don't know that we need it right now. I'd rather see us in 5 years from now take another look at DEI in Sedgwick County. And if we feel like we have a need to do something at that point, in other words, a internal study to find out whether we have, done something that would say we have a problem to be solved. I did get some data. I'm looking at Faith again. I did get some data. There was a 2022 story by the Wichita Beacon regarding some accusations, if you will, from employees in public regarding what they perceived as DEI violations. There were arguments against our staff and from the public to the county organization. Those numbers have substantially not changed. I have some updated numbers that I've received, and not getting into a lot of details here. There's just been no way to conclude that things are substantially worse or better. So again, it's kind of flat. And I'll just say this, that I think the county's done what they need to do for DEI right now. I don't want to continue to spend money for this position. I'd rather take a look at this in 5 years from now. So with that, I move that we eliminate the 1.0 FTE grade 65 DEI program manager from the county's manager staffing table and return the full cost of the position of the general fund estimated to be at $99,692, including taxes and benefits.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I would say, Commissioner Lopez, go ahead. Forgive me.
A couple of things to clarify. We didn't use the money for the position, but we did use it to hire the firm that gave us the direction in where we're going. So the money hasn't just been sitting there. It has been used to move this forward. When we've surveyed our staff multiple times, we've seen repeatedly that not everybody, obviously, but the majority of people are wanting to see this continue to move forward. And I'm just wondering, Tanya, can you come up and explain why we've changed the position from a 70 and grading it to a 65?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Tanya Cole, Assistant County Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on this. So just to speak about the vacancy about this position, we've tried to be very thoughtful about this position, and to give you a little bit of history on this. Back in 2022, we hired Hicks Carter Hicks, And the funding to be able to move the consultant forward on DEI initiatives, we used this money for this position, and Hicks Carter Hicks worked with us for 2 years. That was February of 2022 to December of 2023. The reason that we downgraded this position from a 70 to a 65 was that we felt that a lot of the initiative and the framework for our DEI initiatives were done through Hicks Carter Hicks. So to be able to move our initiatives forward with this position, we downgraded it to a 65. Also, what we've put in place is a DEI council. And that's made up of 12 employees in the organization. So this position would work in conjunction with the Employee DEI Council.
So now that we've kind of gotten this baseline accomplished, now we're really going to try to fill the position, but at a different level than what it was original. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. When we first started having these conversations, I do remember a survey that we all sat in a staff meeting, got the results from, and they did say that overall staff wants to see this happen. And I remember one of the things that was stated was that a concern of our employees was, are we going to continue to have support from the governing body? And I would really hate for us to lose that support when we're making progress and we have a path forward, when that's what our staff has continued to say that they want to see overall. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or comment? I would say that on this position in particular, it was put on the staffing table when? 19? Was this 2019?
I think it was, can you help me, Lindsay, on that? Was it 2020 or 2021?
20, okay.
2020.
So we haven't filled this position. There has been significant work in this conversation. I'm actually having a conversation with the board of TCAM on Friday, and they want to talk about how they could be more involved in what the county's operation is in regards to any sort of diversity and inclusion strategic objectives and things of that sort. Because they asked the same question, why isn't this position be funded? Why hasn't it? It's been funded, but why hasn't it been fulfilled? And I think that we're in an environment where a pivot isn't a bad thing, and we can have good conversations on how we incorporate HR into these discussions to make sure that we have an environment at Sedgwick County government that is that people feel as if they're welcomed. And these conversations are not conversations that are difficult to have from the elected bench. That we need to be having conversations about these things to have a pulse on where our workforce is, and that our workforce represents this community. So I'm open to those conversations. I will not steer away from conversations around DEI. We'll engage in full throttle because I think that they're important for our, whether it's, there's principles in this that we've done that we all agree upon, and there's probably principles in this that we don't agree on. And that's okay, but we need to engage at full throttle and have the conversation. So, Commissioner Lopez?
I apologize, I just had one more question. Sure. If this position is eliminated, is there a budget, or what would be the budget for any of these things, like to fund the council or to move any of the initiatives forward? What does that look like? Does that just stop because there's nothing to budget that?
Yeah, there would be no budget to move
So we
forward.
would just cut the whole program?
I think the DEI council could probably move forward, but there would be no budget. So, I mean, they would just meet and discuss, and there would be no.
And then we're going to be talking about another board that's not having an effective path forward, which is a discussion we've already had today. So, thank you.
So I have a follow-up on that. So cutting a manager position in this doesn't allow our HR department to do this type of work? This has to be a designated position?
You're leaning, I don't know if you're wanting to answer that or if you're, HR can do the work. I see this work as very different from what HR is doing. These are initiatives to carry DEI forward. So I see this as, for our organization, this is about recruitment, retention, and community relations for our organization, which is very different than what the HR work does related to this type of, this is where, to me, complaints come to HR, and they are doing training for the organization related to DEI. I see this position as very different from what the HR department is doing related to this type of work, if that helps explain that.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. Okay, other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Chairman Beatty?
No. Next item.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is a motion I made, it's number 4. It's the motion I made, I think, almost a year ago. And they said they wanted to wait until the budget process to bring this up, so here I am. And you guys heard about this a couple weeks ago at a staff meeting. Here's a copy. This is regarding 7 senior centers. This is an increase to the budget of $122,000. Just a point of reference, the 1982 mill levy ballot question passed with 2/3, so it's 66% to 33% passed. It says we should fund up to 1 mil, a service program for the elderly is what it said. And senior centers do provide a lot of services to seniors. They're not just socialization, but they also provide meal programs, transportation programs, access to medical doctors, all kinds of things are going on, safety programs in their homes. They communicate opportunities to their seniors in their community. On it goes. Having said that, I've now, I think it's my eighth year, I believe, of me trying to advocate for Oaklawn at least. And I'm not just picking on Oaklawn, I'm actually picking on 7 of them here. All of these have, several of these, at least 3 of them, have in the history, or in the past, have met performance measures that would have delivered it to the next level above, next level of funding per the old formula. We suspended that formula with a commission vote. I was in the minority on that. To move away from the funding formula, but nevertheless, we still know what it is. And if you look at that formula, at least 3 of these senior centers in the past have had those performance measures and would have been eligible, but they got frozen. Anyway, what this is it's entrusting. I believe 3 of these are in District 3, 1's in District 4. A couple of these are in District 2 and 1 in District 5. The Oaklawn, Hayesville, and Clearwater have met performance measures in the past. I'm not sure about Orchard Park, but this is one we talked about over and over, so I'm not sure exactly where that one is right now. The other 3 in District 3, I think it would have been another one. I think they didn't want the money or something. I'm not sure exactly why we ended up with 3 there. Anyway, this is a investment. It's not like a dog chasing its tail. The argument is we don't have the money to create the programming, therefore people don't come because we don't have the programming. If we had the money, we would create the program, people would come, and it would actually performance measures would lag essentially the creation of these programs. So what this does is it invests in these 3 in District 3, giving them, if you will, an investment to help them develop the programming that they would need for their areas that they would serve. Altogether, I could read this entire thing, but basically, this is an increase of $122,000. So here it is. I move that we transfer budget authority of $122,000 from the BOCC contingency fund to the Aging Department General Fund budget. I further move that we increase annual funding to 7 senior centers in the following amounts. Clearwater would go from $18,000 to $35,000. Hayesville from $35,000 to $57,000. Oaklawn from $35,000 to $57,000. Bentley from $5,000 to $13,000. Cheney from $5,000 to $13,000. Mount Hope from $18,000 to $35,000. And then Orchard Park from $57,000 to $85,000. It goes on, if a senior center on this list fails to reach the performance measure spelled out under the old senior center formula for the higher tier placement by March 20th, 2026, they will be entitled to receive, actually, change it back, this should be 2027 now. 2 years. 526, maybe that's right. I'm not sure about that date. Is that a reasonable date?
It's right.
Okay, I apologize. Higher tier placement by March 20th, 2026, they will be entitled to receive the same funding for calendar years 2026 and 2027. If they are unable to demonstrate compliance with those higher level performance measures by March 20th, 2026, they will automatically revert back to the level of funding that was provided in the 2024 contracts. And by the way, this is, again, a mill levy funded department. We have a mill levy equivalent. This year, the proposed budget has a .371 mill levy equivalent for senior aging services funding. There is a lot of other money. There's grant funds, all kind of other revenues that play here. But with this money here is specifically for senior programs for the elderly. And that .371 is a reduction of .014 mill levy. That would be an equivalent to about almost right at $100,000. So almost all of this revenue that's required for this would simply, if you kept them flat on the same mill levy equivalent, it would almost provide enough money to do this motion, $122,000 versus $100,000. So anyway, I'll stand for questions and we'll see if this passes. That's my motion.
Commissioner Meister.
Just a question, we've had a good discussion recently about this kind of new information or refreshed information for me. So recalling that some of these senior centers were, quote, frozen, if that's a term, right? Okay. So which of these, you have 7 listed, which of these were frozen? Was it Clearwater, Hayesville? Or go ahead.
Can I add to that?
Please.
You know what?
They were all frozen, but there was 4 that were frozen at the wrong level. And Clearwater and Hayesville were 2 of them, and they're the only 2 that have either not been rectified or have said that they don't want that additional funding. So they're the only 2 left that should have been receiving the next step funding that haven't been all these years.
Okay. Is that, and Tim's saying yes. Okay, thank you for clarifying. That was a question. Thank you.
Okay.
That's my question.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. We've been talking about senior centers, and that seems to be the only subject that really comes up. And I want to make sure that everybody understands I support all of the different senior items that we have in our budget. And we have like 15 different things in our budget to support seniors, senior centers being one of those 15. I do believe that senior center funding needs to be increased. But my biggest concern is equity. Our commission is made up of 5 districts. Those 5 districts have one thing in common. We can talk about praised values. They don't have that in common. We can talk about distance to travel to different senior centers. They don't have that in common. We can come up with all kinds of different things to justify making decisions. But there's only one thing that is common to all 5 districts, and that is population. And if we divide the 5 districts up, I would guess that there's pretty good statistical chance that the number of seniors in each one of those districts is pretty common between each one of them. There might be slight deviations. So I do want to increase senior center funding, but I don't want to take a look at certain senior centers and forget about all the other ones that may have the exact same issues. In addition, I don't want to dump a whole lot of money in a senior center that might not be prepared for it. But I want the money available to them if they need the funding in order to be able to improve the services. So we don't have a second to the first motion, so I'd like to make a motion. I move that we transfer $269,000 from the operating reserve to the aging general fund budget to represent a total of $185,000 per commission district to be spent on senior centers, and there's an important or services for senior living in that district as determined by the Department of Aging and Disabilities. And that provides additional funding for every single district. It meets my requirement that there is equity based on each and every senior district, on the seniors in that district. And if a senior center can't use that additional funding, it provides a method so that our Department of Aging and Disabilities can move that within that district. That $185,000 stays in that district, but they can move it to one of those other 14 items that are available that are important to serve our seniors. So that's my motion. That makes it equity, and that's the thing that I've argued about all the time. Thank you.
We have 2 motions, no seconds yet, but we do have a comment. Commissioner Lopez.
I'm kind of caught in the middle of this because I do agree. I advocate for the two in my district because they were frozen at the wrong level. And I feel like all of our seniors, all of our residents are paying into property taxes as we have asked them to, as we have people do. But it's not fair that these two have been left out, even though they're paying their taxes the way everyone else is. So I do feel that really strongly about Hayesville and Clearwater in particular. Oaklawn has been here advocating on their behalf for, I can't even tell you how many times you guys show up. So I think it's important that that is included in what we do. I do think increasing everybody, I don't know where the budget comes from that, and I feel like that's a little much. I don't have a problem with looking at all of these, but if all of these 7 that have been brought up aren't ready to receive that, I don't think it's appropriate to then give them that additional funding. But I don't know, I have another motion whenever the time is appropriate, but an amendment.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Lopez. This additional funding, $185,000, would give your senior centers the funding that you're looking for. So I think that that's not an argument on not doing this. But again, this idea that I have gives it to every single district equally, and that provides equity between every single district, and it allows the movement of any excess funds that might not be needed by a senior center to the other areas within it's not senior service, that's one of them, but under the Department of Aging and Disabilities. So it does both things.
What would be the, and you might have already said it, I apologize, I didn't write it down. What's the total cost in addition to what we're paying now?
$269,000.
I guess my concern, and I hear what you're saying, my concern is that we are looking at a budget where we're trying to make cuts. We've already made a cut. We're going to be making other cuts. Should we be increasing it that much when the conversation right now is around senior centers, and I don't think all senior centers are wanting or needing an additional funding. So that's where I'm at. I get that we're not going to be in the same place there, but that's how I'm seeing this at the point.
Okay. Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking staff here. Do you remember a few years back when Commissioner Dennis made a motion to increase funding for senior programming? It was a kind of a round number. It was like $500,000. I was attending the Aging Advisory Board meeting at that time. I was told by people they didn't like me doing that, so I stopped. But one thing that's interesting is we had to go find ways to spend the money. I don't know, Commissioner Dennis, may I ask you a question? Has the senior centers or anybody in your district advocated to you personally or to anybody in this room that they would like to have more revenue, and what would they do with the revenue if they had it? Hearing no answer. I can tell you that Oaklawn's done this every year for at least 8 years. And they have a desperate need for the revenue. They're in the verge of not being able to continue to provide service. In fact, I'll tell you, it's actually unfair to the people who live in Oaklawn, because I see Andre Cisco, elected official for the Oaklawn Improvement District. She's here today. They're using taxes from the Oaklawn Improvement District to backfill the shortages that happen at the senior center. Much like a city. Now, it's not a city. Many cities, like the city of Derby, puts in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into their senior center. They invest in that because they provide services to seniors in their community through the city, through the senior center. And every city, with the exception of Wichita, generally does provide revenue to their senior center. I don't know, I actually have it in my office, I don't have it with me right now, how much money from these cities is provided to the senior centers. In most cases, is not very much money on some of these senior centers. It's a very small amount of money. I think it's a bit unfair for Oaklawn. Again, I'm just round numbers here. I think 1 mill in your district is around $7,000, roughly. Our mill levy here is nearly $7 million, roughly. That's a big difference. And we're talking about 0.014 mils. And this is surgically applied to the needs where they happen. to the people who have an argument that says, if we had that money, here's what we would do. But simply to pass a giant number and say, go find a way to spend that money is not good government. But in fact, if we want to go down that path, we have a giant budget here today. If I take 1/5 of this budget and infuse that into my district, we would be the winner if I was to do that today, especially in public works. There's way more roads in Sedgwick County out in District 3 than there are in District 5. I have the smallest district out of 5 districts. I have the highest population density. I have the least number of county and pieces of infrastructure is in my district. By the way, we also have we have a lot of poverty. We have a lot of crime. So much so we actually have a sheriff's office who houses out of Oak Lawn because they have to be right next to where things happen. We have a lot of dysfunctional families. We have a lot of elderly folks that have, again, I know elderly folks struggle everywhere, but I think it's worse in my district. May I say that because the assessed value and the wage income has been lower. We have more single-parent families. And I think the demographics are not the same. We have mental health services that are concentrated in downtown Wichita. I think it's mostly in District 4's district, technically. I'm not advocating for taking those dollars and put them in District 5, because guess what? The money is spent where it's got the greatest need. And that's the right form of government. There are people across this county that pay more money into the government and they get less services back. And for them, I appreciate their support to government. But that's what government does. They take from those who have affluence and they spend money to places that have the greatest needs. Every government at every level does exactly that. This is no different. I agree. There's plenty of seniors in District 3, just like there are in every district. My motion actually inputs big money towards 3 of the senior centers that haven't demonstrated performance measures. I think to make a motion to do $500,000 or $269,000 that's not targeted towards specific requests is not good government. And I'll be opposing the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Meister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to everything and knowing that I get frustrated about this conversation and kind of wish that we could take a holistic approach in the near future, but hearing, knowing that there's 2 areas that were the quote frozen, and the pressure that's on Oak Lawn that seems to elevate itself way more pressure-wise than the others. I would, in hearing what Commissioner Lopez was referencing, I would be in favor of changing the first part of your deal to just these 3 centers, Clearwater, Hayesville, Oak Lawn. So instead of 122,000, I just added up, it'd be 61,000, and kind of eliminate that last paragraph because they've got performance stuff anyway. But I'm leaning towards helping solve an immediate problem with this budget, meaning Clearwater and Hayesville and Oak Lawn, and then the holistic approach later on. It's kind of where my head's at. I'm not making I could make that as a motion.
Oh, I have it. I can make a motion, but.
Okay, all right.
I think
I'll just wait.
Lopez,
I'll wait.
We'll make a motion that's similar. I want to echo what you just said. I've been here a year and a half. The senior center conversation gets more and more complex by the month. We've had this a lot, and this is years and years in the making. I understand there are a few senior centers that need some urgent action, and I'm willing to support urgent action for a few of these centers. There are senior centers in District 4, Park City and Valley Center, that are ready for a bump, that they qualify for a bump. They have the data, they're suggested. So what I want to do is I will be supportive of something today to get the urgent done. However, that is with the commitment that we are coming back next year and reforming this system. There are things that we have to talk about with the 6 different tiers and the funding levels. I don't think it's fair to our senior centers. I don't think it's just too confusing, and I just think there's a way we can simplify this and try to get better synchronization with what's happening in general aging services with happening in the aging center and the senior centers, and make sure that there's more partnership there in some of those things. So these are important to the community, and we have some urgent needs that have to be addressed. I'm willing to support it, but we're coming back next year and fixing it. we've got to fix it moving forward. So, Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you. I agree that if we do something this year, we need to look at just overhauling the system next year. I mean, we can continue to have these conversations every year, but I don't think they're all that productive. So I would really like to see us figure out what does the model look like going forward. But I will make an alternate motion, and I'll say I move that we transfer budget authority of $61,000 from the Board of County Commission contingency to the Aging Department General Fund budget to increase 3 senior center allocations. Clearwater Senior Center funding from $18,000 to $35,000, Hayesville Senior Center from $35,000 to $57,000, and Oak Lawn Senior Center from funding from $35,000 to $57,000.
I'll second that motion. Commissioner Dennis?
So you just put my district even further down from all the others. So the imbalance is even worse than it was before. We're going to completely disregard all the senior centers in District 3. I will not support that motion.
I would also add there is nothing for District 4 here too, and I understand that, but I understand there's an urgent need that has to be addressed. I get that, and I'm trying to be a team player for these senior centers and aging services. But this is the caveat that there are senior centers that need help in my district too, and we've got to take a more holistic approach of what this looks like. We have to get a system that's going to be sustainable long term. So, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curiously, to the maker of the motion, there's a paragraph on my motion that is not included in her motion regarding the requirement to maintain performance measures to that level for those 2 years going forward. I don't think that's going to be a problem for Oak Lawn. I want to make sure that whoever receives additional funding essentially demonstrates a continuation of providing that level of service.
And I didn't add that on because if we're going to overhaul the system next year anyway, I think we'll have different measuring standards, and I don't want to hold them to something that we're going to potentially change going forward.
All right, I'll support the motion. I would like it better if it was in there, but I understand your point. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
No.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, Commissioners, other motions we need to entertain?
Mr. Chairman. Yep. All right, I have a couple more. This is one that's been very difficult. I'm not, just let me say up front, I'm not planning to cut Exploration Place. Okay? Although there are some challenges, I think we need to address those challenges. I think there's a few things that I've learned in this process. Number one, their funding agreement that goes through 2027, it's almost like no one read the agreement. I don't know how that happened. The 5-year funding agreement only includes funding for 2023. It does not include any funding requirements other than paying for our one FTE, our county employee, which is the director, I should say president and CEO of Exploration Place. That's our employee. We have a requirement to pay his salary, and that's really all it says. So 2024, we provided, again, $2.22 roughly $1 million to the Exploration Place. The contract didn't actually ask for that, didn't actually require that, but we did it because that's what we've done for many years, going back into like around 2016 was the first year they had that level of funding. Am I saying that right, Lindsay? 2016?
Yes.
They've been flat since 2016. So in 2024, they got the exact same dollars once again, even though the funding agreement didn't say to do that. On top of that, they got another $2.5 million for county investment into EP2. And again, I supported that. There was a 5-0 vote. What I don't like about this whole situation is we have contract language that's not clear, and it should be clear. It should be crystal clear, and it's not. And so I think we need to address that issue. Second of all, we don't know what happens to EP after 2027. We do know the county's got some type of obligation until 2047. We don't know what that is exactly because it's not really defined very well. Let me just say this. I think the county has been gracious to EP, Exploration Place. Just to be clear, this is a city property. The city donated the land and realigned McLean Boulevard. That was the city's commitment to Exploration Place back in 1996, roughly. The county committed $20 million up front, and since then, especially starting back in 2005, we started adding money to pay off the principal and interest of that building. Altogether, we've given over $81 million to Exploration Place as an organization. I'm not getting into the numbers today, but they appear to have significant fund balance. It's not everything that I initially thought, but it's still a sizable number. Again, I didn't respond to the last email I got from someone over there. But understanding the details of that latest comment, there's still significant fund balance regardless. I think Exploration Place is pretty healthy. They're doing very well. They got more. They have plans of increasing their membership. The gate revenue is going to go up. They have very good income from their investments. They've got a pretty good sizable amount in the bank. They've got money they're saving up for EP2, and the county is continuing to give them $2 million or $2.22 million every year going forward, as far as we know. I think Exploration Place is doing pretty well. I do think it's time, since we paid off the building in 2023, I do think it's time for us to sit down with Wichita and take a look at what is the future for Exploration Place in terms of the city owns the land. Technically, we own the building. It's managed and operated by Exploration Place, Inc., or EPI. I think we need to have a conversation. I think we also need to work on that 2027 funding agreement to clean that up. It's a mess. It's not what it should be. So with that in mind, my motion would be this. I move that we maintain the recommended funding for Exploration Place at this time, but we direct staff to work with Exploration Place Board to bring in renegotiated funding agreement back to the BOCC for approval by the last meeting in October and make the necessary adjustments to the 2025 budget at that time. I also move that we direct staff to set up a meeting with the City of Wichita and Exploration Place, Inc. to discuss the transfer of EP, building and ground, to EPI, subject to certain conditional uses. So that's my motion.
Do you have copies of that? Sorry. Thank you. I apologize. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll second that for discussion purposes. I'm not sure that I agree with exactly everything that's in the motion, but I'll second it because otherwise it fails during possibility that failed due to a lack of a second. So my concern is a lot of this, rather than putting in our budget at this point in time, we need to work an en banc or some type of system with the City of Wichita to find out what their plans are in the future. I share the concerns that Commissioner Howell has. We've put $81 million in it since it started. That's a lot of investment of property tax money. And if we follow through for the next 25 years, we'll put another $50 million in it. So that's about $130 million. The taxpayers' property tax money is going to be in that organization. And what's going to happen at that point in time? We're going to hand it off lock, stock, and barrel to the City of Wichita because they own the land underneath it. I can't really justify continuing to put that much money in something that we have no future in. That's a big concern. What are we looking at going forward? So that's why an en banc or something with the City of Wichita is important for us to have so that we can decide, is that really our piece of property or not? If they gave us that piece of property, maybe I'd think differently. But right now, the way it's set up, I can't justify putting that much more money of taxpayers' money in the future. So I don't know that I like the motion right now because that is certain what's going to happen. It doesn't give us an opportunity to take the steps that need to take place, and that's to talk to the board at Exploration Place some more, to talk to the City of Wichita, to find out what the future of it is and what the future of Sedgwick County holds. But right now, what I see without this motion, if we just move forward in status quo, we're going to have $130 million in that facility, and we're going to give it away. And I don't think that's right. So I think we need a discussion. That's why I seconded it. I don't think that I agree with everything in this motion, but we'll see what the other commissioners have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
I would just remind us that we are in the middle of a of a contract with them for a couple more years. And so if we're going to have any kind of conversation, I think that would be a more appropriate time on what the future of EP holds. I do know that there has been discussion with the city of Wichita on what does that look like already, and potentially either extending that out 75, 100 years, so it's not something that's going to be handed over in a few years. But I just think the more appropriate time would be when we get to the end of our contract and not right in the middle of it.
Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just reiterate and be a little bit clear here. The contract today is a disaster. It does not clarify what our obligation is to the exploration place. We actually gave them money in 2024, well in excess of what the contract, you want to call it a contract, the funding agreement with exploration place actually said we should do. And that was in the budget last year. Again, I don't know that we have an intent to cut them off. I do think that we need to have a discussion. I know this year we're talking about I call it a haircut, a 10% cut, same as we've given to virtually everything else that's in arts and culture, has all received a similar cut, about a 10% cut. I don't know what the future holds, but this is still property tax dollars. We've talked a lot about sales tax dollars. I would love to see a resolution that moves this over to sales tax. And of course, sales tax, everyone right now in the community is talking about potential recession. And recession says the sales tax dollars might not be very robust. They might actually flatten out or even go down. If this was sales tax funded, you have to tell these folks that when the sales tax revenue gets flat or goes down, you've got to tighten your belt. We don't have a choice. I don't like the idea of funding this type of government with property tax dollars. It makes a commitment that, frankly, it depends on the fact that we're committed then to raising taxes, regardless of the economy, to meet the requirements of a funding agreement. We have no way out. We have no way to deal with the problem. If the economy, let's say the assessed value doesn't go up, or say even it might even go down. That does happen once in a while. I see WSU is here today. They have a 1.5 mil levy equivalent. It doesn't matter what the economy does. If the assessed value goes up 8% or 9% or whatever the number is going to be, they're going to get that percent increase because it's mill levy equivalent funded. I've talked about this in the past. The zoo used to be that way. We went to a funding agreement that said we will give you property tax dollars, but we're going to define the numbers ahead of time. So no matter what the economy does, we're going to give you those dollars. It obligates us in a way that says we're not able to pivot based on the economy. Sales taxes is more flexible. It just says if sales taxes goes flat or goes down, we're going to have to deal with that. If it goes up, you get to enjoy an increase. If it goes down, you got to tighten your belt. And that seems more reasonable to me rather than putting that burden on property taxpayers. Make a long story short here, they right now don't have a very good contract. That contract's a mess. What this says, once again, it says we're going to go clean that up. Let's make our language, our obligation, make it clear what that's going to be. And it says here, we're also going to meet with Wichita. Maybe we'll meet with Wichita and we'll all agree that this 2047 is the right number, right year. Maybe we'll all agree maybe 2147 is the right year. We don't know. But we'll have that discussion. And right now, this motion actually says, let's sit down and chat. Let's talk about what the future is. That's not a bad thing. That's a great thing. We need to do that. Now, we just paid off this building. We're essentially about 27 years into this project so far, roughly. It started about 1996, 1997 is when it began. It opened, I believe, in 1999, I believe is when it opened. We're about 27 years into this project altogether, and we just paid off the building. And we have opportunities, I think, right now to say, where are we? Again, let me just say once again, this is on the heart of the city, next to Keeper of the Plains, next to the amphitheater, next to our own gathering place, if you want to call it that, next to the convention center on the river, next to the new baseball stadium, next to the advanced learning library, and it's a county function. That doesn't make sense. Why not? Why is this not a city feature? Why is this under the county umbrella? I'm not suggesting we would back away, not provide them funding. I am simply saying this should be given to the city of Wichita, and my personal opinion is Wichita should make a deal with EPI that says we're going to let you consider this to be your land and your building. We can talk about funding those things, but consider this to be your land and your building, and it should be the contract should be with Wichita for both the land and the building, not with Sedgwick County. It's time to reconsider what we're doing right now. These contracts are a mess. And so I'm suggesting we give them the proper funding, give them the funding that's been recommended in the budget today, but intentionally sit down and have a conversation, and let's fix that 2027 funding agreement so that at least we understand what our obligations are going forward. They need to know what that is. Right now, they have uncertainty, and legal documents should never be uncertain, but it's totally uncertain. So I think we have a problem, and again, I think right now, funding them right now, but fixing the problem is what this motion is all about. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Meister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion as it reads is it's kind of vague. The one fact is that you're saying take the funding back up, but you're asking that a lot of stuff happens by the end of October, and that we make this budget adjustment in October when we've got a deadline of today. So I'm more inclined, I'm in favor of the manager's recommended budget in related to all of those items, including the expiration place. All these discussions can happen by any motion at any other time to say, hey, we would like to have an en banc, we want this and that to go on. We can do that. We can have those conversations any time we want to have with specific goals. These are somewhat finite goals that are that I just I'm not comfortable with on today, the 21st of August budget deadline day. So I am more supportive of the manager's recommended budget in this area.
Well, and to clarify, Commissioner, I drafted the motion, so apologies for the vagueness. But this would maintain the recommended funding as written. So it would be what the county manager has recommended, the $1 million is what this would do. But then it would allow the commission to go back and, if they were interested, the rest of the motion would direct a renegotiated funding agreement to assign values for those outer years, because right now there is just that 1 year of funding specified in the agreement, and then also to have a conversation with the city about potentially either the city and the county working together to move the land and building to EP, or figure out, whatever this long-term situation is.
Okay,
I know
so-
I've heard several commissioners
All
talk
right,
about this.
so it includes the manager's recommended budget.
Yes. For now, pending
And-
that renegotiated funding
And
agreement.
so, August 21st, so you have 68 days to negotiate a massive thing of transferring property and futureness and everything else. And what's the impact if nothing happens by the end of October, according to this
Well,
motion?
this would sustain the 2025 funding,
Right.
whatever's recommended. So whatever's in the manager's recommended budget, it would be what the funding was. But I'll defer to Commissioner Howell on the rest
So
of
what if
of
the
your
EP
questions.
and what if EP refuses to negotiate a contract? And what if the city refuses to consider solving this issue in the next 68 days? Is there any consequences? I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's no teeth to this other than, I thank you for clarifying. So I'm supportive of sentence number one, and I don't know if for a budget purpose this has any impact at this time.
If I may just interject quickly, I need to let all those viewing on television, KPTS, that our airtime expires at 1 p.m. You can rejoin this meeting on YouTube or Facebook, where we'll continue for God knows how long.
Can I answer the question?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question, you read the motion carefully. It talks about renegotiating the contract to clean it up between now and the end of October. The discussion with Wichita is a request. If they say, I don't want to sit down, I don't want to talk to you guys, let the record show they were unwilling to sit down. It just says, let's attempt to set up a meeting with Wichita and Expiration Place, Inc. to talk about the future of EP. It doesn't have a date. They can do that next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, next week. There's no date on that part. If they don't want to sit down, we can't force them, obviously. If somebody says, we're going to direct staff to, again, make a request to set up a meeting with those folks to talk about the future. And I think if they don't want to sit down, that's their loss. I think they need to sit down, and we need to understand our obligation, our future with EP, considering where it is and what it provides for this city. It's time to sit down and talk about that.
If I may, I am incredibly supportive let me just say a couple comments. Number one, I'm very supportive of Exploration Place and the commitment that's been made to this community. With the EP2 initiatives, the value that they bring to this community now, I'm a massive fan of Exploration Place. I'm also a massive fan of the zoo and TCAM and Child Advocacy Center and all these other organizations that we fund through cultural arts funding. The premise of these conversations is the predicament we're in financially and why we're having to make some very difficult decisions. Here's what I know about the EP conversation, Exploration Place conversation, is there is a difference of opinion at Exploration Place and here on the sixth floor and on the board of what the longevity of this relationship really looks like. And we've got to reconcile that. So what you're suggesting in a meeting after the budget, I am wholeheartedly in support of, because we've got to sit down in the room and have a conversation and reconcile their expectation long-term, our expectation long-term, and make sure that we have a glide path that is acceptable to both. That has to happen. At the very, even if it isn't acceptable to both, at least there is consistency and everybody knows where we're heading. I'm very much in favor of that here. I don't know the conversation about turning EP over to EPI, the conversation about Wichita taking it, those are very dynamic conversations that we need to continue to have that will happen at a later date. So whether the motion does or doesn't contain that, I'm supportive of it, of having that conversation. This is also very, very important because we've invested a lot of money. The taxpayers have $80 million up to this point. I think it behooves us to be very good stewards over what has been invested to this point. If we were just to say, sorry, EP, we're done with the relationship, move on, that would not be good stewards over the $80 million it's been. And I know nobody's suggesting that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we've got to be good stewards over this relationship because taxpayers over the 2 decades have invested into this, and they expect us to set up a glide path that is respectful and will keep EP stable because they are stable. They're stable and they're healthy now. So I'm supportive of the direction we're taking. I don't know what comes of the conversations with Wichita, but we've got to have the conversation and make sure we're both on the same page moving forward. Commissioner Lopez.
I would just want to add a couple of things. When we voted on the contract or we voted on anything with EP, it's passed 5-0. So it's not like this was a controversial decision at the time. So it's taken on a new life this year, which is, it's unfortunate for what it does to EP, and especially right when they're in the middle of trying to fund this huge project that's going to be so great for this community. And I'd also say, the comments said that we can't change something or we're changing it this year. So to say that we can't change it in outer years is just not accurate because we're changing the funding level this time around. So to say that we're stuck at something is not accurate. We've talked about sales tax a lot and we're continuing to talk about that. I do think if we're looking at that, we're putting the cart before the horse. Like, we need to make sure that they're going to have sustainable funding, whatever tax revenue that comes from, it needs to be sustainable. And the discussion about moving it to Wichita or moving it here, whatever that looks like, we've started having that conversation anyway because we've had an en banc with the city of Wichita to talk about consolidation of parks, arts, and recs already. We're already down that path. So I don't know why we wouldn't just continue with that conversation, let that vet out, see what comes of it, and if we can do some functional consolidation, we've already done so much work in this area, this seems like the natural step going forward. So I don't know why today it's got to shift significantly to we've got to get it out of the county when we're having the conversations about arts, parks, and rec just overall in general. So let's finish that conversation and not make any rash decisions that are going to hurt one of the most beloved amenities that we have in Sedgwick County.
Commissioner Howell.
Again, just a couple of things. I appreciate the fact that those motions passed 5-0, but again, may I just say it's embarrassing to everybody. It's like no one read the contract. I hate to say that, but it doesn't say what they thought it said. In fact, I was surprised to find out what it did say because it doesn't say what I thought it said. So again, the contract is not a good contract. Second of all, I want to reflect. The chairman said he loves Exploration Place. Guess what? I do too. It's a jewel in our community. I adore and appreciate and am so grateful to have Exploration Place in our community. It's a wonderful place to be, and I love to visit there. I got lots of grandkids that are there all the time. I'm a huge fan. I served on their board for several years. In fact, I regret having been taken off that board. I was replaced. I don't know why. I was doing a good job on that board. I appreciate Exploration Place, so I'm not trying to hurt it. I'm actually trying to help it. In fact, let me just say this. I'm the one that back in 2016, I think, or 2017, I'm not sure which it was, but I'm the one that advocated and started the process to increase their funding to where they are today, where they have been. The $2.22 million was a consequence of my advocacy when the commission didn't feel like they had the money. And guess what? I'm the one that caused that to happen. And they've had that level of funding all those years since then. It was lower than that. If you understood, I'm not going to reveal my inner thoughts right now, but if you knew what I was thinking, I think at the end of the day, these conversations are to the benefit of EPI. I'm not trying to hurt them. In fact, I don't think they realize what's at stake here. They probably would have a better deal if they sit down on the table and talked about it. There are better deals out there. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you don't know what you don't know, but guess what? Things might be better than you realized. You might want to sit down and find out what are the options. There are some good things out there that can happen to EPI, but you have to have a conversation. So again, I'm not advocating to defund them. I'm not advocating to hurt them. I'm not advocating to shut them down. There have been commissioners in the past who've said those things. I've never said those things. I've been a champion. I've actually worked for them. I voted for these contracts that Commissioner Lopez talks about. I'm the one that raised their funding to the level of funding before the budget today. I'm the one that got it to that level the last 8 years. But it's time to sit down and clean up this ridiculously embarrassing contract. Fix it. And let's have a conversation. What's nothing wrong with sitting down to talk? If they don't want to talk, enough said. But that's on them. I would like to call a conversation. It doesn't need to be an en banc necessarily. It does need to be people from the city and the county need to sit down across the table from EP and find out where are we? What are the ideas? And what are the good things? What are the bad things? Let's talk it out and see if we can find a way to make this actually better for them. There are things we can do. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as I started off, I seconded this for the discussion. I think we've pretty well got to the end of the discussion at this point in time. And I think it was valuable to talk about it. I don't think at this time is the time to make the decision. It was direct the manager to start working with the Exploration Place, with the city of Wichita to work through this and find out what the solution is. So I make a substitute motion that we table this discussion at this time, direct the county manager to work with the EP and the city of Wichita to find out what the direction is. And the main reason is, and I wish that I had the numbers in front of me, as I don't, they've done a study on what the economic impact is to the county, and it is many millions of dollars. Okay, so I don't want anyone to think that we don't treasure Exploration Place, because the economic impact is immense. So, but I think we need to do it right, and that's why I make the motion that we table this, direct the manager to move forward with finding out what we are going to do next. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Howe?
I guess it doesn't change anything, because at the end of the day, the money that's in the manager's budget recommended is going to pass with the substitute motion. And if Commissioner Dennis wants to direct staff to go and have a conversation and take a look at this contract, it's kind of essentially what the motion says.
Right, exactly.
The substitute motion is not substantially different. It's just not my words, it's his. It doesn't change what we're doing here. For some reason, there's a reluctance to say, I'm going to support Jim Howell's motion. It says the exact same thing, by the way. That's political. I'm sorry. I'll support the motion because, frankly, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing I already motioned. I see that. Y'all should see it too. Thank you.
There is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Motion carries. Other motions, Commissioners? I'm happy to have a conversation as well, give Commissioner Howe a little bit of a break. And I want to apologize. I may not have been completely, I'd asked for data on the KPTS conversation to be shared with the commission with the intent to have a conversation about that publicly. And I'm not sure I communicated an exact motion that I was going to be making or that I'd be making a motion. So I want to apologize in advance. It's a simple conversation, but we've all received significant number of feedback here recently about KPTS and the conversation. I want to just kind of visit a little bit about where my head's at on this deal. It was mentioned earlier in oral testimony that it's a 40-year relationship. Right now, I believe that the community is asking for transparency in government, and as much transparency as possible. I don't think that we can go far enough in transparency. I think every effort we have to communicate, every effort we have to be visible, every effort we can muster to make sure the community is hearing the things that happen from this bench, I think is important. But I also realize that times have changed, and the way people consume media has also changed. Some of the data that we saw was about viewership, the amount of viewers that we had on KPTS versus all of our other platforms, YouTube, Facebook, all these others, and it's significant. In my private life, I do a lot of media, been buying media, and these data that I'm familiar with, and you want to place dollars strategically where the most eyeballs are, and that is really, really important. So that's why this conversation is even happening, is because we have to make sure there's a return on investment with the amount of eyeballs that are seeing these things. There are other things that we're doing here from Sedgwick County government is we are creating a new website that will have more capacity. And I'm very curious about what type of capacity the website will have so that we can actually engage the community more with live meetings and such, because I think there's some things that we could do there. So I will be making a motion and move that we transfer $80,000 from the operating reserve to fund an additional one-year agreement with KPTS so that we can have robust conversations about our media moving forward and make sure that we are maintaining as much transparency as we can.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. Well, we asked staff what we could do to cut, and staff came up with a suggestion. We talk about transparency. KPTS isn't transmitting right now. Everything we say is not going over KPTS. The suggestion the staff made was we could save ourselves $80,000, and right now, and I don't have the numbers, I should have brought them, but Nicole gave us the numbers, and it's dollars is what it costs Sedgwick. It's at the bench. It's dollars is what it costs per viewer for KPTS. It's less than pennies what it costs us on Facebook, YouTube, and to put it on our website. Are we really looking at saving the taxpayers' money? I don't think so. And if we're looking at transparency, there's no transparency on KPTS at this moment. So I will not support that motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Meitzer.
Thank you. The data that you're pointing out, I do have it in front of me. And in 2023, the viewing audience was 5,200 on KPTS, sorry. Facebook, 31,900, so 32,000 views on Facebook at the tune of $75 a year. And on YouTube, 12,700 at the expense of $75 a year. So we're talking putting $80,000 towards 5,000 viewers. And times have changed. I get it, and they really have. And this is an area that, and I've always been frustrated that our contract goes, I think, 2 hours for a set fee, and then it's 15-minute increments after that. So anytime we go past 11 o'clock, we're also paying a quarterly fee, every 15-minute fee. And as Commissioner Dennis says, and it cuts off at 1, and versus all of these others that are easy. Facebook and YouTube are so easy to go back and look at. And I think there was another stat in there that now 78 or 9% of households now have smart TVs. It's time for us to move on. And I guess if we end up approving this, at a future date, I'm going to ask that contract get hugely renegotiated, because it is the least transparent of the three media exposures that we have. And so that's my comment.
Okay. Additional comments, feedback? Commissioner Lopez.
We've had this conversation slightly, but I would like to get a little bit more information and just have a deeper conversation. I'm in favor of extending it a year with the understanding that things will possibly change going forward. But let's have a better conversation, more open to the public, so people know what to expect. It's not just going to hit them cold and then it looks like we're trying to not be transparent. I think we have to do a better job of relaying things to the community before we make any major decision. So I would be in favor of extending it 1 year and looking beyond that and having that conversation very publicly.
Okay, Commissioner Meister.
Just a quick comment is I received about 15 emails, I think we all did, and I actually took that information and responded back to each one of them, and over half of them came back and said, oh, I had no idea. I totally agree with what you guys are looking at. So I think it's just education, and I was being totally transparent to the people that were complaining, and they go, oh, okay. So, well, we'll just see how the vote goes. Thank you.
Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree. I got a handful of emails. I responded to every one of them, explained every single one of them, how much cheaper it was to see it on Facebook, YouTube, and on our website, that we were cut off at 1 o'clock. That it costs us additional. The contract is not in our favor. And 100% of them that responded back said, thank you for saving us taxpayers' property tax money. I didn't have one of them come back and say, oh, you made the bad decision. Thank you.
Appreciate the feedback. I don't disagree that we have to have some work done on this. My heart is really about more, not less at this point in time right now, just depending on where our constituents and the people of this community see local government. And I want to make sure that we're able to get our in front of as many people as possible to make sure. But you're right, there's some things that we do need to have conversations about, details of a contract and things of that sort. And I think this allows us a little bit of time to do exactly that. So that was the impetus of the motion. Appreciate the feedback. Madam Clerk, motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
No.
Commissioner Dennis?
No.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Chairman Beatty?
Aye. Motion carries. Commissioner Howell, other motions?
Thank you, Chairman. So let's see if this would be like the other ones or not. This is going to be one of those things where I'm asking staff to do something. I'll just say this, you may not, where did it go? You may not see my point just yet, but let me just say that if this doesn't pass, I will probably want to split the CIP in the budget. So we'll see if this pass or not. This is, I would drive around and take a look at the roads around the county. Well, we have great roads. Lynn Packer, you did a great job. Your staff does great work. And I will say our county roads are some of the best government roads in the state of Kansas. And they do a great job. But, that does cost a lot of money. And I remember talking to David Spears years ago. Maintaining roads at the appropriate time is the most efficient way to save the most taxpayer money, is you touch it at the exact right time, not before and not later. If you do it later, it ends up getting more expensive. If you do it before it's due, then you end up wasting money for a road that could have lasted a little bit longer without having to have that done right then. I know that we have always supported a bridge inspection program, that we know when to touch a bridge because we inspect it every couple of years and we pay attention to it when it gets closer to needing some kind of work. We don't want to close a road. We don't want to have to reduce the weight limit on a bridge, but sometimes those things happen. But we try to fix those bridges or replace those bridges at the appropriate times. So again, it's wearing things out before you need to repair or replace those things. We're going to wear them out, get the most bang for the buck for the taxpayer. With that in mind, I would like to see us do a similar thing with our road pavement programs. We sometimes look at a calendar and we say it's time for the road to be refreshed, and maybe it is. but maybe you can go a little bit longer. And with that in mind, I think we need to intentionally assess the road condition to make the best decision as to when that should be refreshed, if you will. Sometimes we go in there and grind a little bit off and add a little bit of asphalt. Sometimes we just put some type of coating on top. There's different technologies that they use for different roads for different purposes. But regardless, all those different technologies use different amounts of money, and we do a good job. But my question is, are we doing it too soon? And if we are, I don't want to do it too late because that gets more expensive. The question is, are we doing it too soon? And with that in mind, there's a motion. At the end of this, I'd like to move that we direct staff to develop a road assessment program to evaluate the need for preventative maintenance as part of the annual capital improvement plan development to be put in place for upcoming budget processes. The intent is that we would maybe not repair roads as often. We can use those funds to fix other roads that are on the wait list. It's using the money more effectively by transferring the funds. Now, this is sales tax funds. This doesn't change the overall budget, but it does. Again, if you don't need to spend money today, and you could on this project, you can spend the money over there on that project that's also waiting for funding. So there's things out there waiting for funding in the sales tax funds that, again, 50% of our sales tax funds are earmarked for public works. So again, I think the question is, do we have enough projects to consume all those dollars? The answer is absolutely, no question. So to the extent we don't spend money on a road that is not ready for repairs, if you will, and go another year or two, you can save that money and put it on something else that needs that money. That's good government. So that's my motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm going to have to hear from Lynn Packer. As I recall, we were working with WAMPO, and we came up with a directed road maintenance plan, road maintenance assessment just recently, didn't we?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Lynn Packer, Director of Public Works and County Engineer. Correct. We currently do have a road assessment program. As I mentioned last week at staff meeting, we're in the process of updating that and utilizing that program with AI camera technology to make it more efficient and less time consuming. Happy to sit down with any of you, all of you, and go over that process. But right now, we put eyes on the road, and every year, looking at what we're doing, what roads need. We work with townships. We work with our maintenance personnel to figure out where they have hot spots at, where they're noticing hot spots. Townships use our roads all the time, so we use them as a resource. I appreciate definitely the interest in trying to make the roads and bridges as efficient as possible, because that's exactly what we want to do. We don't have enough money. I keep telling you guys, we would love to have more money in the CIP, so anything we can do to be more efficient is definitely there. And that's why we're going down this road, trying to use AI camera technology to make our roads more efficient. What we have found through talking to other cities and other counties, as well as just our own experiences in this part of Kansas, or Kansas in this part of the United States, South Central, if you have a robust program such as ours, you're going to touch your roads every 6 to 8 hours, 6 to 9 years, or 6 to 8 years is what we're finding. That doesn't mean a complete overlay, complete rebuild, but you're doing something to them, crack sealing, or doing some type of an overlay. When you go beyond that, because of the freeze thaw, the multiple freeze thaw cycles we go through, as well as the high heats in the summer, you're getting to the point where you're pushing beyond the limits of probably having to do something a little bit more. You're missing what we call our sweet spot that Commissioner Howe was referring to earlier. We're always trying to hit that. We don't always hit it, but we definitely try, and we've used our experiences over the years. And I think we do a very good job of hitting that.
Oh, thank you, Lynn. And I agree, we've got fantastic roads. You do a great job of maintaining them. And I was just aware when we were working with WAMPO of the new road assessment plan that we got in place. So I'm not sure what we're trying to solve with this motion. I'll listen to what Commissioner Howell has to say about that. I appreciate what Public Works does to maintain those, and I think we're on the right track. So that's why I'm not seconding it. Thank you.
Commissioner Meister.
I agree with what Commissioner Dennis is saying. I have total confidence in your current road assessment program and that you've been flexible and that you've got people on your staff that are engineer degreed. And I don't, this is a duplication of something we've already have in place, and I'm not in favor of growing government in that world. So I think we could just, on this item, I think you could just call for a second and see if there's a second. We take a vote.
Okay, Commissioner Howell?
I'd like to at least make a couple of comments before, if you don't mind. You mentioned the WAMPO's road assessment program. Please explain what that is exactly.
They are currently utilizing some grant money to look at all county, WAMPO county members and working on a program that will assess roads. And that is something they're just starting. They're starting to look into and utilizing those funds. And we would offer to participate in that.
Are they assessing roads for safety or for condition?
Their primary push right now is on the safety end of it.
Right, and I'm on the WAMPO board, so I understand this is an assessment for safety. I agree, but this is not what I'm talking about.
Correct.
And by the way, do we do crack seal more often? We touch the road every so often, put it some kind of a surface upgrade, if you will, but do we go out there and do crack seal more often than that?
Oh, yes.
Of course we do, right? And again, I think that's one way we do preventative maintenance. That says, because once you get water down inside of a crack and it freezes, you heave the asphalt and it creates a failure. So we do lots of crack seal. One of my biggest complaints I hear from people is, why are you fixing a road? That road is really good. In fact, I don't want to point it out, but there's a road in my district that's been getting resurfaced right now. And I've had people call me up and say, what in the world are you guys doing, wasting taxpayer money? That road did not need to be replaced right now or fixed right now. You guys are doing it too soon. And that's the argument. I don't want bad roads, obviously. We know there's some bad roads around here. We have great roads. But the question is, if you do it too early, you're actually essentially wasting taxpayer money because you didn't wear it out. I don't want it to fail. I don't want it to cause danger. I don't want danger. We had a briefing just the other day when we talked about a couple weeks ago, I mentioned this motion. You said in that meeting that yes, there are a few roads, you admitted that maybe we could have gone a few more years before we fixed those roads. You said that in that meeting. Did you mean to say that?
Yeah, what I said was if we don't hit a road in that 6 to 8 year mark, or if we don't touch it in that amount of time as we're typically doing in this time frame, like I said, we're not putting an exact date on it. We're just those are typically times they come up. It's not going to fall apart in the next year or two. It'll survive the next couple of years. It's just going to cost us more money to go through it.
I don't want to cost more money. I think crack seal. Please understand, I'm not advocating that you don't do crack seal or restriping or fixing potholes. Those are all things we have to do all the time, right? And by the way, it sounds like this is developing technology. You're talking about using artificial intelligence cameras to do some assessments, okay? Again, what this says here, direct staff to develop a road assessment program, because guess what? Before today, there have been times we fixed roads too soon. We don't have that program. It's not a good program yet. Maybe it'll be a good program with the technology you just mentioned. All I know is sometimes the road you need to go 10 years before we fix it, or maybe it only needs to be 4 years. It depends on the situation. The assessment should drive what we do.
We totally agree with you.
Okay, so we agree. What this says is I want staff to develop a road assessment program using whatever technology you want to make sure we don't do it too soon. Because I can tell you right now, that has happened. And when that happens, that's a waste of taxpayer money. My motion is not bad. There's resistance to past motions here. But to the extent you do or do not get that assessment program on its feet, we have a problem. And maybe your idea of using that technology is exactly what this is asking for. It needs to be, and if that doesn't work for some reason, we need to put another solution in place, because it has happened where we have actually fixed roads before they're due. And therein lies the problem. So this is not a bad motion. This is about efficiency. It's about making sure we wear things out. Before today, there have been times we have fixed roads before they needed to be fixed. And in my opinion, to the taxpayers who call me up and complain about this, it is a waste of taxpayer money to do it too soon, because we didn't actually wear it out. So at the end of the day, the motion's not bad. You all think it's a bad motion. Lie for lack of a second. Thank you.
Lynn, you say that we have a program and.
That is correct.
Okay. It might be worth a staff conversation, Tom, to figure out the details of the program that exists now, since there's no exact budget conversation for the adoption of today. I would be interested in some of the things Commissioner House saying, Lynn.
We'd be happy to do a staff meeting.
Yeah, and see if there's some ways that we could understand the program and see if there's ways that we could save there.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Other motions?
I guess that one dies for lack of a second. All right.
Correct.
I have a couple more and I'll be done. This deals with the Northwest Expressway, and I wanted to start off by saying, to some of the previous comments, I agree that 1/5 of the money we provide to district, I don't know if it's District 4 and District 3, I suppose it's out that way. But we've been donating about $1 million, right at $1 million a year for a number of years. I believe we're up, please correct me if my numbers are wrong. I believe we're into this about $14 million right now. The state's donated $5 or $6 million total. We have an agreement with the KDOT to put some money into the Northwest Expressway. It used to be called the Northwest Bypass, and because of that, we've never enjoyed Wichita's support. Now, there is one council member today who has pledged in his newsletter to put, I didn't see the budget yesterday, whether this actually happened or not, but he pledged he was going to move, try to get $5,000 in the city of Wichita's budget to show support to the Northwest Expressway. I don't know if that actually happened or not, but nevertheless, this program has purchased, I believe they say, again, essentially way up north around 80th Street or something up north, up by the Coliseum, to a road that doesn't currently exist, that goes out towards Goddard. This has been estimated to be basically $1 billion project. And we donate $1 million a year. When we do that, the state kicks in $1 million a year. This project, just this year alone, has arguably gone up in cost, easily $30 million, maybe more. We don't know. So by doing $1 million and the state kicking $1 million, we're only behind $28 million this year. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't know that this is the way we should spend money. I have some concerns about the $1 million, but right now, I think the District 5 has another project that is very viable and it needs to have some support. And so with that, I'm going to deal with the $200,000 of the $1 million. This is a motion that says it reallocates $200,000 from project R328, known as the Northwest Expressway right-of-way acquisition, to the ARC-95 project, which goes into districts 2 and 5. I'd encourage Commissioner Lopez, if she wants to do more than this, she can certainly argue for another $200,000. I move that we reallocate $200,000 from project R328 Northwest Expressway to a new project for ARC-95 in all the years of the proposed CIP. I further move that we direct staff to develop a protective overlay proposal and furthermore initiate agreements and/or memoranda of understanding with similar terms to the Northwest Expressway with the City of Derby, the City of Hayesville, the City of Mulvane, and the Kansas Department of Transportation, and pertaining to the ARC-95 project. So this deals with, again, putting $200,000 towards the project, creating a memorandum of understanding, and creating a protective overlay, again, with part of these funds if necessary. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, you might, so Northwest Expressway is a project that's been in discussion since I was a young boy. I think most people, when they hear when they hear what this is trying to accomplish, I think by and large, people say, okay, this could be incredibly advantageous to particularly Western Sedgwick County, but all of Sedgwick County to be able to move goods and transportation. It would start at 45th and Tyler, go through, that's my district, District 4, move through District 3 and connect over at Goddard. So that's just a very high level overview of what this is. Lynn, how much, this $1 million that we give historically goes to buy right-of-way in a protective overlay. How much, two questions, how much right-of-way have we purchased and how much is left in that account?
We've currently, to date, as of, I believe it was May of this year, had acquired through KDOT 1,334 acres has been acquired for this project. And it is a slight clarification. It is an extension of K96 at Tyler Road that continues on north of Mays and then down through 21st Street and down to Kellogg. Yeah. We have, 1,334 acres is total that needs to be acquired. Of that, we've acquired 482 of those acres, and we've expended about $14 million of the money that has been allocated to that purpose. KDOT, we have been, prior to 2016, I believe, this was a $350,000 effort on each side. The last contract with KDOT, they came to us and asked if we would be willing to increase both of our participations, and left in a somewhat nicely written agreement, actually, that allows us to participate at anywhere from $0 to $1 million, and they match dollar for dollar. We have one more year left in that contract.
One more year left in the contract.
Is over next, I think technically next May, and we make our payments usually in March.
Okay, I want to ask Justin Wagner, or allow him to comment on something, but you had mentioned that 14 million has been expended. Is there more money in the account that still needs expended? Do you know what that is? KDOT was not able to give me the exact money they have in the account, but just doing the math from the contracts, we have about half. We have about another $14 million in the account. Okay.
Or I guess that's not our account.
That's an estimate, just to be clear to the public.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Chairman. And with regard to Commissioner Howell's motion, the portion of that talks about developing a protective overlay legally is fine. I just wanted to point out the significance of that from a zoning matter. As I understand it, Commissioner Howell can correct me if I'm wrong, but the protective overlay, for example, like we do currently have with the Northwest Expressway, if one like that would be developed for ARC 95, that is in our zoning code. Under state statute, one of the ways to initiate a zoning code change is for the Board of County Commissioners to essentially direct the planning director to do that or take action. So I realize this is a budget hearing and that's a little out of the ordinary, but I also think it's permissible. I just wanted you to know that would be a step where you would be directing, I think, ultimately your planning staff to run that by the Planning Commission as a code change for protective overlay. Let me know if you have any questions on that, though.
Okay. Thank you. That's good clarity. Commissioner Meinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the discussions and the size of these projects, I do agree that we could take a portion of that million and put it towards that project that also has regional significance. It's a little bit of that's had a lot of momentum lately, even from Senator Moran, and Derby and communities are very supportive and active in it. So I think it's an appropriate time to take a portion of that to help seed the even as we continue with the 800,000 towards the Northwest. So I will second the motion as presented.
Okay. Just an additional thought from my end is that one of what my jobs to do as someone who advocates for Northwest Expressway is to try to build consensus and try to build as much support as I can. And I hope my support of this would be because we still have right of way to purchase. There is money in the account, and there's still $800,000 would be going into that account. It would be an effort of me to say we want to also be supportive of other road projects and highway projects going on throughout the community. So, but we'll take some more comment. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. Well, I've been a strong supporter of the Northwest Expressway ever since I've been on the commission, because that's the only direction that Wichita can grow, and that's where growth is going to happen. In addition, at one end of it, we've got the fastest growing city in the entire state of Kansas. At the other end of it, we got the second fastest growing city in the state of Kansas. So that road is needed. There's some people that say, well, the cost is something that we need to consider. Well, we can build that thing in pieces, and that's always kind of been the idea. We've been acquiring a lot of land at the north end and the south end all along, and we can start building that in phases. So a lot of those arguments I have concerns with. In addition, I served on WAMPO Executive Committee for a number of years, then moved up to the vice chair. I moved up to the chair. I served on both those 2 years each time. I'm back on the executive committee today. I serve on the Transportation Coalition. I attend all of the different local consult meetings that happen with KDOT. And what have I advocated every time? I've advocated for ARC 95 every time. I've advocated for the Northwest Expressway every time, because that, if we look at the east side on K96 and the economic impact of K96, the exact same thing is going to happen over on the other side. We have support from Mays and Goddard, and finally the other day we got support from Wichita. It's $5,000. It's not a great amount compared to the million that we put in. Actually, we subtract off 5,000 from each of the other ones, so we don't put in quite $1 million. It's a little less than that. But we now have support from the city of Wichita, and that's what we've been missing for some time, is get the city of Wichita on board to help us advocate for it. Certainly, I'm a supporter of ARC 95. I've always been a supporter of ARC 95. We just found out the other day, Lynn sent us a great news that we got a grant to help move ARC 95 forward. So I'm not sure what taking money out today is going to do, because we don't know where it's going, and we don't know if we've got agreements with any of these other cities to help with it. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We're putting the cart before the horse. Let's do this in a way that we do everything else, thought through, not knee-jerk reaction. And if the decision after we review this and we get all of the information is that we move 200,000 over, then so be it. But right now, we haven't even staffed it. We haven't discussed it. We don't know what the impact is. We don't know a whole lot of things, so I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Well, I will be supporting this. I'm supportive of both projects. I think they're both needed. ARC 95 definitely would be a huge improvement for the south side, and there is some movement happening, especially at the federal level. We were able to, Commissioner Meitzner and I were able to advocate for that with Senator Moran, so it's really exciting to see that that has come to fruition, and so really proud of that. But I will be supportive of both, but moving 200,000 into ARC 95.
Okay, good discussion. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate the insight. We have a motion. Commissioner Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, it would be my intent that we would be asking KDOT to consider a matching program up to some cap. Again, by doing this, it demonstrates local support for the program. I think KDOT believes this is a very necessary project. And again, I believe that, again, I can't say that they would do it immediately, but my intent is to have an MOU similar to the Northwest Expressway, that they would have some type of matching program to encourage local investment into this project. And so, again, this gets that ball started. I see Northwest Expressway as a template for what we're trying to do down south. So my hope is that we'll get them on board and put in money just like they have in the Northwest Expressway. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you for the advocacy for both projects. They're both important. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
No.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, moving along.
Just a couple more here. This one is a result. I'm not, again, I have supported Northwest Expressway in the past. Similar as to Commissioner Dennis has supported ARC 95 in the past. We have supported each other's projects. That's true. But as I'm thinking about this, that 40% of the land actually is not one spot. It's the entire length of the entire Northwest Expressway overlay. It's all over the place. It's here and there. There's not any one portion of that that would be ready for any type of project. We would have to do some significant land purchases to get even a section of that to be done correctly. Right now, is that correct?
We do have parcels that are spread out, but the northern parcel, the parcels that are basically between Tyler and 21st are mostly acquired.
Which is the most important part? If you did one part of that expressway and you broke it down into segments, which part's the most important part?
You know, I think there can be arguments made on both ends, but for me, because of the connection with K96, I think the north parcel would be what I consider to be phase one.
And that would take you from where to where?
That would basically take you from K96 and Tyler down to 21st Street.
Well, anyway, as I've thought about this, and you may agree or disagree, but when this was conceived, what was the beginning of the Northwest? It used to be called again bypass. When this was conceived, what year was that? It's been about 30 years as far as I can remember.
This was actually when it was conceived by KDOT. They approached the city of Wichita in 1997, and then they came to us about a year and a half later and asked us to come on board with it.
Okay, so that is, I'm not far off. It's been maybe not quite 30 years, but it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And at that time, we had North Junction was not like it is now, and that's still being constructed. There's still improvements at North Junction that are still happening. There's more phases, I guess, that again are if the traffic pressures continue, there's other things they can do up at the North Junction. I know the Kellogg and 235 interchange wasn't like that back in the day, and that was a county project. We put in significant match money to make that happen. That was a county project. I'm very proud of that interchange, but there's, I think, 3 more phases we've not even done there to deal with additional pressure at that location if we should want to do that. Those drawings are out there, and you can see what that would do. But at the end of the day, you go way back in time, back 30 years ago, the problems they were seeing back then, I don't think they conceived the North Junction or the 235 and Kellogg solutions. Those are massive projects that have substantially changed the traffic flow. And I guess I'm saying 30 years ago when this project, the Northwest Expressway, was conceived and started, the thought was started and people started thinking about what this would look like, things have changed. And now to travel from North Sedgwick County to West Sedgwick County using the infrastructure that's been placed there, especially when all that construction gets done, I don't consider that to be as great of a need today as maybe they felt like it would have been back 30 years ago. So with that in mind, I don't know exactly what will happen with this, but I think it's time for us to go back and say, in light of the fact that we've had massive projects that have substantially changed the traffic flows of Sedgwick County, I think it's time for us to do something about that. I would like to see
if I may, before you make a motion, I do want to point out that the crux of the issue is has been and continues to be, even with improvements at North Junction and the improvements on 235, which have been great as far as reducing congestion. The crux of the issue is really truck traffic and as well as commuter traffic, but mostly truck traffic and getting it through Kellogg and basically get down and we're talking about getting stuff from Kansas City down to New Mexico and the ability to be able to get through that easier via a bypass, an expressway that would take it away from, because Kellogg in the urban areas, it's not going to expand. It's as big as it's going to get.
So with that in mind, there's 2 large projects to the east, actually maybe even 3. I mean, consider the Andover Road interchange at some point. There may be 3 projects east, am I saying that right? And at least 2 projects west, 119th and 135th, and where I think you would see the road would be widened, and those would be similar to what you see at other places like Tyler Road, for example, or West Street. And so I think those projects are in the plan and they are viable.
Yes.
And I believe the federal government and the state government recognizes those projects as very, very important to this region. So again, with that in mind, we have plans. Those are very regionally significant projects that will again continue to help the traffic flow, even of those big trucks. We've got good infrastructure, I think, in all the places I just mentioned. The question is whether or not this missing highway, Northwest Expressway, solves another problem. I don't know that it does. I don't think we know. And so I'm asking for us to take a look at this. Because again, there's $800,000. I will support the $800,000 to go to that project, but before I say that's a good idea, I want someone to tell me through a scientific study that this is needed. And what this does, let me read the motion. I move that we transfer $100,000 from the operating reserve to a new fund center for staff to charter a project viability study that would focus on the need and usefulness of a project R328, known as the Northwest Expressway right-of-way acquisition in light of current and future traffic needs within Sedgwick County. That's my motion.
I will note that you're exactly right. I have been touting two things most of this year, and that is, number one, the Northwest Expressway needs to be talked about more as in being in phases, which Commissioner Dennis had brought up earlier. And we talk about this big overarching number, but we need to know what's that cost of that first phase and what is we're going to accomplish with that. And then number two, because this is something that was started way back in the late 90s, early 2000s. When I came through, that's when there was a feasibility and viability study done. It is time to renew that. We had discussions with City of Wichita earlier this year. They had the same concerns, and we echoed that yes, we think, my understanding is there is some work being done to have that completed here by the end of the year.
Let me say also, this is not to be critical of anything that's happened up to this point. We had a plan. It made sense at the time. If we decide to change directions, and I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. If that's what happens, then we would be well to not spend this money on that project. We would need to maybe reconsider what is what's the highest priority. I don't know if this is it. And again, even at these numbers, I'm concerned that the project cost is so high. They're just throwing $5,000 from Wichita yesterday. I guess I texted the council. They said it did pass $5,000. It's just you couldn't buy the paper for this project for $5,000. Okay, so it's funny to me.
The intent is not necessarily to make a significant financial impact, but to show that they have support of the project, and not only just verbally, but they're throwing financial support at it as well.
Okay, well, that is a change, and I appreciate that. And by the way, I've been here a while, and we've been asking them to support this all these years.
You've been asking them for 15 years.
Now all of a sudden,
yes,
when I'm thinking about doing this, they suddenly it confuses me.
A lot of effort to get them back on board.
I don't know why they waited till now, but anyway, that's my motion.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. And Lynn, I know that we just had Trans Systems do a study for the Turnpike to look at feasibility of tolling. How far down the line did they go on the usefulness and viability of the Northwest Expressway?
My understanding is, and I have a copy of it in my office, I have not read it lately, but it was just covered basically the cost of tolling ability to be able to cover the cost of the tolling equipment, basically is what it was. Because we're talking about such a short, relatively overall, when you look at like the KTA, a very short section of roadway. We went through the same exercise with K96. It doesn't pan out just because you're never going to gain per vehicle very much money to take such a short section of a bypass. Not like you could where you're traveling maybe 30 miles on the KTA. So therefore, that study there was strictly looking at the ability to recapture that money for the tolling equipment. However, I will say with that data, though, they did get some updated traffic numbers for the future. Those, again, it's been 4 years. We would consider that be something we want to look at again. But they're much more up to date than they were with the original study.
Okay, well, the only feasibility study that I've seen is the one that's like 20-some years old. And that feasibility study said that we would reach certain thresholds of traffic by 2020, and we were about double what those studies were that moved that forward. So I don't know about taking $100,000 out of operating reserve. I don't know why we couldn't get WAMPO to fund this. I have no problem with doing the study, honestly. I think probably is needed because the last study is pretty old. But my only concern is if we take it out of our operating reserve, maybe there's other places that we could get the funding that make more sense, and WAMPO funding is the perfect place to take a look at this. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, good. Commissioner Meinster.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a great idea that WAMPO could take that project on, because I don't even know how expensive a feasibility, viability study would be. But Lynn, did you say earlier that there's currently a feasibility study going on that's going to be done by the end of this year?
Not that I understand what's going on, but there is a private group that has indicated a willingness to pay for that study.
So private group is willing to do that, but we've been putting in $1 million a year for a while. And
It was
KDOT's
something
been
we just
matching.
learned of. I should say,
So is-
it's something
what-
I just learned about.
Will KDOT or Sedgwick County have an opinion or be able to do an RFP for this, whoever
don't-
this private group is?
In my opinion, it would be wonderful, but it would have to come in the form of a donation to the county or KDOT to undertake that study.
Okay, so KDOT or the county would be running.
Yeah, it doesn't make
It's-
sense to
they
me
don't-
any other way.
Okay.
Or
All
WAMPO.
right, that's what I was like.
Yes.
I mean, I could do a feasibility study.
Yeah,
on it.
exactly.
I've done it on napkins on other stuff, so.
Exactly.
But anyway, okay, sorry. All right. I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner Dennis.
Well, thank you. And again, I know of this private group that's talking about a feasibility study. If they want to help fund it, I don't have a problem with that. The only thing I would ask the motion maker to change the motion a little bit on where the money comes from. Just make it so that our staff can work with WAMPO or this individual, this coalition of people that are working. I just soon not take it out of property tax money. I think the study is needed. What we need to do is find other avenues other than property tax money to do that with. So if you're okay with changing your motion, I'd be happy to second that.
Well, I guess my thought would be we need to budget for this, and if they want, we can work with them if they are willing to take this on. We don't actually have to appropriate the funds for it if they step up to the plate.
I mean, if the direction is to pursue a feasibility study through a grant process,
But what happens if
then that's one
if we're not
thing.
successful though? Then what happens? We still need. I don't want to wait till next year to say, well, we tried, but we didn't get the money, therefore we didn't do a study. No, I want again. I think the appropriation here, or I should say, the budget authority here, is just in case that doesn't happen. So we have a way to fund it with our budget. To me, that's reasonable. If they step up and they provide the funding for it, we would not actually write this check. We would just leave it in the fund and not spend the money.
Commissioner Dennis.
How about if we put the $100,000 in a contingency if we don't get the funding through WAMPO or through this other coalition, that the money is there. I still think that the study is valuable. I'm trying to find a way that we don't use property tax money for that.
If I may make a suggestion and see if there's a route here, I do agree this feasibility study is desperately needed to figure out what this path forward is. We have economic development funds. I mean, this is squarely an economic development project in my mind. I think there's a case to be made instead of trying to designate some property tax dollars for this that are new, that maybe we can find some existing funds in the budget.
Well, economic development is funded in your general fund.
Correct.
So it's all general revenues.
But we have a lineup. But my point being is that instead of trying to find a new category that we find this under, a new contingency, we could utilize something that's already earmarked and designated.
So what we would typically do with a project like this is we would not necessarily want to fund it from economic development because it's not tied to a specific economic development initiative. We would instead look to fund it through the public works operating budget. Now, if you wanted to change this so that the funding was not the operating contingency, but that the transfer came from economic development instead, we can do that. But at the end of the day, it's all coming out of the general fund.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Howell, you have a motion on the table. Do you want to?
I'm willing to amend it in a way that makes sense to everybody, but I'm not sure what to do here. I mean, if I make the motion just as it is and someone else provides a grant or steps up, WAMPO steps up, we're not obligated to spend this money, right? We can just leave it there. I mean, why do I need to amend this motion to make his idea work?
The source of the funding would need to be changed from operating reserve to economic development program.
All right, I would make a motion then, same motion as before, but I'll just, again, changing the operating reserve fund to the economic development fund.
Okay.
I'll second it. I hope that we can, sorry. I'll second that. I'm hoping that we can hold off on doing this until we know whether there's alternate sources of funding. We don't have to do it immediately. We got all of 2025 to do this, right? So if we could hold off until the end of 2025 to see if we could get another way of doing it, we might save ourselves $100,000.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get WAMPO on board to help us in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner.
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, commissioners, go ahead.
Okay, along that line, this is an effort to ensure that we hold this $800,000 until we get the results back from that study. So again, I'm not sure there's a time date certain that we have to hand the money to KDOT, but it may be my intent. I know they're going to match it dollar for dollar up to $1 million. I don't know if they have to have the money before June 30th, if they have to have the money, money in January 1st. I don't know what the schedule is. My intent, though, is I'd like to get the results of the feasibility study back for us to discuss the results of that before we actually write this check back to KDOT for $800,000. So my intention, I'm going to go ahead and state this here. I move that we hold the $800,000 for project R328, Northwest Expressway right-of-way acquisition until a project viability study has been completed and the needs and usefulness of project 328 has been determined.
Lynn, could you offer some clarity?
I would just note that if we are going to wait, it's possible this could be problematic with timing. We do typically in April get our notice from KDOT with our net 30 days to pay our portion, which has in the past been $1 million that we pay as a lump sum. That would be a very tight timeline to get a study back, depending on when we can go through and get one started, working up. Now, if we don't get that started until the end of the year, beginning of the year, I don't think it would be ready in time. If it's something we can start on right away and potentially have someone working on it, by October, yes, potentially we could have it out there. It really comes down to how quickly we can get us funding out there. With the funding not being available until 2025, I don't see that being possible.
Okay, good clarity.
I don't see it being possible.
Not seeing it, so it's not possible to do this.
To hold off paying until we get the results of a feasibility study back. Now, we could always reach out to KDOT and ask. I would probably lean on Justin to possibly reach out to their attorneys and find out if they'd be willing to let us, maybe move our payment out. I don't know. Now, the other thing I can always say is the contract is very clear. We can pay anywhere from 0 to 800. So the other thing we have coming up there is the state fiscal year. They have a different fiscal year than we do. So if we're going to give them nothing by the due date, they're putting nothing into it. If we come back in June or July and say, okay, here's your $800,000, it all worked out, they may just go, oh, our contract's expired and our fiscal year's done. We got nothing for you.
Okay.
So a couple of things to consider.
I appreciate that insight. That's helpful. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, forgive me. Sorry, Jim.
May I just maybe add option to this? That, again, if we determine that there are deadlines that play into this, we would have the option as a Board of County Commissioners to come in and essentially appropriate the money at that time if we had come up against a deadline. Would that be reasonable? I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to put a pause on this. By the way, I assume this is going to go out. This would go out to the study would go out to RFP for someone to do this. So that takes a little bit of time to get back the right entity that can actually do that study. That'd probably take a couple of months to get that done. Am I right about that?
Yeah, that's an accurate statement. It's going to take us a while to get everything put together.
Again, maybe I misunderstood this, but networking discussions that happen. I was under the impression this would not take 6 months. This would probably take 3 to 4 months. So Maybe I misunderstood, but I was under the impression this would not take like a year to get this back. So it'd be.
I do think you're right. You're looking at probably a 4 to 5 month process. However, if we end up paying for it, that's not until 2025. We can't touch that till January 1. So we can't go into a contract with a consultant until 2025. So we can't go into that. They can't start on the work until 2025.
All right, so if I was to add to this, that again, with more information provided, if we find a deadline that causes this to be something we have to take up sooner than later, despite notwithstanding the requirement for a study for us to make a decision, a deadline might push us into that corner. We would be able to, as a Board of County Commissioners, debate that and make that decision to go forward, lacking that information to do so. Does that make sense?
The practical effect of this, though, is that you have a CIP, and that's what this is funded under. And so we would either have the project in or out of the CIP. And what this would say is we're not funding the project in the CIP. And so the process for us would be to come back and do a CIP amendment based on those deadlines. I don't know that we need to get into what you're talking about. I think we just take the money away right now and come back later if we need to with the $800,000. That would be the way by which we would need to do this.
So as it's worded right now, then it gives us that option still. No matter what this says, we would have the option at that point.
Yes.
To make a transfer to pay this off, regardless of what this says.
Well, we will still have to go through a formal process to get the CIP amendment back if you're tying this to a viability study. Because right now we're going to defund the project.
So my motion to hold the money is not.
If we had more clarity on deadlines, it could be. But right now, my understanding of how all of this works is because of the state fiscal year starting July 1, we have the first 6 months of the year to get this done. What I'm hearing from Lynn is a viability study, because we're funding it starting in 2025, cannot be completed in time for us to make that decision. So that's changing the dynamic of the motion that you've got in front of you. So now we need to defund the project and come back with a CIP amendment at some point in time if we know that we are going to be able to meet the state's deadline.
So with that in mind, can we put the money into some holding place, a contingency fund of some sort, and then forget the study for just a minute? We'll do a CIP amendment to transfer that money to pay this off when we feel like it's the right time. Let me say that again. We do a CIP amendment to fund this $800,000 in light of those deadlines whenever we feel like it's the right time to do so. So again, without regards to the study itself, we would make a CIP amendment to take $800,000 and pay this at the appropriate time.
Give me 5 seconds to get with my subject matter expert to answer that question.
While they're discussing this, one thing that I do want to bring up, again, I have not been privy to any discussions with our city partners in Goddard and Mays about the possibility of us removing funding from this project, which affects them because they reimburse us for part of that through there. And obviously, now we have the city of Wichita who's just committed, and we may be in a situation of not providing funds that they've committed. So I am somewhat concerned about the message it sends all three of our city partners on this, with the fact that we would have to literally defund the project to be able to move forward with this motion.
I think for what we know now, Lynn, I need to ask if there's going to be a second for this.
Okay.
Do we have a second? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. You done? Okay, Commissioner Howe?
I just want to talk about this one. I'm probably not going to make a motion here, but I just want to talk about this. Faith is still here. This came from the CAB board initially, and this is regarding WSU. Andy, thanks for sticking around. This right now, and Andy, we describe things different from different perspectives. I think we're saying the same thing, but the county right now levies 1.5 mils countywide, which is a larger base than what Wichita would have if Wichita did this. They are required to do it. We do it essentially on their behalf. We levy 1.5 mils to all Sedgwick County citizens, including people who live in Wichita. Everyone pays 1.5 mils through their property taxes to about $11.6 million to WSU this year. And the discussion was whether or not the county wanted to keep our commitment to the CIP, part of the capital part of the mill levy that we've committed to, which is a longer-term commitment to WSU, and then lower our mill levy by 1 mil. And then knowing that Wichita would have to do, again, they'd have to levy the full one. Anything we would drop ours, they would have to levy on their side. So it would force them, not this year's budget, but next year's budget, to actually add a mill to their mill levy to make up for what we would take out of our commitment to a WSU. I'm not going to make this motion right now. I think we have time to continue to discuss this. This is not a budget issue, actually. If we wanted to go and do anything with this, we have until May of next year to actually do something if we really wanted to. There's no pressure to do this today. So I have no reason to make this motion right now. I'm not convinced this is the right thing to do anyway. So I think it's a nice discussion, but it's not something that has to be done during the budget process. I know there's some folks in the community say, again, if my math is correct, it's about probably would drop the revenues to WSU by about $1.5 million altogether. And what effect would that have on our citizens here? We would see some loss of funding for some special program supports that they provide back to the county, and a scholarship fund would be impacted for Sedgwick County residents who attend WSU. So there would be an impact, and again, I'm not sure that's the right thing to do at this time. So right now, just let you know, it's a discussion. Andy, I'm not going to make any motions right now. Let the discussion continue. I'm a supporter. I'm a shocker. Okay, actually, I'm not. I'm a Saluki. I hate to tell you that, but I do support WSU, and I do support what is currently happening. This discussion can happen on the side. I don't think it's a threat. I just think we don't understand it right now, and right now there's no reason for us to do anything today on this. So I'm just going to sit on it for a while. Thank you. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Chairman, that's all my motions right now. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Howe, thank you so much. Other motions from the bench? Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. Sorry, my mic's dead, so I apologize lending the mic. One of the concerns that I've had, and I've expressed it a number of times, is that we have a federal lobbyist in D.C. that we did not go out on any kind of competitive bid for. We don't know how many other people are available in D.C. to do this. I would imagine hundreds. And I just have a problem with us single source, sole source, whatever we do, to call this thing. So I move that we terminate the contract with federal lobbyists, and the budget authority for this contract, $78,000, should be returned to the general fund. If we find later on that we need one, we've got a great purchasing department sitting in the back of the room that's been waiting for a long time, and we can go out and bid this thing. So right now, I think we need to stop, and later on, if we think that really it's necessary, we can bid it out. Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay. Forgive me. We have a motion. Commissioner Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree with the previous speaker, maker of the motion. I do say that the state lobbyist has done a great job. We're being one of the most effective organizations getting legislation passed that's beneficial to the citizens of Sedgwick County. We've been very, very well on that because we had a very effective lobbyist that got stuff done, and he has done a great job. He and his team have done a great job. I will not say that our federal lobbyist has not done a great job. I don't. And the problem we have right now is I don't know how many clients he has. I don't know how much money he takes in. I don't know how much time he spends for Sedgwick County. He might spend an hour each day, or he might spend a couple of minutes. We just don't know. I know he does give us reports back once in a while. How significant those efforts are, I don't know. I will also argue that I have the cell phone numbers of all of our federal delegation. I can call them up, and as I said before, Sedgwick County is 1/6 of the state of 1/6 of our state's population. They care deeply what Sedgwick County thinks, especially Ron Estes' office. He has about 750,000 constituents. His MSA is basically centered on Sedgwick County. Our MSA represents his district. So at the end of the day, he cares deeply what we think. And we have people I know that have been fighting for us, especially Jerry Moran. Jerry Moran's really gone to bat for us. And whether or not this changes because of our federal lobbyists, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't like the fact this was not an RFP. This was not competitive. I have some concerns about that. I also have concerns about the dollar figure. Mr. Manager, or Lindsay, what do we spend on our state lobbyist right now?
$65,000 a year, I believe.
65. We get incredible work out of that gentleman for his organization for that much money is great. We know how many. You can ask him and find out how many clients he has. You can see you can see him up in Topeka working. At the end of the day, I think $65,000 for the state lobbyist is a heck of a good deal for us. I'm not so sure about the federal side, so I'll second the motion for Commissioner Dennis. But in addition to that, I'll make a substitute motion. So it's been seconded. Substitute motion now to actually reconsider our NACO membership. I know it's only $10,000 a year, but we spend last year, I think, $22,000 in travel, going to NACO conferences. Again, I think we should spend more time going to KAC or KCCA. Those are interstate organizations that provide very similar supports. Actually, most of those organizations, I don't know that we learn from them, but they might learn more from us. We are quite a leader on how to run good government. So we essentially come to the table. They learn from Sedgwick County more than we learn from these other organizations. At the end of the day, I'm not so sure we're benefiting from that. So again, I would make a second Commissioner Dennis's motion. It's dead. Really getting down to the bottom here. I'd second Commissioner Dennis's motion, but on top of that, make a substitute motion. We would also delete our NACO membership.
Question on that. So we have two. It was called a substitute motion, but it's a separate item.
It's adding to the motion.
Adding to the motion. Okay, thank you, Jim.
Okay, so it's a substitute motion that incorporates the underlying motion plus the
two things.
Motion.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
And so that's the substitute motion without a second.
Understood. Yeah. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, you guys. Two things. So for the federal lobbyists, I mean, we just talked about the ARC 95 that we're receiving, which is millions of dollars. So I think that that's more than paid for itself already. I do agree that we can go out to an RFP. And what's our contract? Is that next year that it's up? Federal? Yes. So can we go out to RFP then at that point when the contract's up? I mean, what would the plan look like for that?
Two options. I'll let Justin chime in too.
No.
I don't think it's.
So I'm just going to go ahead and talk since Tom's microphone is challenged. I just confirmed with Joe, a few months out from the expiration of that contract, we would plan to either go out to RFP if that was the will of the commission, or if there was some desire to try to have a joint relationship or do some kind of joint RFP, we could also work that out with the city of Wichita at that time, however the commission chose to handle that at that time.
Okay, I'd be in favor of doing that. I do think that, like I said, it's more than paid for itself, and I know we do have a good relationship with like Senator Moran and Estes and everybody, but I have good relationships with my constituents too, and they come and ask me for things. I'm not the one actually doing the work. Like I'm passing it on and staying up to date to make sure that it's happening, but I'm not the one that's necessarily doing it. And so I do think having a lobbyist is very valuable. As far as NACO goes, that's, completely paid for itself because I've been able, with the networking that's happened there, close on a $50 million Build Back Better grant for smart manufacturing, which is incredibly valuable to this community. And the return on investment to what we're going to see in Sedgwick County and the region is
is incredibly huge. So I think even saying that that's not a valuable resource is pretty outlandish, just because of the resources that we've been able to bring into this community because of the relationship there, and programming like Listos and other things that have come from that where we can do a better job. And I remember you were advocating very strongly after the tornado that we do better to reach out to community members who don't speak English. Well, that's a program that's come from that. So I think that's just another resource that we have available to our constituents that's come from our NACO membership. Thank you.
So question on that, and Lindsay, you could probably handle it for Joe, but I am in favor of going to RFP. So I want to make sure I understand the motion. The motion would be to cancel the contract? Is that what we're doing, or was that the motion?
That's how I understand it, but I'll let Commissioner Dennis clarify his original motion.
There you go.
Works. My motion was to terminate it so that we could go out for a bid. Right now, we've got one person out of hundreds, and I'm not sure it's the right person.
Okay. Well, I am certainly willing to go out to bid at RFP, and that would be from my seat. And we have to see through the contract anyhow, correct? I mean, we can't cancel a contract?
That would be, I don't know if Justin wants to speak to the technicalities of canceling a contract, but that would be outside of our normal process.
I can, Justin Wagner, County Counselor.
Speak really close to it.
All right, Justin Wagner.
Hit the button.
Testing.
Push the button.
Come to the podium.
Testing. Okay, sorry. Helps if I operate it properly. Justin Wagner, County Counselor. Chairman, this particular contract has language that indicates there would need to be a 30-day written notice by either party to terminate the contract. So that could be accomplished with the vote, as I understand the motion from Commissioner Dennis. If that would carry, then that notice could be conveyed. I think at the very least, it would be effective for the 2025 budget year. It might be cleanest if we just ran forward another agenda item just to clarify that in case there's an intent on it just to apply in 2025 or later this year in 2024.
Okay. Okay. So I do want to go into an RFP. I think the RFP process, I have some heartburn about canceling something. We just got message last week about ARC 95. I mean, so I think there is work being done, and I think that there has to be additional work in clarifying our expectations, obviously, and through an RFP, I think we can get that. So, okay, we've got a motion, and we had a substitute motion and a second. Do we have a second? We do not have a second. Was there a second to the substitute motion? Okay, there's not a second to the substitute motion. Last call for a second to the substitute. Okay, so the original motion stands. Do we have a second to the original motion?
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
Second, yes.
Okay. Okay, so we
I
have
have
a
comment still.
Oh, please, go ahead, Commissioner Howell.
So again, I'm just very sensitive to, what I consider to be excessive travel. Some of these commissioners go every single year to NACO, sometimes multiple trips to Washington, D.C. or other places. Again, this is taxpayer money. This is property tax funds that does this. I think we need to be very careful not to spend that kind of money. I'm not sure what we get out of that. Again, we talked a while back about when we go out of state and do these types of things, there should be essentially a post-trip briefing that's given about what did we learn, what was good about this, what was the value of this trip. We spent $2,000 or $3,000 on a spending. What did we get out of that? Because I've been here a long time, and if over the years, commissioners have made so many trips to NACO, and I can't tell you what we've gotten out of this. So at the end of the day, I think that this idea that the $50 million award that Commissioner Lopez spoke of, understand that GWP advocated for that, WSU advocated for that, State of Kansas advocated for that, as well as Wichita advocated for that. It wasn't just Sedgwick County's contract with our lobbyist. And by the way, with that in mind, we talk about consolidation with Wichita. Why doesn't the city of Wichita hand us their legislative platform? And we should essentially have one lobbyist from the county that advocates for the city and county legislative priorities. It seems to me that they're given $80,000 for city priorities, and we are over here not talking to the city about their priorities, and we give them another $80,000. That seems unnecessary. It just seems duplicative and unnecessary. So again, this is something I think needs to be renegotiated one way or the other. The city at least ought to be asking the county, or maybe the county should ask the city to do this together as a joint contract, if you will, with one payment rather than two. At the end of the day, we don't know what would have happened had it not been for Sedgwick County's investment in the $80,000 federal lobbyist. By the way, 3 or 4 years ago, we didn't have one. A long time ago, we didn't have a state lobbyist. We've learned through the last several years, this has been very well spent money, but I can't actually put my thumb on, other than the $50 million contract, which is a big deal, okay? That is a big deal, but we don't know what would have happened had it not been for us using our federal lobbyist in that particular situation. We don't know what else would have happened. So to me, it's a conclusion that's not based necessarily on data. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
I just want to clarify, since what I said was commented on, never once have I said that work had not gone into that project. Clearly, I did not do that project. But through NACO and the connections that I made there, I was asked specifically by the Department of Commerce to come and speak to them in D.C. Whether that was, I don't know what landed the deal, whatever, but we were all part of that. And I think it is valuable that now we have a relationship with our Federal Department of Commerce that we didn't have before. So you might not see value in it. I think there's a difference of philosophy. I don't think Sedgwick County knows all, be all, and I don't think we're the best at every single thing. I think it's really good that we learn from other communities that are doing things. I mean, we got ICT1 from another community. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we can look at to say that we didn't think of it. We don't need to reinvent the wheel on everything. And I think by trying to do that, we're actually wasting money when we know what has worked and what hasn't worked for other communities similar to ours. So again, it's just a difference of philosophy, but please don't say that I am saying that I have done all of this work that I have not said. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Meinstein. Oh, go ahead, Justin.
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagner, County Councilor. I did want to clarify maybe with Commissioner Dennis as the motion maker on this. As I understand it, the motion as it's worded now would terminate the contract and also remove the budget authority. So at that point, I don't think if the motion would carry that we would be going back out to bid on this unless there be a subsequent change by the board. So I didn't know if that was the motion maker's intent. Lindsay, is there anything else I need to clarify on that from your vantage point? Okay.
Well, I don't know why we leave the money in the budget right now, because we don't know what we're going to get in the future. 78,000 might not cover it. 78,000 might be way too much. So we've got plenty of money in contingency. If our great purchasing director back there does a fantastic job, we should be able to find money if that's necessary in the future.
Commissioner Meinster.
So the motion is to just cancel the contract because you don't have any money budgeted for a potential lobbyist that could be 200,000 or whatever. So your motion is to cancel the contract in 30 days, right? Or not? What is the motion?
For an RFP.
And to go out for an RFP with no budget for that position?
How many things do we go out?
I'm just asking, is that, so you wanted to go out for RFP without a budget for that position? True?
Did we do it the first time? Did we have it in the budget, or did we?
Yeah, I don't know.
We did not originally. This was a
Okay, so it's
transfer from
possible to do that. It's possible to do
It is not our typical preference, but yes, it is doable.
All right, okay, all right. Yeah, that's a yes answer.
To do it, we'll do it.
Okay. So to save time with this item, because I think it's just an opinion of a judgment of an individual. I've got my opinions that I could go into half a dozen examples of why he's valuable. There's other opinions we've already heard that he's not valuable, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not going to go into all my details as has gone into endlessly before, and I had to defend it before, but I will be against this motion. Oh, did you call for a motion?
Okay.
Do you all just want to come here?
Okay. I'm in favor of going to RFP. I have heartburn over canceling a contract that we're in with someone who I don't think has done something flagrantly wrong to cause us to cancel a contract within 30 days. But I am open to the idea of working with Wichita, open to the idea of an RFP to see if he's the right fit. I think we need to see that process. So
What's the motion exactly right now?
the motion exactly is, can you read the motion for us, clerk? Because you have a mic that works.
The motion is I move that we terminate the contract for the federal lobbyist and the budget authority for this contract. $78,000 should be returned to the general fund.
Okay. Do we have a second? We
already
have a second. Okay. All right. We have a motion, a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
No.
Commissioner Dennis?
Aye.
Commissioner Howell?
No.
Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Chairman Beatty?
No. Okay.
This does work when you push and it's green, but you have to talk closely and loudly.
Okay. Do we have any more motions from the bench? Commissioners, any more motions from the bench? Okay.
Well, we would love for you to move to adopt a budget.
I would like to begin that process of moving to adopt the budget. I just want to firm up some numbers, if that's okay. So could you give me the numbers, the operating budget number, please?
So the operating budget remains what is printed there. What we are going to do is to remove any of the budget authority that has been identified as cuts, which I think actually we only had the one for the DEI program. That will go to the contingency. The remainder, and then we will basically transfer that right back out for senior centers.
Okay.
So we're going to leave the overall number at $563,444,425. Now, the question becomes whether you all want to separate the motions and do a CIP and an operating budget.
Okay. I would be in favor of just doing all the motions together with the CIP and based on everything we've done through motions, I think that we can do this in one single motion.
Okay, so then you've got that $52,566,565 that's underlined. And then the levy and the mill levy equivalent were not influenced by any of the action on
So
this
just
item.
be clear, the property tax levy would be $199,561,000.
$1,417, which is approximately equivalent to 28.659 mils. So if you read that top motion, that will be a single motion to adopt everything together.
That's what I'm looking for. I think I have it. Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion, and then we can make some comment and take a vote. So I move that we adopt the resolution for the 2025 Sedgwick County budget as prepared by staff, amended to include an operating budget of $563,444,425 and a 2025 capital improvement program of $52,566,565. The resolution should be further amended to reflect that the total operating budget is partially funded with a property tax levy of $199,561,417, which is approximately equivalent to 28.659 mils based on the estimated assessed valuation, subject to review and technical adjustments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, comments? Commissioner Dennis.
Well, this will be the first one out of 8 years that I voted against. And I want to let you know why. First of all, I believe that we need to be open and transparent, and we're not open and transparent on the lobbyist. I am totally opposed to us not bidding that out. The KPTS, we've got data that shows that that is a waste of money. We are transparent. Every single person that I responded to that sent me an email, I explained to them the difference in cost on KPTS and the other forms that we had. Every one of them came back, said, save us money. Well, we didn't do that. The senior centers, my senior centers are the poorest there are, and I tried to get some money into my senior centers, into my services. I didn't get it. The Northwest Expressway is a mistake on the budget, on the 4-1 vote. to pull out $200,000. I've been working very diligently to get funding into ARC 95, not at the expense of the Northwest Expressway, but to help make sure that that happens. So when it comes time, I will be voting against it.
Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Budgets are never easy because you always find some reason to vote no and another reason to vote yes. And I think this is no exception. I have voted no in the past. I voted yes in the past. There's no perfect answer. I don't love everything about this budget. In fact, I tried to make many changes today. And I got a couple. Most of what I talked about today didn't get done, but a few things did. And so yes, I have some disappointments. This is not a moral issue. It's not like it's good or bad. It is a work in progress. Everyone has their fingerprints on this budget. Everyone's made some changes. Is it as conservative as I would like? No, but it's all, again, we're also hitting the threshold of where we can cut. And again, I've tried very, very hard to find things that I think are reasonable ideas. A couple of those ideas today I didn't even bring up. Believe it or not, it was a long meeting today, but I didn't bring everything up I had. So I've talked myself out of a couple things. I still think there's work to do, but I have worked. Again, the staff has worked tirelessly. Thank you for your work. And I appreciate the respect. I think my colleagues, I think we've all had respect towards each other. I'm not mad at anybody. I hope you're not mad at me. I'm not mad at Exploration Place. Hope they're not mad at me. On it goes. At the end of the day, we did our best for the people of Sedgwick County. And I appreciate Mr. Manager. You've done a great job. And I appreciate all your hard work, but especially the finance staff, Lori and her staff, and of course, Lindsay, the smartest person in Sedgwick County right there. She did a tremendous job. And so I am compelled to vote yes this year. Again, I don't think it's a perfect budget, but I do appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. I do appreciate the fact that there's a couple of things that moved today in the right direction. I was prepared to vote no today. I was actually surprising myself by supporting this today, but I think it's the right thing to do, so I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just end by saying I want to thank staff. Commissioner Howell hinted that this is a lot of work. This is we adopt a budget. You may get a little bit of rest, and then you're back in the building for the next year's budget. This is quite a process. So all the finance team, all the budget team, Lori and your team, Lindsay, your team, thank you very much for all the work that's gone into this. Anytime we ever had a question from, as a commissioner, it was an email, and we typically got an answer back. If it wasn't same day, it was within 48, 72 hours. That's really impressive work, really impressive work. You made sure that we had all the data we need to make decisions. So thank you for all the work you guys did. I'll just echo a little bit of what Commissioner Dennis and Commissioner House said. The balance is tough. Anytime we're building a budget, you have to balance between safety and services and taxes. And when we get out of budget, even slightly either way, it impacts lives. It impacts safety, it impacts our capacity to provide service, or it impacts people financially. So I feel that Sedgwick County government does a good job in trying to find that balance, particularly comparative to other size counties across the country. Frankly, I think we do a really good job here. The priority, again, this year was staffing stability. And you're going to see that in this budget. And I hope that all of our staff, the 2,800 plus people that work at Sedgwick County Government, that they see this, that the priority, again, was staffing stability so that we can perform good government service. All the metrics, all the outcomes that we're seeing, there's a return on this investment, and people in this community are being served better and they're safer because of investments just like this. Staffing stability was the priority here. But we also have to acknowledge that this community, personal opinion, I think we've hit the cap on property taxes. I don't know if our community can sustain much more property taxation. And the answer isn't taking as Commissioner Howell has indicated, we do the best we can with what we have, and we run it really lean. The answer long-term is reform. is we've got to find more ways to share more services, functionally consolidate redundant departments, look at opportunities to offset property taxes with other sources of revenue. That is the answer long-term to the rising cost of government. So we'll pass a budget with that footnote from District 4 that we will continue the pursuit of reforming local government, modernizing it, making it more efficient, and finding cost savings where they come. So I will support the budget. It's not a perfect budget. There's things in here I don't like either. But by and large, our goals are being met with staffing stability and the reduction of mill levy. Let's also say that this will be the lowest mill levy that Sedgwick County government has had in 27 years. 27 years. There's over 120 taxing jurisdictions in Sedgwick County, and the bulk of them are going to grab every penny of assessed value growth, every penny of it. And here, we're going to do what we can to find a budget that accomplishes the services that we need to make sure people are safe and being served appropriately. But we're not going to grab every penny assessed value growth, and we're going to deliver a mill levy decrease so that we can do the best we can to help our constituents and our taxpayers. So I'm proud of the work we did, and I'll be a yay vote for this budget. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Well, I kind of just want to reiterate a thanks to all of our staff for this. I mean, this is an incredible amount of work, and it is very appreciated. If we had questions or concerns, we could go to anyone, and we would get those answered and answered quickly. So thank you for the work that's gone into this, and we will start it again quite soon, but we can take a breath after this is done. I will say I'm very happy as I've been knocking doors the last couple months. The one thing I have heard repeatedly is about property tax. And so the fact that this is now the second year in a row that we've been able to lower the mill levy and help do our part in that is really valuable to our community members. And I've been having a lot of those conversations. So hearing from them has been really helpful. I do agree that we're going to have to look at reforms going forward. I mean, inflation, everything is hitting families. It's also hitting government. And so we have to make sure that nobody wants to raise taxes. Nobody wants to cut services. And so the only other thing that we can really do is look at reforming government and what it looks like today. So I'm really appreciative that we're having those conversations. I'm glad that there's political will at the city of Wichita and Sedgwick County to look into some of those things and hopefully be able to make the future of government work better for our community members. So it's not a perfect budget. I'm not happy with some of the cuts that we are making. I don't think that's a secret. And I do know that after this year, our budget's going to look, our forecast looks good. So I hope that we go into next year trying to just stay level with what we're doing and not continue to cut services that our budget doesn't say that we would need to at that point. So, but we'll see what next year holds, and I'm just appreciative for everybody for getting this done. Thank you.
Back, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank our staff. They actually started shortly after we passed the 2024 budget. They finally started talking to us in February, and we've been working on this ever since February. And that's how much time and effort that our staff has put in to get us to this point. I want you to understand that my vote has nothing against any of our staff. You do a great job. I appreciate you very much. I'm just disappointed in some things that I think could have that are affecting my district, and I have to support my district. And some of these things that we did today are going to hurt my district. So thank you for everything that you've done. I sincerely appreciate you all.
Okay. Very good. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the 2025 budget adoption. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner?
Aye.
Commissioner Dennis?
No.
Commissioner Howell?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez? Chairman Beatty?
Aye. We've just passed the 2025 budget for Sedgwick County government. Thank you again for everybody. Commissioners, we're almost done. I'm going to push us through if that's okay. We got a hard stop coming. So, Madam Clerk, next item.
Item F, report of the Board of Bids and Contracts regular meeting on August 15th, 2024.
And Joe Thomas has been waiting for 6 hours, and here he is.
It's been a fun wait, so glad to be here. Yeah, I'm a liar.
Not a good
I stretch the truth a little bit. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Good to be with you today. Our regular meeting of the Board of Bids and Contracts of August 15th. We have 3 items that we're presenting. The first one is various technology and audiovisual solution products, installation and services for the Division of Information and Technology. This recommendation is to utilize the One Governmental Procurement Alliance Contract 22-02PV-12 with Logicalis Incorporated. This contract's good through December 8th of this year with 2 one-year options to renew. Second item is the pickup, transportation, and disposal of hazardous waste for household hazardous waste. This is to accept the proposal from Clean Harbors Environmental Services Incorporated and establish the contract pricing at the rates listed for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew. And our final item is the educational services for the Evening Reporting Center for the Department of Corrections. And this recommendation is to accept the proposal from the Center for Behavioral and Academic Research Incorporated. They're doing business as McAdams Academy, and it's at the amount shown above for a period of 1 year, which started back July 1st of this year and ends June 30th of 2025. Be happy to try to answer any questions you may have and recommend approval.
Okay, appreciate the 3 items. Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you. And I'll vote for this at the end, okay? I just want to make a statement about the 3rd item. When I read the bid board minutes, and I read every one of them, one of the things that it said in the bid board minutes was that we selected the highest cost, and the reason it selected the highest cost is because it was an RFP and it doesn't matter what the money is. Well, that is not an answer that is acceptable to me or my constituents because money matters. It's taxpayers' money at some point. So I disagreed with that. But I did get a response. I did get an email that talked about it a little bit. But the response actually concerned me a little bit too, because what the response was is that, well, one of the board members had experience with one bidder and they thought that was the best bidder. But what it didn't go through is that there was criteria and it didn't show what the criteria was and how that was chosen. The response that I read said, hey, I've got experience with this individual. Well, that means that one person can sway a bid board. So I just want to make sure that as you look at this in the future, make sure that you give us the full story in those minutes, because I read them and that's how I make my decision. So I just had 2 concerns, and I wanted to let you know I will vote for it whenever the motion's made. Thank you.
And I just want to comment, appreciate your reading those minutes, and it was a poor choice of wording because cost is always important. That's what I drill into our department. It's a very important factor. And now I'll be happy to send you the scoring that each of the evaluating members scored it, because we do have scores for each member. So maybe in the future what we'll do is put some kind of a scoring summary that would help show that every one of the committee members did provide a score. But yes, each one did provide a score, and there were points for each one. I hope that it answers your question.
Very good. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I move to approve the recommendations of the Board of Bids and Contracts meeting on August 15, 2024.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner. Commissioner Dennis.
Aye.
Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Next item, please. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Consent agenda.
Okay, Manager Stoltz.
Good afternoon, Commission. Tom Stoltz, County Manager's Office, recommending approval of consent items G through R today. I want to call out for the public item O, which is an approval to hire administrative support for the Board of County Commissioners. That is a hire of Linda Baker. I can attest that you're getting a good employee because you're stealing her from the manager's office, but she's very competent. She's an excellent employee, and ask that you approve consent agenda today.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And just a quick note, we are hiring a new executive secretary in the County Commission office. As many of you remember, Carol Cole retired here just a month ago. She'd been with the county over 20 years, in the County Commission office for over 20 years. Lisa Core, who is our current executive secretary, is also retiring. She is retiring in September. So we are moving quickly to hire someone, and we found one of Tom's most valuable employees. And she interviewed for the job, and she knocked it out of the park on the interview, and she knows the systems well. She knows the commission well. She knows the importance of that office. And I think all of us are delighted to have her. So thank you, Tom. And thanks for calling that out on O. So I'll make a motion then to approve the consent agenda, items G through R.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Meitzner, Commissioner Dennis, Commissioner Howell.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez. Chairman Beatty.
Aye. Okay, next item, please.
Committee reports.
Commissioners, do you have any committee reports you'd like to share?
Not for bid.
Good answer. Next item, please.
Other.
Do you have anything under other? Commissioner Meitzner.
Just a quick comment that I didn't make a comment at the close of budget, but thank you, staff, Tom, everybody that's been thanked before. But one group we failed to thank, but there is a group of people called taxpayers. So thank you, taxpayers, for your effort and your contribution to this government services that our employees perform on your behalf. So that's my thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, Commissioner Meitzner and Commissioner Beatty and I had an opportunity to go over to KU Med Center to look and hear from the latest class that is going through for the adolescents and child psychiatric program. That was kicked off actually by Sedgwick County. We made the initial $200,000 commitment to start that fellowship, and it's a reality, and it's needed. We heard actually when that came before the commission several years ago now, one of a child psychologist came before the board, and she explained when she moved to town, it increased the number of child psychologists by 20%. And now we have a whole cohort, 5 new people going through that program to provide the needed assistance that we have, because mental health is becoming a bigger and bigger issue all the time.
That's right.
And we need more and more providers to provide service. And I sincerely appreciate KU Med Center stepping up and coming up with this idea. I appreciate them coming to us and letting us be the vanguard to lead the charge to make this happen. I talked to their endowment folks yesterday. They've got over $4 million now in the endowment to keep moving this forward so that we can have more and more as it moves forward. So congratulations to KU Med Center. Congratulations to the new fellowship that's in place. It was an honor for Sedgwick County to be involved in that.
That's right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Anything other? Okay, next item.
Executive session.
We have no executive session. It is 2:52. We've adopted a budget for the fire district and Sedgwick County government, and this meeting is adjourned. I really wanted to